Part 4. Building Team Pronglet. The Ganging Up on Dumbledore Prank. July 4th, 1994. Augusta Longbottom was a formidable woman. Scary was the word Remus had used when he'd wished Sirius well, as Sirius had headed out of Griffin House that morning. Harry had just laughed at him and told him to convey his greetings to Neville. He smiled as he remembered the homely scene of lunch. He and Harry had been thrilled to be reunited with Remus, and even more thrilled to hear how Remus had sent Dumbledore off to Thailand. Sirius was certain that Augusta was keeping him waiting in her parlour just to see him squirm. He smoothed his formal black robe with its neat column of tiny black buttons that ran from the high stiff collar to his waist, and had taken forever to do up. The crests of the House of Black and House of Potter decorated the front right breast. His robes opened up at his waist, angling away to give him freedom to move, and he had opted for muggle black leather trousers underneath. Expensive, but serviceable, and very protective, as he knew from riding his motorbike. Expensive dragon-hide boots completed the outfit. He fidgeted with the wide cuffs of his robes, which provided easy access to his wand. Harry had done the inheritance ritual for the House of Potter that morning at Gringotts. The family magic had immediately formed into the approving gold griffin totem, and the head of House Ring had leaped onto Harry's finger. It had granted Harry access into the Potter vault, and had removed some of the effects of the death Fidelius, so they could access Potter family assets. Harry had been thrilled at getting to look at some of his heritage, and had pounced on his father's old-school trunk. Sirius had a suspicion that Harry was after James's animagus journals. A noise from just outside the doorway had Sirius rising just in time for Augusta to enter. Her grey hair was tightly bound in a high bun, her aged face stern and foreboding. She wore formal robes in a deep purple, decorated with the House of Longbottom crest. They were high-necked, but narrow-cuffed, and looked more uncomfortable than his own. He bowed and took her outstretched hand, dropping a kiss onto her knuckles before rising and meeting her eyes firmly. He definitely needed his Gryffindor courage, Sirius considered with a silent laugh. "Madam Longbottom, thank you for agreeing to meet with me," Sirius said sincerely. Augusta motioned for him to sit, and took the seat opposite, her eyes running over the two crests on his robe and the ring on his finger with sharp realization. "May I offer you some refreshment, Lord Black?" "Only if you wish to partake yourself," Sirius replied, following the formal dance of pleasantries. Augusta rang a small silver bell, and a house elf popped in. "Some tea and biscuits for myself and my guest." The elf disappeared, and a moment later a tea-tray appeared on the small table between them. For a few minutes all that was exchanged was how Sirius liked his tea. "Forgive me for speaking plainly, but I'm surprised at the ring," Augusta said as they settled back, each holding a matching china teacup. "There are rumours circulating of a new Lord Black, but the general opinion is that it isn't you." "A situation which suits me for the time being," Sirius admitted. "I'd like to have my ducks in a row before the formal announcement at Thursday's Wizengamot." He took a sip of his tea and set it aside. "I would appreciate your discretion until that time." She inclined her head. "I find myself needing to clarify. Are you here for the House of Potter or the House of Black?" "Proc. I would like us to speak first regarding business between the House of Potter and House of Longbottom. But afterwards I would appreciate the Regent of the House of Longbottom granting an audience to the head of the House of Black." "Granted," Augusta said tersely. "So, to business. Lord Potter sends his regards to you and the heir to the House of Longbottom. He has only recently become aware of his heritage and the alliance that used to exist between the houses," Sirius said formally. "We seek a renewal of that alliance." Augusta's pale eyes sparkled with interest. "Well, that answers a number of questions. I suppose Dumbledore didn't tell the boy of his responsibilities?" Sirius nodded. In fairness, it wasn't his legal responsibility to do so, although some could argue it would fall under his chief warlock duties. He said diplomatically. He held his tongue that one of the other ancient and noble families could have stepped in, such as the Longbottoms, who'd had such a strong alliance with the Potters in the past. What agenda will the House of Potter assume under its new lord? "Respect of wizarding culture and tradition," Sirius began, "but equality for all wizards and witches, including those with a dual heritage or condition, such as lycanthropy. He would seek better relationships with magical races, a common-sense approach to the control of magical creatures, and an improved relationship with the Muggle government." "That sounds remarkably like Charles Potter's old agenda," Augusta said slowly. "Just even more ambitious." Sirius allowed himself a small smile. "Harry reminds me of Charles. He's a remarkable young man." "This is truly his agenda?" Augusta probed. "He's had something of a crash course in politics, but this is his agenda," Sirius confirmed. He'd been proud of Harry after their last lesson, which had been to determine Harry's point of view on certain critical political points. Harry was very much an egalitarian, with a strong sense of justice. "Well, our agendas mesh, although the devil is always in the detail." Augusta frowned. "I assume the equality statement is a rejection of pure-blood supremacy, but why equality for all wizards and witches? Why differentiate? Harry feels witches should have equal rights with wizards. As it stands, most of the Wizengamot seats, the ancient and noble houses in particular, all follow a patriarchal inheritance rule. The eldest male of the line inherits. Females only inherit when there isn't a male candidate. Harry believes that it should be the eldest child. Thus, witches would have equal rights to inherit." Sirius shifted. "Family magic will accept a female, so there shouldn't be an issue." Augusta gave a small smile. "I remember conversations with Dorea and Minerva in my youth, where we said very much the same thing. This notion of dual heritage and conditions. What's that about?" "Our steward, Remus Lupin, is infected with lycanthropy. Harry has seen the discrimination against him, and disagrees with it. From his perspective, Remus is still foremost a wizard, and should receive help to aid him in controlling the lycanthropy through wolfsbane rather than being shunned." An interesting perspective, and one Frank would have agreed with. "I believe he knew Lupin," Augusta commented. "Yes, through James," Sirius said. "We also talked a little about the discrimination against those wizards and witches with velar inheritance, or giant, or goblin in their family make-up. Harry sees this as just another expression of the same pure-blood supremacy bias against half-bloods and muggle-borns." "I can't disagree with that either," Augusta murmured. She tapped her fingers lightly against the arm of her chair. "What of the rest of his agenda?" "Harry believes that we should attempt better relationships with other magical races, such as giants, centaurs, house elves, and goblins, especially those races which interact with wizards on a regular basis. But he recognizes the need for good but caring control of dragons, hippogriffs, and other magical creatures. He believes the current administration often gets magical races and creatures mixed up. He also believes that a better relationship with the Muggle government would be beneficial in upholding the Statute of Secrecy. For a crash course in politics, he's done well. His agenda dovetails with ours." Augusta said after a long moment of consideration, "So, in principle, the House of Longbottom will be happy to renew our alliance. What are the terms?" "Formally, the same terms as the houses have pledged before. Mutual aid and support for common goals. I would appreciate your assistance in repairing the other Potter alliances that have been allowed to go dormant since '81. Sirius replied immediately, happy that it had gotten to the in-principle discussion so early. "Informally, Harry would like your permission to foster a closer relationship with Neville, perhaps by having Neville join him for some of his lessons this summer. Harry didn't realize until I was awarded guardianship that Alice was his godmother, nor that James and Lily were Neville's godparents. You know, Albus Dumbledore has a lot to answer for with that young man." Augusta sighed. "I couldn't agree with you more," Sirius said fervently. Augusta regarded him thoughtfully. "Will the House of Potter not seek an alliance with the Chief Warlock?" "The House of Potter will stand for itself," Sirius stated unequivocally. "The last alliance was uneven at best, and subjugated the House of Potter to Dumbledore's agenda at worst. I think some of that was our youth. James was very loyal and used to Dumbledore being in a position of authority over him as headmaster and leader of the Order. We all were. Yes, Augusta agreed with a heavy sigh. Frank was similarly affected. However, I'm aware that the Chief Warlock is mostly supportive of the House of Potter's agenda. I won't, in principle, disregard a possible alliance approach if one is made, but as Regent I won't approve an alliance without further oaths from the Chief Warlock that ensure the House of Potter's independence. 1. Augusta considered him for a long enough moment that Sirius had to struggle not to fidget. I can see why Arcturus left you as his heir. As much as I might have despised his agenda, his skill in navigating the political arena was immense. You seem to have inherited it. The words took Sirius's breath away. He was unsure if he had been complimented or insulted. The House of Longbottom finds your terms acceptable. She drew her wand and tapped the coffee table. A ritual bowl appeared with a small knife. She slashed her finger and let a couple of drops of blood fall. I, Augusta Beatrice Longbottom, swear as Regent that the House of Longbottom renews its pledge of alliance to give mutual aid and support to the House of Potter. So have I sworn, so mote it be. Sirius took the knife she offered and allowed his blood to mingle with hers. I, Sirius Orion Black, swear as Regent that the House of Potter renews its pledge of alliance to give mutual aid and support to the House of Longbottom. So have I sworn, so mote it be. The bowl flashed. A gold griffin and bear appeared briefly before disappearing again. Augusta gave a small sigh. Well, that's done. I'll expect a schedule of lessons so I can select which Neville will attend. Agreed. As part of our formal agreement, there are things that I need to brief you on immediately, Sirius said, picking up his tea. He explained about Voldemort still being alive in some form, about the Horcruxes in very vague terms, and finally the events at Hogwarts with Peter's escape and the prophecy Harry had heard. What's the plan to deal with this? Augusta said. There was anger in her eyes and a rush of red across her cheeks. She was furious. I'll be informing the authorities tomorrow. We're not really sure how much Dumbledore has shared with the DMLE and the Dom. Then we'll work with them to eliminate the things that keep Voldemort alive. Sirius paused. We believe there may be another prophecy at work, one involving Harry and Voldemort. Augusta winced. There is. She sighed and looked every year of her age for a second. Frank told me about it before they went into hiding. It could have been Neville, you see. We surmised as much. Sirius noted. The prophecy was given by Sybil Trelawney to Albus Dumbledore during her job interview the year the boys were born. Augusta shared. It spoke of a baby with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, born as the 7th month died to parents who had thrice defied the Dark Lord. Frank said there was more to it, but that was all I was told. She looked at him sharply. I would venture that Albus believes it refers to your godson rather than my grandson, as he once informed me that the danger to my family was over, as though that were comfort for what happened to Frank and Alice. Sirius held his tongue. He needed to cover the Lestranges when he spoke with Augusta as the head of the House of Black. Augusta frowned. Well, at least we know and have a plan. She settled back in her chair, although her back was ramrod straight. Thank you for this information. Thank you for sharing what you know of the prophecy, Sirius said. It'll make it easier for Harry and I to track down in the Dom. He clasped his hands together. My final piece of business on behalf of the House of Potter is to extend an invitation to yourself and the heir to the House of Longbottom to attend Lord Potter's adoption into the House of Black the day after tomorrow. Augusta's eyebrows rose in surprise. She pressed her lips together. This seems like an opportune moment for us to move to the audience I granted you earlier, Lord Black. Sirius nodded. Yes. He took a deep breath. My house has wronged yours. Bellatrix Lestrange is my cousin. Rodolphus is my cousin's husband. The House of Black has primacy in their marriage contract. Their line falls under mine. I cannot take back what they did, but I wish to offer restitution. A muscle twitched along her jawline, and her gaze turned steely. And what would the House of Black offer as restitution to the House of Longbottom for the loss of its lord and lady, for the damage to its heir? On Wednesday I will hold a family meeting. In absentia, I will name them all oath-breakers to the House of Black in their act of taking the dark mark, and call upon the family magic to render judgment. They will lose their magic." He stopped for a moment to let Augusta absorb his words. "Judgment," Augusta repeated. "It's been a long while since I've seen family magic invoked in such a way. I will also dissolve the marriage contract between the House of Black and the House of Lestrange, and seize the Lestrange vault in compensation. The heirlooms and artifacts will be retained, but all else will be given over to the House of Longbottom to cover the healing expenses pertaining to Frank and Alice. Bella will then be cast out of the House of Black." She gave a sharp nod of acknowledgment. "I also propose to assume financial responsibility for the heir of Longbottom's education. I will provide a scholarship vault to that end, to cover the forthcoming years, including a mastery if Neville wishes to pursue one. The House of Longbottom will be reimbursed for the last 3 years." Sirius continued. Augusta's lips thinned as she pressed them tightly together. "I accept the House of Black's restitution. As of this morning, the House of Black is formally allied with the House of Potter," Sirius said quietly. He and Harry had exchanged oaths after Harry's inheritance ritual. "One day I hope that we will be able to ally with the House of Longbottom." "One day," Augusta agreed, "but not today. We will, however, be honoured to attend the adoption in support of Lord Potter." She got to her feet, and Sirius knew the audience was over. He got to his feet and bowed. "Our elf will show you back to the flue," Augusta said, holding out her hand as the elf popped in. "Thank you for coming. Thank you for having me." Sirius returned, kissing her knuckles in farewell. He breathed a sigh of relief as Augusta swept from the room. He followed the elf out and checked the time. He was right on schedule. It was almost time for dinner with the Grangers. Oh, oh, oh! Hedwig barked as Harry banked sharply on his broom and surveyed the house and grounds again. His new home was great, warm and welcoming. It wasn't as formal Black Manor, which was a relief, and he loved the sign with "Pronglets" on the door of his bedroom, the photos on the mantelpiece of his mum and dad, the Marauders without Peter, and a few snapshots of him, Sirius and Remus. Dobby had been a huge surprise, but so long as the elf wasn't actively trying to save Harry's life, he was a good elf, and he couldn't do enough for Harry. It was odd, though, not having chores to do. But Sirius had indicated that once the week was over, Harry would be getting culture and etiquette lessons to go along with the magical and political lessons he already did. And Sirius had made it clear that he expected Harry to start to perform duties associated with the House of Potter. So Harry would be going with Remus to follow up on some of the Potter properties, and be actively involved with the scholarship set up in his mother's name. The good news was that Sirius hoped to offer the lessons where appropriate to some of Harry's friends, so he wouldn't face it all alone. Harry had queried the ability to use magic as he was underage, but Sirius had told him they'd apply for an exception on medical grounds, and besides, the ministry would never trace magic performed under the Fidelius. Hedwig flew around him, and he wasn't surprised when he saw Reg join her. The resplendent black owl for the House of Black was rather taken with Hedwig, who ignored him. Dobby had constructed an owlery next to Remus's attic room for the 3 owls in the house, but Hedwig preferred her perch in Harry's room. Harry mused that it was useful having different owls for different purposes. Hooter was very nondescript, and he understood the need for secrecy. He thought it was hilarious that Dumbledore was apparently in Thailand trying to track down Sirius. He would feel sorry for Dumbledore, but he suspected that if his headmaster knew where Harry was, he would try and send him back to the Dursleys. Sirius and Remus were determined that it wasn't going to happen. Harry frowned as he pushed the broom into flight again. He was looking forward to seeing Hermione and Ron. He already missed Kimmy and Hewitt. He couldn't wait to tell Hermione and Ron about them. But he had to wait for normal time to catch up with the time he'd spent in the bubble before he could write to them. A shout from below caught his attention, and he looked down. He waved to Remus, who had come out of the back door and was gesturing that his time was up. He ignored the faint tug of disappointment and dived to the ground, Hedwig and Reg following him. Remus looked a little pale when Harry dismounted. "Do you have to dive so fast?" "I dive faster during Quidditch," Harry pointed out. "Don't remind me," Remus retorted, ruffling his hair as he nudged him inside. "I'm likely to have a heart attack watching one of your games." Harry grinned at him. Remus and Sirius had told him of their plan to attend his matches, and he couldn't help feel a warm glow that they would. "Shower and change into Muggle clothes. Don't forget you have dinner with the Grangers," Remus instructed. "Thanks for organizing it, Remus," Harry said sincerely. Remus had set up a lot of things in the week that he and Sirius had been gone in real time. Remus smiled at him and pushed him in the direction of the narrow back stairs in the kitchen that led to the upper floors. Harry had to admit as he ran up them and entered his room that the time difference was still a little disconcerting. He and Sirius had been in the valley for 2 months, while a week had passed for Remus. It was bizarre to think that the summer holiday was still only just nearly 2 weeks old, with most of July and August still stretched out ahead of them. Harry dumped his dirty clothing into the linen basket in the bathroom and climbed into the shower, running it nice and hot. He loved his new room, and he had his own bathroom, no sharing with the Dursleys. He luxuriated in the hot water, knowing he could spend the time under the spray and wouldn't be chased out. Well, not immediately. He was fairly certain Remus or Sirius, or worse, Dobby, would yank him out if he was going to be late for dinner. The thought spurred him into action, and he set about washing off the sweat and dirt from his flight. Harry knew the next few days were going to be busy. Sirius had explained that they had a lot of political alliances to fix and protection to put in place before Dumbledore returned to chair the session of the Wizengamot, where Sirius would take his place as Lord Black and Regent of the House of Potter. Harry considered that as he stopped the water and grabbed a warm, fluffy towel to dry off. Part of their preparations had been Harry performing the Potter inheritance ritual that morning and allying formally with the House of Black. The ritual had been fascinating. They'd gone to Gringotts early to avoid the crowds and been shown to a private room. The goblins had brought in the ritual bowl, but Sirius insisted they use his knife. The cut across his palm had been momentarily painful, but no big deal. The feel of his family magic, though, that had been such a rush, and the gold griffin that had appeared had been majestic as it bowed to him. Sirius had explained that family magic was usually used to bind oaths and, in extreme circumstances, for judgment. The oaths taken by ancient and noble houses were governed by the family magic. Oaths in general, Sirius had informed him, were not worth very much. They were mainly another way of forming a verbal contract, and like most verbal contracts, they were unenforceable in law. However, if someone took a ritual oath with an ancient and noble house, they became subject to its family magic, and if they broke oath, the magic could be called upon by the head of the house to judge them. Unsurprisingly, most members of ancient and noble houses took it as a matter of honor to uphold the oaths they made. Harry liked the idea of the oaths. He had felt proud making his own oath as head of house and making the alliance with Sirius. It had changed his view of the politics lessons a bit. He realized that he really did need to know about the kind of stuff Sirius had been teaching him. Moreover, he wanted to be included in deciding who to ally with, what his house stood for. He'd been thrilled when Sirius had told him his agenda sounded very much like his grandfather's, and he was looking forward to assuming some of his duties. The scholarship sounded brilliant, something his mum had wanted to give back to Hogwarts, and he was excited at being involved in selecting who would get it. He was a little nervous about working with Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick on it, but Remus had pointed out that both professors had known Harry's parents well and might take the opportunity to tell him some stories. He'd wondered briefly out loud why they hadn't told him while he was at Hogwarts, but Remus had explained that it was difficult because the professors weren't supposed to have favourites or have personal relationships with their students. Remus had even had to promise Dumbledore not to tell Harry how friendly he had been with Harry's father. Harry stopped in front of his wardrobe and sighed. He loved that Sirius and Remus had gone to so much trouble to buy him new wizarding and muggle clothes. but the sheer volume and variety always threw him. He picked out an emerald T-shirt that he'd worn a lot in the States, and a new pair of black denim jeans. He finished his outfit with a black and grey sweater jacket and black trainers. He slipped his new pair of gold wire-framed glasses on his face, and futilely tried to do something with his hair before he gave it up as a lost cause. He picked up his journal and a book he had bought Hermione at the airport as a present, and exited his room just in time to meet Sirius coming out of his. His godfather wore a white T-shirt over a pair of blue denim jeans and a smart black leather blazer. His dark hair was tied back in a ponytail with a no-nonsense black band. He carried a black leather satchel, and he opened it up so Harry could pop the journal and present inside. "Looking good," Sirius said, taking in Harry in one glance. "I've noticed you like that T-shirt." His grey eyes took on a hint of mischief. "It wouldn't have anything to do with Kimmy telling you that he brought out the green in your eyes?" Harry made a non-committal noise and refused to blush. "You said smart but casual, right? And what was that?" "Smart but casual?" As though someone could base an outfit on such a vague description. "Indeed I did." Sirius nudged him towards the stairs. "How did it go today?" Harry asked eagerly. "The House of Potter is once again allied with the House of Longbottom. They're attending the adoption." He made a small grimace, his face contorting for a moment into an unhappy frown. "She's accepted the restitution the House of Black has offered, but won't consider an alliance right now." "You expected that, though," Harry pointed out. "I did," Sirius said. "Elmer Sampson sends his regards and appreciation of your thanks for his service as your former proxy." Harry pulled a face at that. He'd understood the need for the nicety, but he and Sirius had looked over Sampson's record and been distinctly unimpressed. Sampson had voted for a number of laws that Sirius had confirmed Harry's father and grandfather would never have supported, including the werewolf laws that so discriminated against Remus. Harry took the last 2 stairs at a leap to avoid talking more about Sampson. Remus came out of the living room into the hallway just as Harry landed in the hallway. "No jumping." He chided him, and then sighed as he realized Sirius had copied Harry. Harry hid his smile. "Are you sure you don't want to come, Remus? I'm sure Hermione wouldn't mind." "Thank you, Harry, but I have other plans," Remus said with a smile. "Give Hermione my best, though." Harry grinned at him. Sirius pushed him towards the flue. They made their way to Black Manor before taking the flue to Hermione's house, which had been connected just for the night. Harry stumbled out into a normal Muggle house, not unlike the one he'd been raised in, but with an indefinable welcoming feel that Privet Drive lacked. "Harry!" Harry just had enough time to stand properly before Hermione launched herself at him, hugging him hard. "It's so good to see you. I was so surprised when Professor Lupin wrote to my parents and asked if it would be okay for you and Sirius to come over." "Have you been reading The Prophet?" "They've been talking about Sirius all of last week and this week, and everyone's wondering when they're going to see you and Sirius, and—" "Breathe, Hermione," Harry ordered, laughing. She stumbled back and smiled at him. Her hair was its usual bushy self, a mass of brown that seemed bigger than her, although he noticed absently that Hermione was growing more and more into it as time went on. She was just as cute as Kimmy, Harry realized with surprise, as he took in her denim skirt and summery top. So much more flattering than the school robes. "You look nice," Hermione said shyly, and he belatedly realized that she had performed a review of him while he had been doing a review of her. "You too," Harry said. He turned around just as Sirius stepped out. Sirius smirked at Harry and waved his wand over him. Soot vanished from Harry and Hermione. "We need to add flue lessons to your schedule." "I can't wait till we learn how to apparate," Harry said. He looked at his godfather hopefully. "I don't suppose— No, I am a responsible adult, and you will be learning to apparate in your 6th year, and not a moment before," Sirius said primly. Hermione gave a quiet laugh beside Harry. "It's good to see you again, Mr. Black." "Sirius, please," Sirius replied, taking Hermione's outstretched hand and dropping a kiss on her knuckles. "Or Padfoot, if you'd prefer." A throat being cleared by the door had them all turning to look at an older and amused-looking version of Hermione. "Mum," Hermione waved her hand at Harry and Sirius, "this is Harry and Sirius Black. This is my mum, Hermione's mum, otherwise known as Miriam Granger." She crossed the room and stuck her hand out in a no-nonsense way that reminded Harry of Hermione herself. Mrs. Granger. Harry followed Sirius's example with Hermione and kissed the back of her knuckles, surprising the older woman. Sirius did the same. "Please call me Sirius. And I'm Miriam." Miriam's gaze raked over them both. "Well, it's good to have you both here. Come through. It's a nice day, so Wallis thought any excuse for a barbecue." She led them through a narrow corridor and into a large family kitchen which opened up onto a wide patio and substantial garden. There was another round of introductions. Sirius accepted a beer from a cool box to the side of where Wallis had set up the smoking grill, and Harry stuck with unsweetened lemonade on the picnic table, which was also laden with summer salads. The drink was tart but refreshing, and he had learned his lesson about alcohol. Miriam coaxed her husband away from the grill, and they all adjourned to the table. "I have to admit that I was a little surprised when we got the request for a meeting, Sirius." Miriam smiled at him warmly. "According to that magical newspaper Hermione gets, everyone thinks you're abroad." Deliberate misdirection on the part of myself and my advisers. Sirius confirmed. He nudged Harry's shoulder with his own. "We wanted to make sure my getting custody of this one went off without a hitch. Unfortunately, there are too many people out there who would have loved to have interfered, since Harry is famous in the wizarding world, and after the events surrounding me." "Tch!" He gave a shrug. "Understandable," Wallis said. "And congratulations." "Thank you," Harry said, beaming at Sirius again. "I believe you had something to talk to us about?" Miriam prompted. "Professor Lupin was quite vague, but he mentioned something about a life debt. Hermione has already done some research, and she tells us that they're quite important in the wizarding world." Harry was unsurprised. He turned to Hermione. "So what did you find out?" "Well, just what Mum said, really," Hermione admitted with some chagrin. "There wasn't a great deal of information in the books I have, and I haven't had time to get to Diagon Alley to find something more relevant." "Maybe I should explain more," Sirius offered easily. Everyone nodded, and Harry was amused to realize that all three Grangers had identical looks of fascination, curiosity, and anticipation. Hermione was almost vibrating in her seat opposite him. "Historically, life debts had much more importance than they do now," Sirius began. "It used to be that if one wizard saved the life of another, that the rescued wizard would have to remain beside their rescuer until they had returned the favor. That went out of fashion around the time the ancient and noble houses were formed." Harry shifted, a tad bored because he'd heard it before. "It then became a matter of honor for the houses." Sirius explained. "If a member of one house saved the member of another, it created a political debt between them that could only be satisfied with an alliance or an exchange of money or property of some sort, usually negotiated dependent on the relative value of the person saved. If you saved the youngest daughter, for instance, that would be viewed differently than saving the heir to the house or the head of house. The former might be offered in marriage, for instance, but the latter might determine a house alliance." "It all sounds very Victorian, or do I mean Edwardian?" Miriam commented. "Austen-ish, anyway." Sirius smiled at her. "If you mean old-fashioned, you'd be right. It is even for the wizarding world." "What about if you weren't from a house?" Hermione jumped in enthusiastically. "What happens then?" "Ah, well, if a member of a house saved the life of an ordinary wizard or witch, then the ordinary wizard or witch would become beholden to them to a degree, and would pay off the debt by working on the estates of the house, or performing other services for the house," Sirius said. "Equally, if it was the other way around, the house became responsible for the ordinary wizard or witch, and would ensure employment and safety. They gained the protection and sanctuary of a house." "Is it a magical bond?" Hermione immediately moved to her next question. "No," Sirius laughed. "Magical bonds of any kind are very rare, and the most common are between wizards or witches and their familiars. There are twin bonds, but beyond that, no. An oath might be taken as part of the life debt payment." He motioned with his beer bottle. Equally, if an oath was already in existence, incurring a life debt may make the person involved more inclined to keep that oath. But as I've said to Harry, only oaths to ancient and noble houses can be enforced through magic, and that's usually a judgment after the oath has already been broken. Oaths in general are nothing more than verbal contracts. All three Grangers went to ask a question, and all stopped abruptly and looked at each other to decide which was going to get the chance to ask their question. Sirius and Harry exchanged smiles at the silent Granger communication going on in front of them. Both parents looked at their daughter expectantly, and Hermione sat back with a quiet huff as she acknowledged she had already had the opportunity to ask 2 questions. Wallace waved a hand at his wife. Miriam smiled. "You said this was the fashion, but no longer." Life debts aren't usually acknowledged these days, and if they are, usually at the insistence of the older generation, then it's a token gesture, a favour or money, Sirius said. However, the houses follow the tradition between themselves, as it's a matter of honour. "Now, my question," Wallace said, raising his own beer. "What does a life debt have to do with Hermione?" "Your daughter, along with Harry, saved my life," Sirius answered simply. Miriam and Wallace glanced at their daughter, who was turning cherry red under the attention. "I assume because she gave evidence to aid your acquittal?" Miriam asked, perplexed. Sirius raised an eyebrow at Hermione in a silent question of, "Have you told them?" and received a brief shake of a head in response. Harry threw her an apologetic look. They hadn't meant to get her in trouble. "On the night I was captured at Hogwarts," Sirius said firmly, "the headmaster gave Hermione and Harry permission to help me escape. They used a magical device to help get them to the right place, found transportation for me, and got me out of the office where I was locked up. If it hadn't been for them, I would have forfeited my soul to a Dementor." "And why is this the first we're hearing about it, if you had the headmaster's permission?" asked Wallace, staring pointedly at his daughter. "The device," Harry jumped in, "the magical device we used." Hermione wasn't supposed to tell anyone else about it. "Sirius and I only got told because of the headmaster's permission to use it. Hermione shot him a grateful look and nodded at her parents. "And I didn't want to worry you," she admitted honestly. "I mean, this year has been relatively quiet and normal, really, compared to first and second year, and—" "Hermione," Miriam interrupted sternly. Hermione grimaced, her eyes downcast. "Sorry, Mum." "We're not angry with you." Miriam cast a look at Harry and Sirius, and Harry got the distinct impression that she regretted the conversation was taking place in front of them. "But I'm disappointed that you felt you couldn't tell us, not even in general terms." "I feel I should apologize," Sirius began. "Please don't," Wallace said immediately. "I dare say Hermione's reticence is in part our fault, as we may have indicated to her that we weren't happy with the amount of danger this school of hers seems to place her in every year. Did you know somebody let a troll into the school in her first year, which almost killed her, and then she was in a magical coma the year after?" He huffed out a breath at Hermione's dejected face. "We discussed not sending her back for her third year, which is why I think someone was reluctant to tell us what happened." Harry was alarmed at that. Hermione had almost been withdrawn. And what now that they knew she'd been in danger again? "It's all my fault," he blurted out. "Nonsense," Miriam said briskly. "From what Hermione said, you saved her from the troll and were playing your broomstick sport when Hermione ended up in the coma." "You're a young boy, Harry. It's not your fault these events took place. You've been a good friend to Hermione, and you are one of the reasons why we decided to let her continue at Hogwarts." Well, she's been a good friend to me too," Harry said, a little taken aback at the heartfelt praise. He felt Sirius's hand on his shoulder and settled again. "I tell you whose fault it is," Wallace added, "that headmaster of yours. What is he thinking, allowing a troll and things that caused comas to get inside a school with children? And, you'll forgive me, Sirius." Sirius nodded enthusiastically. "But what was he playing at sending 2 kids to rescue you? Why couldn't he have done it?" "An excellent question," Sirius agreed fervently. "The headmaster is a great wizard and a—" Hermione defended Dumbledore passionately, and Harry knew that before his time at the clinic with Sirius he might have been eagerly waiting for his turn to do the same. And a senile old man, by the sound of it. Wallace interjected, cutting off his daughter's words. "I'm sorry, sweetheart," Miriam said, "but I agree with your father. If I ever meet this headmaster of yours, believe me, I will have more than a few questions for him." "I feel exactly the same way," Sirius said. There was a moment between the adults that had Hermione and Harry doing a mutual eye-roll while their guardians' gazes were occupied elsewhere. Miriam cleared her throat and turned to her daughter. "That said, we're very proud of you, Hermione, for helping to save Sirius's life and see justice get done." "Very proud," Wallace repeated gruffly. Hermione's eyes shone brightly, and her mother gave a one-armed hug, squeezing her tightly until the threat of tears went away. Harry fidgeted awkwardly with his glass of lemonade, unsure what to do. "So," said Wallace brightly, "you owe Hermione a life debt?" "Oh, yes," Sirius said, enthusiastically returning to the original subject, "and I would like to honour it." Miriam and Wallace exchanged another wry look. "Honour it? How exactly?" Miriam asked briskly. Her arm remained around her daughter. Her eyes twinkled suddenly. "If you'd like to offer Harry as a potential bridegroom, I'd have no problems with that." "Mum!" Hermione yelped, going a bright red. Harry figured his own cheeks were a similar colour from the heat he could feel. He didn't even look at Sirius, because he knew Sirius would just tease him if he did. In some ways he knew it was a compliment, but in others it was mortifying. Hermione was his friend, and it wasn't that he didn't realize she was a girl, it was just she was his friend. And why would she be interested in him, he concluded with a fair amount of confusion. "I would offer him," Sirius began mischievously. Harry glared at him. "But Harry will have to choose his own wife." Sirius winked at him. "His dad did a fair job with his mum, so I think he'll choose wisely. Of course, his dad also chose the smartest witch of his generation." There was a ripple of chuckles around the table from Miriam and Wallace, at the unsubtle implication that Sirius would be quite happy if Harry did choose Hermione. And Harry smiled apologetically, mouthing a "sorry" at her. She returned his smile with a shy one of her own. "Are marriage contracts usual in the wizarding world?" Miriam asked. Betrothal contracts are not used any more, and there was a ruling that effectively declared any old, outstanding ones to be null and void just after the war with Grindelwald. Matchmaking still happens to a degree where families may agree an introduction and an intended arrangement. However, contracts to protect assets and agree terms, especially for ancient and noble houses, are usual, Sirius said. Remus tells me that there's something similar in the Muggle world. Pre-nuptial agreements, Miriam supplied. They're only usually done by the very rich, though. "Well, if we can't get Hermione married off," Wallace said with a smirk in Hermione's direction, "what are you proposing exactly?" "I'd like to offer her the sponsorship of the House of Black," Sirius said. "There are 3 reasons. Firstly, because you don't have magic, you're quite restricted in what you can do as parents to protect her in the wizarding world, either physically or legally. In fact, under our legal system, you have very few rights. Sponsorship by an ancient and noble house means that Hermione would get the same protection as any daughter of my house. While Hermione is at school, it means that the House of Black could act in loco parentis. If Hermione ended up in the hospital wing for an extended period of time, I or my steward could visit and provide a conduit for news." The Grangers exchanged a look of surprised pleasure. "We can see the benefits of that," Wallace said, "especially after Hermione's 2nd year." Miriam nodded. It was torture getting an owl from Professor McGonagall to say that Hermione was in the infirmary but not be able to see how she was. She patted her daughter's hand. "That's why we seriously considered removing you, sweetheart." "I'm sorry," Hermione said sadly. "I can't even imagine. It must have been awful." "Well, sponsorship would help going forward," Sirius said, before they all got sidetracked again. "Secondly, I would assume financial responsibility for Hermione's education." He brushed aside their first murmurs of protest. "Don't worry, I'm very rich." Hermione's parents exchanged a silent look. "I can't say we wouldn't appreciate the financial boon of not having to pay for the tuition," Miriam said. We can afford it, but there's always something else we could use the money for, holidays, or I've been wanting to remodel the kitchen. And then there's always the attic conversion we've been thinking of doing, or buying a place in France. The third reason, said Wallace loudly. Sirius coughed to hide a chuckle. It will open up opportunities for Hermione after Hogwarts. A lot of Muggle-borns find it difficult to secure high-paid employment in the wizarding world. It's difficult for them. Magical schooling separates them from the Muggle world, so they can't go back easily. And yet the innate prejudices of the wizarding world mean that they face an uphill battle if they want a career in the top flight, the Ministry or St. Mungo's, or apprenticing to some of the masters of our world. The Grangers were frowning. Remus says it's similar to the Muggle world, where the government for a time only took people from Oxford and Thingy-me-bridge. Sirius offered a little uncertainly. Or even getting into Oxford and Cambridge to begin with, Hermione suggested sagely. She brushed her fringe out of her eyes. I knew we'd have to choose electives for third year, so I started researching career options at the end of second year. I read some of the alumni records that are available in the library and realized the problem then. It's one of the reasons why I took everything I could. Why didn't you say something? Harry blurted out, a little upset to realize that it was something that had evidently bothered his friend enough to send her to the library, but he hadn't known. Well, it was the end of the year, and it's not something that either you or Ron have to worry about, really, Hermione replied, blushing again. I take it sponsorship will help Hermione attain the career she wants? Wallace asked. Sirius nodded. It'll open doors and people won't dismiss her out of hand. But isn't it cheating? Hermione asked worriedly. I mean, I would prefer to get something on my own merits. And you will, Sirius said firmly. Nobody will offer you anything just because you have sponsorship. It's a bit like having Hogwarts as your school. It gives you an advantage, but you'll still have to do the hard work to obtain good grades and the extracurricular stuff that will help you. So we've heard about the benefits of scholarship, what is actually involved? Miriam asked. An oath, Sirius replied promptly. He set his beer down and reached into his satchel, pulling out a sheaf of parchments Remus had prepared. The full details are in there. Primarily, we do a ritual where the sponsor puts a drop of blood into a bowl and Hermione puts a drop of hers, and they each swear an oath, one to do the sponsoring and Hermione to accept. Miriam took the parchments before Hermione could make a grab for them. We'll read these over carefully. I should also tell you that it's not appropriate for me to be Hermione's sponsor, as I'm a single male, Sirius said. I'll be asking my cousin Andromeda to take the role. She's married to a Muggle-born wizard called Ted, and they have a daughter who has just left Hogwarts to start at the Aura Academy. If you agree, I would like you to meet her ahead of the ritual. If there are any issues, we'll work something else out. But Andy's a great witch, and I don't think you'll have any problems with her. He paused. There is a small problem with timing, as we have an additional favour to ask of you. For me, really, Harry inserted quickly. Anything, Hermione said immediately, and promptly blushed at the arching eyebrows of her mother. Sirius is going to adopt me the day after tomorrow, Harry told her proudly. Hermione bounced out of her chair, around the table, and hugged him. She let go of him and beamed at Sirius and at Harry. That's wonderful! Oh, I'm so pleased for you, Harry. Yes, congratulations again, Miriam said, watching Hermione carefully. Sirius picked up his beer and ruffled Harry's hair. Thank you. We were hoping to do all the rituals on the same day and combine it with a blessing ritual of the protection Harry's mother gave him before she died. That's a very good idea, Hermione agreed, darting another anxious look towards her parents. Harry assumed she hadn't exactly told them about Voldemort either. He couldn't blame her. How would it work? Hermione asked enthusiastically, seating herself next to Harry and almost leaning over him to look at Sirius. Harry inched back a little. Sirius smirked at him. Well, the ritual is runic-based. Each female member of the House of Black will prick their finger and draw a specific protection rune on Harry's forehead, renewing the blessing of his mother. So if I take the sponsorship ritual, I'll be a daughter of the house and could take part, Hermione surmised quickly. Yes, Sirius held up his hand, but only if your parents agree. After some research, we realized the protection spell will eventually erode if Harry doesn't live periodically with his aunt. As that's not going to happen going forward, we think this ritual will acknowledge the adoption and mean Harry will only have to live with a member of the Black family.
Tea. That's so clever.
Hermione looked admiringly at Sirius. It was Remus's idea, Harry said. His former professor had put a lot of work into researching the spells and understanding their complexity. Sirius coughed. Yes, it was. He waved towards the parchment. Remus thought you would appreciate the details. He returned his gaze to Miriam and Wallace. If you consent to the sponsorship before Wednesday, then it will be great to have Hermione involved, as she, out of all the female members of the house, will be the only one to actually have an actual existing relationship with Harry, and that will strengthen the spell. But if you would like more time to make a decision, we'll understand and can still do the sponsorship ritual another time. We'll look over the information, Miriam promised. I'll send Hedwig tomorrow, Harry promised. She'll have your formal invite to the adoption ceremony. You can let us know by reply, Sirius added. Good, Wallace stated. He motioned towards the grill. Well, if that's the business over and done with, we should throw the meat on. Sirius perked up and followed Wallace over to the smoking apparatus. Miriam rolled her eyes at the men before she gathered up the parchment and got to her feet. I have some finishing touches to put on dessert. Hermione made a move to join her, but was waved back into her seat. Stay and keep your friend company, Hermione. Miriam winked at them both and departed. Hermione offered Harry another shy smile. Sorry about all that before. They've been teasing me all summer about whether I'll get a boyfriend next year just because I was complaining about Parvati and Lavender going on about dates in Hogsmeade. Harry frowned. He hadn't thought about Hermione dating anyone. The thought disturbed him, and he wasn't sure why. Maybe he was just worried she'd stop being his friend, Harry mused, which was silly because Hermione wouldn't drop him for a boyfriend any more than he would drop her if he got a girlfriend. He truly hadn't thought about dating and girls himself, beyond noticing sometimes that some of his classmates were getting pretty and cute, like he'd done with Hermione when he'd arrived, or with Kimmy at the clinic. He'd ignored Dean and Seamus when they'd mentioned girls they fancied, and Ron had never brought up the topic. But then Harry had never really taken part in the boyfriend-girlfriend stuff before. In primary school, when his classmates had been playing at it more than anything, nobody had approached him because of Dudley, and Dudley had been kicked in the privates, the one and only time he'd tried to play kiss-chase with a girl. It was one of Harry's favourite memories. He'd actually been pleased when he'd started Hogwarts. That boyfriend and girlfriend stuff didn't seem to be a thing in the wizarding world, possibly because it was slightly old-fashioned compared to the Muggle world. He guessed he was going to have to think about it more in the coming year. It was fairly common knowledge around the school that most people started dating in fourth year. A few of the third years had already begun because Hogsmeade provided a date venue. He hadn't totally escaped the gossip that filled the Gryffindor common room or the whispers in the classrooms. Great, he thought morosely. How was he supposed to go about dating girls? Hermione patted his hand, obviously reading his expression correctly. Don't worry about it, Harry. She smiled at him. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a queue of girls lined up when you are ready to ask someone. Really? Harry looked at her doubtfully. Who would want to date me? She rolled her eyes at him. Only most of the girls in our year, and probably a lot in the others too. You're considered quite the catch, and I can imagine the publicity from the summer is going to just increase your fanciability. Is that even a word? Harry teased before he grimaced again. Anyway, from what you're saying, most of the girls want to go out with the boy who lived, not me. He could see Hermione open her mouth to protest, but she closed it again abruptly. I guess you might be right about that, she admitted softly. But as someone who knows you, I think they'll be happy once they get to know you, and if you don't date them, how are they going to get to know, you? Maybe, Harry said, uncertain she was right. I was thinking it might be good to make some new friends next year. You and Ron are great and my best friends, and that's not going to change, he hastened to assure her, but it just occurred to me that I don't have a lot of other friends. You probably have more than me. What about the Quidditch team? Hermione said, and Neville, Dean and Seamus. The Quidditch team are great, and Fred and George maybe are friends, but Oliver was— Well, Oliver, the girls are older than me, Harry said. As for the guys in my dorm, I guess I'm about as close to Dean and Seamus as you are to Parvati and Lavender. We're mates, but not friends. Hermione nodded in acknowledgment. Neville, Harry smiled. I'm hoping to get to know Neville better this summer. He's going to join me for some lessons. Our mothers were best friends at school. His mum was my godmother, and my mum was his. Oh, wow, Hermione said, her eyes narrowed. What lessons are you doing? Harry brightened and gave her the headlines: Wizarding Etiquette and Culture, Politics and Estate Management, Runes and Magic. But what about the underage? Medical exception. Harry grimaced. Sirius got custody of me the night before they announced his being innocent. We've been away at a healing clinic this past week. He explained the time bubble at the clinic and his treatment and power issues. He picked up Sirius's bag and took out the journal and the wrapped present. Because of the amount of time we were there, one of the healers suggested I write to you and Ron in a kind of journal, as though I was sending you letters. I put all my politics lessons in there too, since I figured you'd want to know about it. He handed her the journal and the gift. I picked the present up at the airport. It's a book on American magic, thought you might like it, but it's okay if you don't. Harry, Hermione said, delighted. Thank you. You didn't need to get me anything. The journal would have been enough. She was already holding on to it tightly. Her front teeth sank into her lower lip. Do you think Sirius will let me join you and Neville for your lessons? Harry nodded. If your parents are okay with it. He glanced toward Wallace and Sirius to make sure they were engaged in the discussion, and lowered his voice. I take it you didn't tell them everything about Voldemort and what happened with the stone? Hermione nodded. They kind of freaked out at Christmas about the troll, so no. She sighed. I doubt I would have told them about the basilisk, but obviously they found out from the school. I was petrified, and I pretended it was no big deal so they wouldn't worry. She made an unhappy face. I had no idea it was so bad for them. He moved to put his hand over her arm. You couldn't have known. And if it helps any, Sirius freaked out about everything when he found out too. There was a shared moment of solidarity between them. Well, that helps explain why he said what he did about the headmaster, Hermione noted with a hint of disapproval. I thought he'd be more grateful to him. Hermione, your parents were right, Harry interrupted fiercely. Dumbledore could have saved him himself. He's Chief Warlock. He could have placed Sirius in his protective custody and overruled Fudge, but he didn't. Hermione's mouth opened and closed again. Her shock was written all over her face. But surely— She searched Harry's eyes for something, anything to explain it. But why didn't he then? Me, Harry said succinctly. He took a breath to keep his temper under control. Dumbledore was the one who left me with the Dursleys, Hermione. We think he was trying to make sure I went back there and didn't have somewhere else to go. But that's awful, Hermione exclaimed. How could he leave you with those terrible people and— Oh, this is just too much. Sirius thinks it has to do with this spell that my mum did, and some wards she put up at my aunt's. Harry admitted. He thinks Dumbledore was trying to protect me. She looked furious for a second before her face froze into mute horror. What? Harry asked. Hermione sighed heavily and leaned closer to him, lowering her voice. You don't think— He was Chief Warlock when Sirius was imprisoned, and he should have made sure Sirius got a trial. Do you? Harry was already shaking his head. Sirius doesn't think it was deliberate. He says Dumbledore should have checked, but that he's pretty sure from the conversation they had in the office when Sirius was captured that Dumbledore honestly thought he was guilty. He shrugged. It doesn't matter. Dumbledore's in Thailand, and by the time he gets back I'll be adopted and he won't have a say in it any more. It's just so unbelievable. He's always seemed so good and kind and great, Hermione said miserably. He's Albus Dumbledore. He's not supposed to make mistakes, Harry said quietly. Sirius says nobody is perfect. I guess not, Hermione said with a huff. She sighed and changed the subject. Ron sent a letter with Errol. He's invited us to the Quidditch World Cup. My mum and Dad are thinking about that too, although I'm not really sure I want to go. Have you talked with him yet? Harry shook his head. "We've only been back a couple of days, and we've been settling into our new house. We're supposed to be seeing them tomorrow evening to give them an invite to the adoption. Ron and his parents, I mean." She bit her lip again. "You're not inviting Ginny?" Her question took him aback. He hadn't really had much contact with Ginny over the past year, although they'd exchanged small talk in the common room and sat together occasionally at meals. He'd tried to pay her some attention since the previous year had been so horrible for her, but he felt awkward around her. He still half expected her to fall into her butter dish, if he was honest. "If I invite Ginny, then I have to invite Fred and George, and I don't really have an issue with it, but Sirius wanted to keep it small." "Would it be so bad?" Hermione asked. "It's just Ginny and I chatted a bit at the end of the year, and she wants to get to know you better. If we want to make more friends like you were saying before, and I actually think that's a good suggestion, we should try and get to know more people. Ginny might be a good place to start." Harry sighed and confessed the real reason. "Yeah, but I think Ginny has a crush on you." Hermione nodded. "Of course she does." "Then why?" "Because, Harry, she wants to get past it and become your friend," Hermione said. "I know it's awkward, but the boy who lived was her childhood hero, and you saved her life, so of course she has a massive crush on you. It's quite a lot for her to get past." "I helped save your life, and you didn't get a crush on me," Harry pointed out, proud of his logic. Hermione blushed and looked a tad guilty. Harry stared at her speechless as he realized the implication. "Look, that was me. Obviously I was mature enough not to get a crush on you." Hermione's cheeks reddened even more as she blatantly lied, and she made a hand wave as though to dismiss the entire thing. "Ginny, I think all she really wants is a chance to get past her crush and get to know you." "I'm not promising anything," Harry said, deciding they should drop the subject quickly rather than dwell on the fact that Hermione had once had a crush on him, "but I'll talk with Sirius about inviting all the Weasleys." Hermione smiled at him brightly. "Thank you, Harry." She frowned suddenly. "You know I owe you a life debt for the troll and Merlin. I owe Ron too." "I don't think so," Harry said. "From what Sirius told me, you can't owe someone a life debt if they were responsible for placing you in danger in the first place, and Ron was the reason why you were in the bathroom." He waved his hand. "As for me, if you ever did owe me anything, you saved my life since, and besides, saving Sirius paid it back tenfold, Hermione." Her eyes took on a mischievous glint. "I tell you what, just to make sure there are no debts between us, I'll run interference for you if Ginny gets too crushy." "That isn't funny," Harry exclaimed hotly, although he wasn't truly mad at her teasing. "It's a little funny," Hermione retorted, "and besides, you should be happy someone likes you." Her face fell. "I don't think I'm going to have a queue of boys lining up to ask me to Hogsmeade." Harry felt the same disturbed lurch in his belly as he had earlier, but his need to reassure her trounced it. Unfortunately, he had no idea how to reassure her, and settled for squeezing her arm absently. She smiled at him in appreciation, though so maybe it had been the right thing to do. The sound of a throat being cleared at the head of the table had them both looking up sharply. Sirius smirked at Harry. His gaze fell pointedly to where Harry was still holding on to Hermione's arm. Harry blushed bright red and let go. "Your dad wanted your help," Sirius told Hermione. She sighed and headed over to the grill. Sirius sat down and grinned at Harry. "Don't," Harry warned him briskly, "or I'll tell Remus about the time Healer Fay was over when we were swimming and you lost your—" "We swore we would never speak of that," Sirius reminded him quickly. He stared at his godfather. "Fine, no teasing about how cozy you and Hermione were looking," Sirius promised in a grumbling tone. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and sat up straighter as Hermione returned with a plate of piled high with burgers, steaks, and chops. "I hope you're hungry," Miriam said with a laugh as she and Wallace rejoined them. The topic of conversation turned to questions over how comfortable Sirius seemed in the Muggle world, and Harry sat back, content to listen to tales of how his mum had made sure the Marauders could handle Muggle things. He glanced at Hermione and felt his stomach flip-flop again. He was hungry, Harry thought determinedly. That was probably all it was. Sirius paced nervously in the reception-room. There was a lot riding on the outcome of the meetings he was about to hold. If things didn't work out as he and Remus hoped, they would deal with it, Sirius thought briskly. There was always the obliviate spell. He heard the approaching cheery voice of Penelope, and Move hastily smoothed his formal robes as she and Remus entered. Penelope smiled at him brightly. "Very smart, Lord Black." "How many times do I have to tell you it's Sirius?" He complained at her good-naturedly. "Not during working hours." Penelope reprimanded him as she brushed imaginary lint from his shoulders. "You have an image to convey." Remus smirked at him and handed him a black canvas bag. "Here's the Pensieve and the Memories." He patted his arm. "You'll be fine, Padfoot. It's only fudge." "Right," Sirius said. "And whose idea was that I should be the one to tell him and not Brian, as we originally agreed?" "Brian's." Penelope and Remus chorused together. Sirius glared at the two of them. "Look, I think Brian's right. Fudge will probably take the news of you being Lord Black better if you tell him yourself," Remus said. "According to Brian, he's all agog at the request of a one-to-one meeting with you on the subject of Lord Black, ahead of the Lord Black meet-and-greet session later this afternoon, with Directors Bones and Croker here at the Manor. You'll be fine. If I get thrown back into Azkaban, I'm blaming you," Sirius stated dryly. Penelope cleared her throat. "You should get going, Lord Black. You don't want to be late. The Minister is expecting you." Sirius turned to Remus and opened his mouth. "Yes, I'll go back to Griffin House and check on Harry later. I'm sure he and Minerva are getting along fine, though." Remus ushered him towards the flue. Sirius harumphed, took a deep breath, and tossed some power into the fire. "Minister's office." He stepped out into Fudge's private domain and straightened immediately, staring at the two auras, flanking the Minister with suspicion. Fudge immediately got a clue about Sirius's discomfort and gestured back at the auras. "Oh, they're here. Just a precaution in case someone else stepped out." Sirius moderated his tone to something vaguely diplomatic. "If the auras would like to check me for glamours or polyjuice, they're certainly welcome to do so, Minister." Fudge waved the auras forward. "Shacklebolt, Dawlish." "Apologies, Mr. Black," Shacklebolt said formally. "We won't be more than a moment." He lifted his wand and did an intricate gesture to start the identification spell that Sirius knew well. It was mandatory aura training, as was Dawlish's position. He'd stayed back to cover Shacklebolt. Dawlish he knew from his aura days, a miserable git who Sirius had half suspected of being a Death-Eater. "Shacklebolt? Shacklebolt? Kingsley Shacklebolt?" Sirius asked. "I seem to remember you were at the Academy after I completed my Hit Wizard training." "That's right, Mr. Black." Kingsley smiled at him politely. "You held most of the records we were trying to beat." He turned to the Minister. "He is Sirius Black, Minister." "May we ask what's in the bag?" Dawlish asked roughly before his partner could ask for them to be dismissed. Sirius raised an eyebrow. "A present for the Minister for his sterling effort to uphold justice." Fudge broke into another pleased smile, and almost clapped his hands together in delight. He made a wavy hand gesture at the auras. "Please leave us, gentlemen." The auras left, Dawlish with obvious reluctance. "Sirius, may I call you Sirius? You must call me Cornelius." Fudge charged forward as soon as the office door closed behind the auras and held out his pudgy hand. "Welcome to the Ministry." Sirius shook hands. "Sirius is fine, Minister." He requested permission to raise a privacy bubble and fudge. Cornelius smiled ruefully. "Brian does the same thing." Cornelius said, amused, as he indicated for Sirius to go ahead. "This is the safest office in Britain." "I'm afraid I attended the Alastor Moody School of Constant Vigilance, Minister," Sirius said. He waved his great-grandfather's wand around and nodded happily when the privacy spell took, and the office was secured. "You've probably guessed the reason for this meeting already, Cornelius, so I won't keep you in suspense," Sirius began, as he placed the canvas bag on the Minister's desk. "Brian said he suspected you'd worked it out when he mentioned how quickly I was able to respond to the query about custody when he had initially written to Lord Black." "Well, Cornelius looked fairly bemused as he took his seat. "Obviously you realized then that I was, and indeed am, Lord Black," Sirius announced briskly, ignoring blithely the different shades of red that Cornelius was turning. He mentally took away the concealment spell on his ring and waggled it at the minister. "I can't tell you how much I appreciate your discretion in keeping my secret to date and supporting my guardianship of Harry. I am in your debt." He pulled out the brand-new pensieve from the bag and set it down in front of Cornelius. "I hope you accept this as a small token of my thanks and appreciation." Cornelius's eyes dropped to the magical artifact and gasped. "It's top of the line, newest model," Sirius stated as he took a seat. "As you know, many countries have provided pensieves for their ministers for years, and it's criminal that the Wizengamot hasn't authorized budget for you to have one yet." "Criminal, yes." Cornelius touched it reverently. "I can't tell you how envious the American ambassador is going to be the next time he comes round. This is much better than the one in his office." He sat back suddenly and gazed at Sirius. This was the pivotal moment, Sirius mused. Cornelius knew that Sirius probably knew that Cornelius hadn't guessed at all. But Cornelius had two choices: to throw his toys out of the pram, or to graciously allow them both to pretend that he had guessed, save face, and continue to develop a relationship with Lord Black. Sirius also knew that Cornelius had to be considering the fact that not only was Sirius Lord Black, but he was also the Potter Regent. His eyes had already skated over the crests on his robes twice. Cornelius cleared his throat. "I have to confess that while I did suspect, as Brian surmised, I didn't actually know for certain that you were Lord Black, Lord Black. I thought we agreed it was Sirius," Sirius said smoothly. He was surprised at Cornelius's admission, but it was a good ploy, a half-truth, but not an all-out lie, something that allowed Cornelius to save face, but acknowledged the truth at the same time. Cornelius smiled widely at him. "Sirius it is. My new assistant calls me Lord Black, and I keep looking for my grandfather," Sirius joked, trying to remember all the lessons at political glad-handing that his father and mother had literally beaten into him. "I remember when my parents found a tutor for me before Hogwarts, and Professor Lycan called me Mr. Fudge for the first time. I thought he was referring to my father and wouldn't answer him." Cornelius replied with good humour, "I received a fair few raps on the knuckles for that. Harry finds being Lord Potter quite strange, but then nobody has ever told him about his house responsibilities until this summer." "Oh?" Cornelius frowned. "I mean, I'm not surprised at the Muggles, because what would they know about it? But surely Albus—" Sirius shook his head. "I'm afraid not." He didn't have to pretend the heavy grimace that he made. "Harry has been left entirely too uninformed about his place in our world, not just the boy who lived nonsense, but the House of Potter, his family, his heritage," he sighed. "I've been told that his teachers were made to promise not to tell him about his mother and father." "That is terrible," Cornelius commiserated. "I've had concerns about how Albus has been handling things at Hogwarts for a number of years now, but his hold on the school is absolute." "Speaking of concerns," Sirius said, turning the conversation to what he was really there for, "I did have an ulterior motive for getting you the pensieve." He reached back into the canvas bag and extracted 3 vials filled with silvery fluid. "With your permission, I'd like to show you some copies of Harry's memories from his time at Hogwarts. I'm not certain how much you know already, how much information Albus has shared, but I believe it's important for you to see them. However, I must have an oath that you will keep this information confidential." Cornelius nodded slowly. "I'm intrigued, so I'll agree." He picked up his wand. "I, Cornelius Ambrose Fudge, swear to the House of Black to keep the contents of this meeting confidential." There was a flash of light from the tip of his wand, and Sirius was satisfied. He motioned for Sirius to fill the pensieve, and they dived into the basin. The memory began with Harry and his friends approaching the Cerberus, and went from there. "What is this exactly?" Cornelius asked a tad impatiently. "Some kind of student obstacle course for their first-year Data exam." "I can understand your concern. The dog is a bit much." "Well, I'm afraid it's nothing as benign as an obstacle course," Sirius replied, This is a set of traps created by the Hogwarts professors to protect Flamel's Philosopher's Stone, or at least that's what they're supposed to be protecting. Somebody has already gotten past them, and Harry and his friends are trying to stop the potential thief." He pointed Cornelius back at the action. They watched silently for the most part, although Cornelius muttered a "Oh, good show" as Harry caught the key. As Harry faced Quirrell and Voldemort, Cornelius paled considerably. Sirius had thrown up, so the minister was actually doing better than he had done at that stage. He was shaking by the time Sirius led him out of the memory. Just after Harry's discussion with Dumbledore in the infirmary, Sirius had been livid when he'd seen it for the first time. Remus had stuck him to a chair until he'd cooled down enough to agree that trying to find Dumbledore in Thailand to hex him was a bad idea. "Fire whiskey?" prompted Sirius gently. Cornelius pointed at a cabinet, and Sirius retrieved the alcohol and poured him a generous amount. He resumed his seat and waited for Cornelius to speak. "I assume there's no hoping that the memory has been tampered with, or that this isn't an elaborate fantasy of young Harry's," Cornelius said eventually, his hands wrapped tightly around his whiskey glass. "It's my intention to show the memory to Amelia Bones and Wilbert Croker later. I'm sure they can both vouch for the authenticity," Sirius said firmly. "I'm certain it can be independently verified, for that matter, if necessary." No, just—" Cornelius took a gulp of his drink and slumped back in his chair. "I can't believe that. You know. Who is still out there? He was supposed to be dead. How could Albus not tell anyone?" "In part to protect the wizarding world, I suspect," Sirius replied. "From what I've heard, the days following the downfall of Voldemort back in 81 were chaotic, with some Death Eaters walking free because of lack of evidence. Had they known for certain their leader was still around, I assume they would have continued their reign of terror and helped him find a body. I can appreciate why Albus may have kept it quiet back then." Cornelius sighed as he absorbed the truth of Sirius's words. "And it's also probable that Albus didn't know for certain," Sirius said. "My steward and I are convinced that Albus constructed the entire thing with the stone as a trap, to prove Voldemort was alive, using both the stone and Harry as bait." "Well, he should have told me then," Cornelius stated angrily. Sirius gazed back at him calmly. "Perhaps he would have, Cornelius, but your closest adviser since Harry returned to the wizarding world has been Lucius Malfoy. What's Lucius got to do with it?" Cornelius asked, evidently, honestly bewildered. "Lucius is one of those Death Eaters who walked free," Sirius replied. He held up a hand when Cornelius went to argue. "I've investigated the matter thoroughly, Cornelius. He's married to my cousin, and tomorrow will be subjected to our family magic." As you can imagine, I wanted to be very sure of my facts. Cornelius's eyes widened dramatically. "Yes, I can imagine. But I still can't believe Lucius would. I mean, I know about the Imperius, of course, but he assured me that he simply agreed with you-know-who's wider political agenda, and the whole thing got blown out of all proportion. I will agree that he was under the Imperius the day he got caught in the Ministry. Moody was the one who diagnosed him, so I have some confidence in that," Sirius stated. "I'll even accept that there was no additional physical evidence of wrongdoing apart from the dark mark he had. His wand was clean at the time. However, I can unequivocally say, as someone who went under cover with Death Eaters, that you can't get the dark mark if you're under the Imperius. You have to be a willing recipient. There's also an initiation, a murder of an innocent. Now perhaps Lucius only performed such an act at his initiation, and beyond that his political influence and position at the Ministry were more of a benefit to Voldemort than having Lucius out raising terror. But the main point holds. Lucius was a Death Eater." Cornelius downed his glass of fire whiskey and poured himself another. "Now, I doubt he knows for certain that Voldemort is back, but I think he must have his suspicions. His political advice and agenda are in line with Voldemort's. He sponsored and voted for laws and motions that would benefit Voldemort if he returned. The DMLE and DOM budgets have been massively reduced. Certain members of our population, such as werewolves and other magical races, have been disenfranchised and would probably not give us aid now. Would Lucius rejoin him if Voldemort gained a body? "I don't know," Sirius said. "His answer will certainly determine his fate tomorrow." "I should have him arrested," Cornelius said passionately. "All this time, and he's been using me." "Lucius is a consummate politician, Cornelius. Whether he's trying to get power to assist Voldemort in usurping the government, or simply trying to get power for himself as part of the existing government. Of course he was going to befriend the most powerful man in the ministry and work to become his chief confidant and adviser to get his own agenda pushed before all others and convince you of its merits," Sirius pointed out briskly. "But legally he's done nothing wrong. Nothing is provable about his Death Eater activities. I suggest you leave him to me to deal with and simply disassociate yourself. Nobody will be surprised that you distance yourself, since it's well known among Wizengamot members that the House of Black holds primacy over the House of Malfoy." Cornelius breathed in deeply and nodded. "You're right, of course. I will leave it in your capable hands and distance myself from the man." "Oh?" "I would also suggest, if I may, that you should also consider distancing yourself from those who rely and seek out his advice, or agree fervently with his agenda," Sirius advised. "Your senior undersecretary seems to be a capable woman, but perhaps it's time to reward that with an ambassadorship to a South American country." For a moment Sirius thought Cornelius was going to defend her, but he finally sighed regretfully. "She is wonderfully capable. But you're quite right." He smiled benignly. "Perhaps it is time for her to move on." Sirius picked up the second vial. "Talking of moving on, are you ready for the next memory?" He wasn't surprised when Cornelius downed his drink again before allowing Sirius to take him back into the Pensieve. Harry's encounter with the shade of Tom Riddle and the basilisk was horrifying. Sirius had wanted to close his eyes the entire time he'd watched it, but informative. Luckily, Cornelius wasn't as pale and shaky when he came out, but rather determined-looking. Perhaps, Sirius considered wryly, learning Voldemort was still out there, and Lucius had conned him was the worst news. Everything else was manageable. "Tell me that the diary was the only thing that could bring him back like that," Cornelius said harshly. "I can't," Sirius said. He and Remus had agreed that the word Horcrux would never be shared, although Croker would probably know even if he wasn't explicitly told. "My brother Regulus was a Death Eater, but he came to realize Voldemort didn't have any respect for purebloods, and so turned on him and sent me a letter telling me all about these objects. Unfortunately, I only received his letter once I became Lord Black. There are other objects like the diary. We'll need to work together to track the others down and destroy them." "Of course," Cornelius agreed. "Our theory is that these objects may have helped Voldemort escape death in 81 if we get rid of these." Sirius sighed. "We can trap him again and get rid of him for good. However, there is an immediate concern." He led Cornelius back into the third memory. Trelawney's prediction of Pettigrew helping Voldemort to rise again. "Well, this certainly adds some urgency to the matter," Cornelius said anxiously as soon as they left the Pensieve. He shakily poured himself another glass of fire-whiskey. "We're just not prepared. I thought he was dead. How was I to know? And Cornelius!" Sirius barked at the minister. "Pull yourself together. Of course you couldn't know. The public isn't going to blame you for acting like a peacetime minister for the last few years when they believed the same thing. But they will judge you on what you do now." Cornelius made an effort and calmed down. "Believe me when I say that this is my top priority," Sirius said firmly. "Voldemort has an unhealthy fascination with Harry. I will do everything in my power to make sure Harry is safe from that monster. As of now you have the considerable influence and wealth of the House of Black and the House of Potter backing the Ministry, Cornelius, in ensuring we rid ourselves of Voldemort for good." He wasn't surprised when Cornelius brightened considerably. "Obviously we need to bring Amelia Bones and Wilbert Croker into this," Sirius said, "but I'd like us to present a joint plan to them. I've outlined one with my steward, with your permission. I'll take you through it now." Cornelius nodded absently. "What about Albus? Do you see a role for him?" Sirius grimaced and sank back in his chair. "My first inclination was to try and do it without him. He led the light the last time, and we almost lost." It was only because Voldemort was trounced by the Potters somehow that we gained a victory. He had no intention of telling Cornelius exactly how much power Harry had, or about the spell Lily had used. He sighed. He's also kept information secret, and while I agree with some of his reasons, I disagree with some of his decisions. By all reports, you two were close when you first took office. He could have shared his suspicions about Voldemort to you then, warned you about Lucius. There are also decisions about Harry that I have issues with. But, prompted Cornelius, I'm assuming there is a but. But as my steward has pointed out to me, Albus is a powerful and knowledgeable wizard. If we can utilize him, we should, Sirius said. As my steward has always been the more sensible and level-headed of the two of us, I value his opinion. For what it's worth, I agree with your steward, Cornelius said. Like you, I'm not happy. Albus hasn't shared information of vital importance. But he is the only wizard that could face Voldemort and expect to survive the fight. Perhaps with the exception of young Harry, who obviously has survived a number of encounters. He paused. With that last thought and everything else you said in mind, I agree Albus shouldn't be the banner under which we fight this time. Sirius caught the gleam in Cornelius's eye. I appreciate that people will fight under the banner of the boy who lived, however. I don't want Harry exploited in the press. It will only serve to focus Voldemort's attention on him even more, and that's unacceptable to me. He paused. Behind the scenes, I have no issues with Harry's status as the boy who lived being used to persuade the reluctant into the political alliances we'll need. Perhaps, then, we focus on ensuring what press there is continues to be positive, Cornelius suggested. The press are likely to print stories about Harry regardless, especially since, well, I really shouldn't say anything, but I'm sure you won't tell. The Triwizard Tournament is being revived and will be held at Hogwarts this year. Harry won't be old enough to participate, but the press will be allowed access to Hogwarts for the first time since he began his time there, and, well, you can see the attraction for the journalists. Sirius thought the whole tournament thing sounded like a very bad idea, but he doubted it was something he could change. Cornelius was also right. The press would go after Harry, regardless of whether Sirius tried to keep them away or not. It was better to try and control their public image than allow a free-for-all. Some press, then. But everything is approved by me through Brian, as we did this last week. Agreed. Cornelius smiled at him. It's marvellous how well we work together. Shall we cover the rest of the plan? Sirius bit down on his snarky retort and pulled out a parchment from the bag. He didn't need to like Cornelius to work with him, Sirius reminded himself, and it was time to get to work. Oh. It was weird seeing one of his professors during the summer, Harry mused ruefully as he showed Professor McGonagall down to the basement. It was shielded, so the rest of the Muggle house could function as normal. Harry didn't really understand it, but knew electricity didn't work well around magic, and that the basement and the kitchen were the only rooms in the house that were magic-proofed. The basement, so they had a practice room, and the kitchen, because it was Dobby's domain. Apparently, Dobby switched the electricity off room by room when he cleaned the house. Harry had questioned why Remus and Sirius had bought a Muggle house, and it had come down to two things. One, making Harry comfortable, and they knew he was more familiar with a Muggle home, and two, because living in a Muggle area helped keep Harry safe, as wizards often found navigating the Muggle world difficult. The fact that they had Muggle technology was great. They'd had a movie night with Star Wars, and Harry had shocked Remus and Sirius by inviting Dobby too. The house elf had been glued to the entire film, his thin arms wrapped around a bowl of popcorn. Additionally, after a few days of living with Sirius and Remus, Marauders, he was also very appreciative that they had to keep the magic to a minimum. They both had quite an evil sense of humor, and Harry was certain that at some point he'd be a target. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, recapturing his attention. She had set her carpet-bag on the side table and was apparently waiting on him. He flushed. "Sorry, Professor." To his surprise, she smiled at him. "Outside of school, you may call me Aunt Minerva, like your father did, if I may call you Harry. What do you think?" Harry was stunned and settled for nodding his head. He gestured at her and forced the words out of his mouth. "My dad called you Aunt Minerva?" "Yes," Professor McGonagall said briskly, as she began to unload the bag with small objects that Harry recognized from their transfiguration lessons. "Although when James got older and cheekier he called me Aunt Minnie. I was good friends with your grandmother Potter. We were at school together." "Remus said you might tell me some stories?" Harry asked hopefully. She paused, and turned to him with an apologetic look. "I owe you an apology, Harry. I should have approached you before now and offered to tell you about your family. I have no excuse." "That's okay," Harry said awkwardly. "Remus explained there's a line you have to stick to as a professor where relationships with students are concerned." She nodded sharply. "I also owe you a second apology for allowing the headmaster to leave you with the Dursleys against my better judgment." Harry was speechless again. He'd never expected her to apologize for that. Aunt Minerva, it's fine, really. Sirius explained why the headmaster left me there, and I understand. I was mad about it, but—" He shrugged. He just wanted to forget he had ever lived with the Dursleys. Her gaze rested on him for a long moment. "Well, Sirius and Remus seem to be taking very good care of you." Harry smiled at her. "They're brilliant." Her lips twitched visibly. "Well, shall we do some transfiguration first? Then we can go over the scholarship details, and we can end with afternoon tea and some stories about your mother and father." "Okay," Harry agreed happily. "Now, Sirius has explained to me that you had a binding, and that you've been working with constrained powers for the last 3 years. He said that you've worked hard at the healing clinic after the binding was lifted to bring your magic back under control, but you still require practice." She handed him a matchstick. "When you're ready, Harry." He released his wand from its holster and set the matchstick on the table. A wave of a wand later, and it was a perfect needle. "Excellent," Professor McGonagall stated brightly. "If we were in school, I would be awarding you points. Let's continue." They worked for over an hour, moving from the first-year syllabus to the second and then to the third. The one-to-one tuition helped Harry relax around her more as she helped correct his wand movements to make the transfiguration easier, or explain something about the theory that he hadn't understood. Slowly he started to get used to calling her Aunt Minerva, but it was still a conscious exercise, and he figured it would be some time before he called her anything but Professor McGonagall in his head. She stopped him after he had successfully completed the exam again. "We should leave it there for today," Professor McGonagall said sternly. "How do you feel?" "A little tired," Harry admitted. "Most wizards your age would be exhausted, Harry," she assured him, beginning to pack everything away. "Clearly your power levels are as impressive as Sirius told me. I rather thought he was playing a prank on me." She shook her head. "You were quite a powerful baby, come to think of it." She smiled at him. "You should consider becoming an animagus. I seem to recall you have a natural gift for it." "Pow?" "I do?" Harry asked, surprised. "Yes," Professor McGonagall said dryly. "You turned yourself into a miniature version of Sirius's form when you were 3 or 4 months old. Your father flued me almost immediately. I'm not sure if he was more disturbed by the fact that you'd changed into a puppy rather than a young stag, or changed at all. I think it was the reason why he placed a binding on you." Harry's mouth fell open, and he snapped it closed again. "You knew? You knew that Sirius was an animagus?" "And my dad?" "And Mr. Pettigrew, yes." Professor McGonagall nodded. "The summer after your father's 3rd year, I was visiting Dorea, your grandmother, when your father managed to transfigure his hand into a hoof. He couldn't undo it. I came across him luckily and reversed it. I also worked out quite quickly that he and his friends had taken an unbreakable vow not to tell anyone what they were doing, which was very foolish." She must have caught Harry's confusion, because she paused in her packing up. "Has anyone explained vows to you?" "Are they the same as oaths?" Harry asked. "Very different. Oaths are only enforceable if sworn to family magic, but vows are a promise to magic itself. If someone asks you to take an unbreakable vow and you agree, if you fail to keep the vow, you will lose your magic and quite possibly die from the shock," Professor McGonagall said. Harry frowned. "Why would anyone take one?" To prove themselves worthy, or because they owe a debt of some kind, or because they're not in a position where they can refuse?" Professor McGonagall answered, "In the case of your father and his friends, I suspect it had more to do with helping another friend keep a secret. I suspected that they'd realized Remus was a werewolf, and that an animagus could spend time with him on a full moon without threat of being turned into a werewolf themselves." "And you didn't stop them?" Harry asked, curious. He handed her a teacup, and she changed it back into a rock. "I might have inadvertently forced them into breaking the vow, if I'd confronted them directly, so no," Professor McGonagall confirmed. "I did, however, tell your father that he could come to me for any advice or help on any transfiguration problem without fear of reprisal, which he did over the next year or so. And when they all successfully completed the animagus transformation and joined Remus on the full moons, I would keep watch in my cat form to ensure if they ran into difficulties I was nearby to assist." She stopped and looked over at him, gaping at her. "You're no doubt shocked I didn't take points and award them detention. Well, you did take all those points from us when we were first years, and you caught us out after curfew," Harry pointed out. "I'd already taken points from Slytherin's Mr. Malfoy for the same reason," she pointed out. "It would have been favoritism not to take points from each of you just because you were in my house." "I guess," sighed Harry, although he knew Snape in her position would have simply let his house members go with a detention. "And while I realized after speaking with Hagrid that your rule-breaking was done in the same spirit of friendship that motivated your father's full moon affairs, at the time I thought you were playing a prank on Mr. Malfoy," Professor McGonagall admitted with chagrin. "Which is also why I ignored your warning about the stone, I'm afraid. To some extent I was as guilty as others in seeing your father in you rather than you for yourself back then." "You mean like Snape? I mean Professor Snape?" Harry asked as she closed up the bag and motioned for them to go back up the stairs. "And others," Professor McGonagall said firmly. Their conversation paused while they focused on the steps, and Harry went over her admission in his head with a frown. As soon as they were seated at the table in the sunroom and provided with refreshments by Dobby, he blurted out his question. "How come you didn't realize the Weasleys' pet rat was Peter, if you knew he was animagus?" Her eyebrows shot upwards. "The thought never occurred to me," she admitted ruefully. "Not even when the rat lived for years and years?" Harry questioned, inching forward in his seat to lean on the table. "I assumed the Weasleys were doing what most parents do when a short-lived animal is a pet," Professor McGonagall said. Harry looked at her bemused. "Buy a similar-looking animal and pass it off as the same creature," she explained with a small smile. "I got a pet fish called Bubbles when I was 5. I loved watching Bubbles swim around in her fishbowl. My mother told me later in life that there were actually 20 different Bubbles, until I was the one who found her dead one morning rather than my parents. Oh, Harry suddenly remembered the goldfish Dudley had won one year at the town fair. It had died rather quickly, and his Aunt Petunia had replaced it with an identical-looking goldfish. Obviously Dudley had gotten bored soon after, and when that one had died, it hadn't been replaced. I'm not sure I would have recognized Mr. Pettigrew even close up," Professor McGonagall continued. "I watched from a considerable distance during the full moons, as canines and felines don't mix too well in my experience." Harry stifled a chuckle at the thought of Sirius and Remus chasing their former teacher in her cat form. "And, truthfully, I thought Mr. Pettigrew was dead. The idea that a rat could be him didn't enter my mind," Professor McGonagall said, "just as it didn't enter my mind that Sirius could use his animagus form to escape from Azkaban as he told me this morning. I believed that the presence of the Dementors would have made transforming impossible." "Is that why you didn't tell the headmaster that Sirius could be getting into Hogwarts as Padfoot?" Harry asked, curious. Her eyes widened. "I assumed the headmaster knew. He did find your father and Sirius outside the Willow, one full moon in their 6th year, in an altercation with Severus." Harry shook his head. "Sirius told me they were all in their human forms when the headmaster showed up." Professor McGonagall looked disconcerted. "Well, I'm still certain he knows." She took a sip of her pumpkin juice. "Shall we discuss the scholarship?" Harry nodded, and she reached into her bag and pulled out a folder filled with parchment. "Now, firstly, how much do you know about how Hogwarts assigns places to Muggle-borns?" Professor McGonagall asked. "Not much," Harry said truthfully. Hermione probably knew. It was probably in Hogwarts, a history. "Actually, I'm not sure how Hogwarts assigns places generally." "Well, it's a long story," Professor McGonagall enthused. "Originally, the founders made Hogwarts open to all. It was the first school of its kind. Unfortunately, as you know, there was a falling out over whether Muggle-borns would be welcome or not. Eventually, it was accepted that all magical children would be welcome, and the founders simply asked for donations from the families, as much as they could afford, if anything." She picked up a chocolate digestive, dunked it in her tea, and ate it quickly before it disintegrated. "Then our population grew, and Hogwarts began to struggle financially, despite the donations, because of the sheer numbers." She cleared her throat. "Eventually, in order to keep the ministry from assuming control and to retain independence, the headmaster at the time made standard tuition fees mandatory with scholarships available for a small number of places. The ministry had to settle for setting up an alternative school for those unable to afford Hogwarts. This all took place in the last century." "So, there's a state school? Like a Muggle comprehensive?" Harry asked, wondering why no one had ever mentioned it before. "There are 7 now," Professor McGonagall said with a small smile. "Belfast, London, Birmingham, Cardiff, Manchester, Durham, and Edinburgh." She listed quickly. "Most have an average year intake of around 60 to 80 pupils, although the Irish and Welsh schools are much, much smaller. They don't board, but students either flew or Portkey in on a daily basis. They're quite good, although they have to follow a ministry-approved syllabus. Some of our teaching staff came to us having previously worked at one. Professor Babbling taught at the Edinburgh Academy before she came to Hogwarts, and both Professor Flitwick and Professor Vector taught at King's Magic School in London." She paused and continued. "And obviously, home-schooling is still chosen by many wizarding families." "So why didn't I end up at one of the state schools?" Harry asked. She smiled at him again. "We have wandered from the point, haven't we? But luckily your question brings it back into focus once more. Generally, we have no upper limit of how many children we can take. Your class is somewhat small, but it was a terrible year in the war when you were born, and we lost entire families." She shook herself briskly. "To answer your question, Hogwarts has a list. Usually parents apply for their child to be placed upon it when they're born. Your parents did that for you. Your father's parents did that for him. Most members of the Wizengamot will send their children to Hogwarts, as will most senior members of the Ministry." Harry vaguely remembered that Vernon had done the same for Dudley with Smeltings. He nodded slowly in understanding. "Now, the founders, Helga Hufflepuff to be exact, enchanted a book that lists all magical births within the United Kingdom. It resides somewhere in Hogwarts, but nobody really knows where, not even the headmaster." Professor McGonagall sipped her tea. "What does happen is that a month before every child's 11th birthday, a Hogwarts notification is produced and delivered to the headmaster's desk so he can send a letter of acceptance. These days they automatically get transferred to me." "But not everybody goes to Hogwarts," Harry said, confused. "Exactly," Professor McGonagall said, looking pleased for some reason. "I have a house elf who helps me, and she checks to see whether or not the student is on our acceptance list. If they're on the list, the usual letter is sent which she signs in my name. If they're not on the list but have magical parents, the notification is forwarded to the parents so they can arrange their child's education. But it's the latter category that we're most interested in for your mother's scholarship, those without magical parents." Professor McGonagall paused to refill her cup, and Harry snagged a chocolate digestive from the plate, thinking about what she had said to him so far. In hindsight, it had been stupid to think that his Hogwarts class were all the magical children of his age in the country. Harry thought a little chagrined. "All Muggle-born notifications are set aside for my action," Professor McGonagall said. "All Muggle-borns are provisionally accepted at Hogwarts, subject to whether they can pay the tuition. The headmaster and the heads of the houses are usually the only people authorized to perform visitations, although occasionally another member of staff is authorized if no one else is available. We deliver the letter personally, reassure the parents to the existence of magic, and determine their decision. If they cannot afford the fees, we offer them the opportunity to attend a ministry school. And if they say yes to that, we send the child's name onto the nearest school so they can make the necessary arrangements by mail. They usually send a letter with a portkey and instructions on what supplies the children will need and where to purchase them. "What if they refuse to attend?" Harry asked. "Ah, well, there is no such thing as homeschooling for Muggle-borns, as they don't know any tutors." Professor McGonagall sighed, her expression turning to one of sadness. "If the parents do not want their child to attend magical school at all, we bind the child's magic and obliviate the family to the nature of the visit. They say good-bye to us, believing that we came to discuss their child attending our school, but they've decided against it, and that's it. We have to protect the statute of secrecy." Harry nodded in understanding. "Now, there are some Hogwarts scholarships already available," Professor McGonagall said. "One is for orphans, and another is to assist families with multiple children." Harry wondered idly if the Weasleys had received some help from that scholarship before he flushed, reminding himself it wasn't any of his business how his best mate's family afforded Hogwarts. Although the other scholarship might account for how Tom Riddle had been able to attend Hogwarts since he'd grown up in a Muggle orphanage without any money, Harry mused. "What I propose is this. If a Muggle-born family cannot afford the tuition and opts to send their child to the ministry school, we will give them the option of applying for your mother's Hogwarts scholarship." McGonagall glanced at him. "Is this acceptable to you?" "Yes," Harry said quickly. "You're giving them the option of not applying?" McGonagall nodded. "Some parents will prefer not to send their children away to school regardless. That's one of the most popular reasons I get from Muggles for turning down Hogwarts, even when the parents can afford tuition. And others may see it as charity and refuse it." She motioned with her cup. "Those who accept will be told that a decision will be taken on 1st August, which is really the latest we can take it. If they receive notification, they will have been awarded the scholarship. If they do not, they should proceed with the placement at the ministry school." "Okay, so what about this year?" Harry questioned. "I have already sent the families that opted for the ministry school, because of financial concerns, a letter asking for them to confirm whether they wish to be considered to notify me by simply writing 'yes' on the parchment letter." She looked immensely pleased with herself. "There are 14 who have said yes. Now what we must do is decide what the criteria will be for choosing the recipient." "Mo," she. The discussion that followed was spirited, and Harry was pleased when his new aunts encouraged him to put his own ideas forward. She challenged him on some of the suggestions. He'd argued that they should test for intelligence. His mother had been smart, so it made sense to him that the recipient of her scholarship should be smart. Professor McGonagall had wondered how they would test for such a thing, and Harry pointed her at the primary school tests. They'd both agreed any superficial things, such as hair colour or eye colour, should not be considered. But Professor McGonagall had argued quite fiercely for witches to be considered ahead of wizards. Harry had no issues with that once it came down to the final candidates, if there was a close decision that had to be made. But he didn't want gender to factor until then. Yes. His mum had been a witch, but the scholarship was for all Muggle-born children. He'd been gobsmacked when the professor had backed down and agreed. They'd finally come up with a points system. Families who had greater financial need would get more points primary school tests with better results, gained more points. Then there would be the assessment of the professor at the interview with the family for general attitude, politeness, and what Professor McGonagall called a good disposition, and what Harry deemed not Dudley or Draco-like. Gender would be used to make the final call if a boy and a girl ended up within 1 or 2 points of each other. Harry dithered over whether to suggest the last thing, but in the end he gathered his Gryffindor courage and blurted it out. "What about their home situation?" Professor McGonagall paused in raising the cup to her lips and looked at him sharply. "What do you mean, Harry?" "I mean," he took another deep breath, "what if their family is like the Dursleys? I don't mean that they hate magic, because I think those types will already have said no to the entire thing, probably. But what if you can tell at the interview that they're not, that they maybe don't love, but I guess—" He stumbled over his words. "I mean, I wasn't theirs, so they didn't have to love me, and—" He stopped, mortified. He stared down at his empty pumpkin juice. Professor McGonagall reached over hesitantly and put her hand over his. "It wasn't you, Harry. The Dursleys would have treated anyone who didn't comply with their narrow world view the way they treated you, and they were absolutely wrong to do so. They are the worst sort of muggles of people." He glanced up at her and wasn't surprised to see her face set in stern lines, but her eyes were warm and fierce. "I can also tell you that it does happen between parents and children, too. Sometimes parents don't love their children appropriately or like them very much. In the worst instances there is neglect and abuse. But there is a large grey area where, rather than outright abuse, there is disinterest or, for want of a better term, coldness. These cases are harder to spot, but we come across them from time to time." She paused. "I believe you want us to put all these disadvantaged children ahead of those with comfortable family situations, to help remove them from the home, to at least give them respite." "And to give them a home," Harry said, awkward under her kind gaze. "Hogwarts is really the first home I can remember." She nodded slowly, as though absorbing his words. "I see no issues with your suggestion. We will award points again, a larger number to those children we feel would benefit from a separation from their home environment." She pressed her lips together. "I have reported cases of evident abuse in the past to the Muggle authorities, but perhaps I should also report these additional cases too." Harry nodded, relieved she'd agreed and understood what he'd meant. "I'll go back through the notes of the interviews for this prior year, Harry. Some of the families with children in these situations may not have responded to my letter, so I will pay them a personal visit." She promised. Harry felt a lot better after hearing that. "Well, I think we have a very workable set of criteria." "Tambio too," Professor McGonagall said. "Is there anything else you want to add?" He shook his head. "We should take a break," she declared briskly. "I could do with stretching my legs, and I'm sure you could do with some exercise." She motioned towards the outside where the sun was shining. "How about we take a walk outside, and I'll tell you about when I gave your mother her Hogwarts letter." Harry grinned at her and quickly accepted her offer. "Sounds great." He hesitated and ploughed on. "Aunt Minerva." She smiled understandingly at him. "And Harry," he looked at her inquisitively, "I swear on my magic that you will never return to the Dursleys." Her eyes flashed with a fierce protectiveness that shocked him. "Do you understand?" He could only nod at her as he realized she was waiting for some kind of a reply. "Good." She rose from her seat, stretched in an absent-minded way that reminded him of a cat, and gestured for him to join her. He scooted out of his chair. "Now, your grandmother Marigold was the one who answered the door," she began, and Harry listened intently, eager to hear about his mother and his grandparents, eager to learn about his family. Almost 2 hours of working with Cornelius had reaffirmed Sirius's belief that he didn't like the man. But, and there was a but, he had come to have an appreciation for Cornelius's shark-like predatory instincts about politics. Cornelius knew every single member of the Wizengamot. He knew their position on the key policies and what they would and would not accept. He knew dirt on most of them, and the ones he didn't were the ones who were best at hiding it, or who were far too boring to have dirt. He also had a keen sense of the power of the press and how to spin a story. More to the point, Cornelius wasn't stupid. Not about politics and media spin. Not about the threat of Voldemort to his position, to the ministry. He was scared, and more than a bit of a coward. Sirius doubted Cornelius would ever be able to face Voldemort with any kind of dignity, and he was lazy on the details of the execution. Sirius had an unfortunate feeling that was how the awful Umbridge woman had made herself invaluable. But Cornelius wasn't stupid. No, Cornelius's main flaw was that he operated from a strange default that doing nothing, maintaining a status quo, meant that he would remain the Minister of Magic. Conversely, When convinced that he would definitely lose his position if he didn't do something, Cornelius had a remarkable sense of self-preservation. It explained why their gambit at clearing Sirius's name and getting Harry away from the Dursleys had worked so well. Sirius was glad that he'd thought to make Cornelius watch Harry's memories first, before ever tackling the subject of Voldemort with him. He had a sneaking suspicion that the minister would have preferred to have stuck his head in the sand like an ostrich. But having witnessed absolute proof that Voldemort lived in some form and would try to regain a body, and having a political patron who would not tolerate inaction, Cornelius had had no choice but realize if something wasn't done, his days as minister were numbered. The minister was therefore doing his best to safeguard his own arse. But Sirius didn't really mind that, as it meant Cornelius actually doing his job. In fact, Sirius had eased off the backup plan he and Remus had mulled over of replace Fudge with someone competent, because it turned out Cornelius was competent in his milieu of politics, and as a bonus feature was easily malleable once it was understood what he wanted. To remain Minister of Magic, and how to gain his interest. Assure him that Sirius would make sure Cornelius would always be Minister of Magic, if only he could do this tiny thing for Sirius in assisting him in getting rid of Voldemort and revolutionizing their society. He and Remus had underestimated Cornelius, Sirius realized, as he stepped back into Black Manor and watched as Cornelius came through the flue, his eyes wide as he took in the impressive black crest. It was a valuable lesson to learn, and one that they needed to take note of, Sirius mused. They couldn't afford to underestimate anyone if they were going to have a chance at defeating Voldemort and keeping Harry safe. It was a lesson they should have already learned with Peter, Sirius considered tiredly. They'd underestimated Peter when they'd confronted him at Hogwarts, and he'd escaped. Okay, there had been extenuating circumstances, Moony and the full moon, and Dementors. But they'd underestimated him nevertheless. In hindsight, they'd also underestimated him back when he'd betrayed them. They'd never considered Peter talented enough to be the spy to be devious enough, despite his being as much of a marauder as any of them. Merlin. Peter had spied as a marauder for them on their targets in the run-up to some of the major pranks. They'd known Peter was smart enough when he wanted to be. He was just very, very lazy. The comments that Minerva had made at times to Peter during their school days had been very sharp and pointed, and all amounted to the same thing: could do better. But the marauders had fallen into the habit of thinking him less smart than the rest of them just because he'd languished in the middle of the class positions, whereas the rest of them had excelled. Because after school Peter had headed for a lowly entry position in the ministry, in some obscure department to do with flying carpets. And because of that blindness, Peter had betrayed them comprehensively, had sold Lily and James out to Voldemort, had set up Sirius, had hidden in plain sight for years as the Weasleys' pet rat. There was no doubt Peter was a coward and a traitor, a snivelling piece of excrement Sirius wanted to wipe off the face of the earth, but he was sneaky and smarter than they had thought. It would be wise, Sirius thought, to sit down and seriously consider what Peter was likely to have done already to find his master. Sirius led Cornelius through to the front parlour, where they were due to meet with Amelia Bones and Wilbert Croker. Penelope came and knocked on the door. "Welcome back, Lord Black. Shall I arrange for some refreshments for your meeting?" "That would be great, but if you wouldn't mind coming in for a moment, Penelope." Sirius motioned for her to enter fully. "Cornelius, this is Penelope Clearwater, my executive secretary. Penelope, the minister." Cornelius shook Penelope's hand and offered her a warm smile. "Lovely to meet you, Miss Clearwater. I don't believe I'm familiar with your name." "Penelope's a Muggle-born," Sirius said simply. "Top of her Hogwarts class. Very smart. She eventually wants to work for the ministry, but we convinced her to help me out in the meantime." "Well, once you're ready to make a move, you'll have to come and see me," Cornelius said smoothly. Penelope beamed at the minister. "Thank you, sir." She looked to Sirius, who nodded his dismissal, and she headed out of the room. Creature popped in a moment later with the refreshments and disappeared again. By the time Sirius had finished pouring Cornelius some tea, and himself a cup of very strong black coffee, Penelope was back, escorting the remaining visitors from the reception-room to the parlour. Wilbert Croker grinned widely as he shook his hand and waved the invitation, with the location written so they could access the house, at Sirius, with the other. Lord Black. A Fidelius charm. I haven't seen one in operation since the Longbottoms. Is it part of the wards, or did you set it up separately? And did you set it up, or was it part of— Bertie, Amelia said sharply. She inched around her Dom counterpart and held her hand out to Sirius, who shook it rather than kissing it. She seemed glad of the propriety he showed, since they were meeting in her official capacity. Lord Black, I assume? Sirius smiled at her. I see Cornelius wasn't the only one who suspected the truth. Amelia's eyes widened, but she got the message quickly enough to play along with the delusion Cornelius had suspected. Indeed, she huffed and nodded a hello at the minister, Cornelius. Amelia. Bertie. Cornelius greeted him with a handshake. It's good to see you can climb out of the depths of the Dom. You never attend my meetings. Well, a new Lord Black sounded interesting, unlike the latest persecution of some hapless magical creature your senior under-secretary wants to pursue, Bertie said simply. He sat down in one of the comfortable chairs and accepted a cup of tea. His grey robes suited his rounded stature and wild white hair. He wasn't as old as Dumbledore, but Sirius knew the man had been at Hogwarts with his own grandfather. His piercing blue eyes gave away his intelligence, and Sirius reminded himself not to underestimate the head of the unspeakables. Amelia took the seat next to Bertie and accepted a glass of pumpkin juice. I have to admit to some curiosity as to why you brought us together. I assume you're not just meeting us to introduce yourself in your formal position, Lord Black? It's Sirius, please, Sirius said, as Penelope departed the room and closed the door. And no, I've asked to meet you both to discuss something of importance. He gestured with his wand and revealed a pensieve on the coffee table. It was the same model and make as the one he had given Cornelius. He fingered the memory vials in his pocket. I have some memories to share with you. I've already shared them with the minister. These memories are intelligence vital to our national security, Cornelius said pompously. You are both under confidentiality oaths in regards to your positions, and you must treat this information as top secret. Bertie and Amelia exchanged a look, but Sirius was pleased when they both nodded. He poured the first vial into the pensieve, and they all dived in. Sirius couldn't bear to watch events a third time, and he kept his eyes on Amelia and Bertie, watching their reaction to Harry's encounter with Voldemort at the end of his first year. Amelia looked furious when they exited, Bertie quietly contemplative. Bertie held up his hand before any of them could speak, and they all deferred to him as the elder. Let us watch all the memories you have to share, and then discuss. Sirius nodded his agreement, and they quickly made their way through the other two memories. Amelia sank back in her chair, white with rage and shock. She set her pumpkin juice aside and asked for something stronger. Sirius had Creature bring them all a fire-whiskey. Well, let's get the facts on the table, Bertie said authoritatively. You know. Who is still out there thanks to items such as that diary? He seeks a body to return to power, and there is a prophecy that states he will rise again with the help of his servant. I take it the servant is Pettigrew? Amelia questioned gruffly. We think so, Sirius said. Why hasn't Dumbledore said anything, and what the hell has he been doing in that school? Amelia erupted. Quirrell's death was reported as an accident, and Dumbledore claimed the situation with the basilisk was under control. She glared at Cornelius. Why you arrested Rubeus Hagrid back then is beyond my understanding. Cornelius flushed. He was heavily suspected of opening the Chamber of Secrets during the first incident way back, Amelia, and his arrest warrant was ordered and signed off by your head aura. I merely went along to witness justice being done. Obviously we now know who did it. Ball. We should arrange for Hagrid's record to be cleared, and an apology from the ministry wouldn't go amiss. Sirius jumped in before Amelia could continue arguing. But frankly, I think we have more important things to focus on as an immediate priority. We have a plan, Cornelius said swiftly. He nodded at Sirius, who produced the parchment they had been working on in Cornelius's office. There are 3 prongs of attack. Sirius rolled the parchment out on the table and directed the other's attention to it. "Firstly, there's Operation Tag, the Death Eater. We need to watch all those known Death Eaters that walked. Voldemort will want his followers back. He and Peter are bound to make contact with them eventually." "That's a job for the Aurors," Amelia said immediately. "Our thoughts exactly, Amelia," Cornelius said. "We thought a special investigation unit. We will need to make sure the Aurors serving in it are not unmarked Death Eaters," Sirius said firmly. "Obviously," Amelia snapped, "and I will expect vows." "My department might be able to help with this too," Bertie said. "I have an unspeakable in the intelligence department who was a spy during the last war. We're aware of which of the Aurors and Hit Wizards are suspect, along with 2 members of my own department and another dozen throughout the Ministry." "You've left them in place? Why have you never told me?" Amelia asked, furious. "Because there was no proof," Bertie said. "All I have is the word of my own spy and unsubstantiated hearsay of these individuals' political leanings. But I would suspect all these well-placed Death Eaters is the reason why Albus has never told us his suspicions and shared with us what has happened with Harry Potter in the last few years." He gestured towards the Pensieve. "Well, let's work up a list of targets," Amelia said. "I'd like your spy back on the job too, if possible." "I'll speak with him," Bertie promised. He sighed and tapped the parchment. "Your second prong of attack, Operation Treasure Hunt. You think there are more of these objects, similar to the diary? We know of 6 in total." "Harry destroyed the diary, but there are 5 others," Sirius said. 7 being the magical number. Bertie shook his head. "Merlin, Riddle was truly insane. I assume these objects are what I think they are, that a murder must be committed to create one." Sirius nodded curtly. "The Unspeakables have studied these objects in the past. They discovered one in Egypt and another in Africa. Once the Unspeakables of the time had learned all they could, the objects were destroyed. There are only 2 methods of disposal. A large furnace with high-temperature fire, reminiscent of fiend fire, will be sufficient, or dissolution in a highly erosive acid such as basilisk venom. The hunt and disposal should be undertaken by my department," Bertie said solemnly. "I wouldn't be surprised if Voldemort had protections around those that haven't been retrieved." Sirius commented. "My department can handle it." "We have several good curse-breakers and spell specialists," Bertie said. "As neither of you are actually saying what these objects are, can I assume that they are indeed unspeakable?" Amelia said with an amused smirk. Sirius felt his lips twitch, and smiled a thank you at her for lightening the moment. "They are that. They are evil, most foul," Bertie concurred. "We will need independent witnesses to testify that the objects are destroyed by us. I will not have claims that we kept one for study. There is no need, and I will not risk the safety of the wizarding population." "I suggest Sirius, in his capacity of Lord Black, acts as one witness," Cornelius said, nodding his agreement. "And perhaps we can do the rest of the honours?" "I don't disagree, but we're getting ahead of ourselves," Sirius pointed out. "We do need to find these objects first." Bertie nodded. "I'll put a team together. Again, I will make a vow of loyalty and confidentiality to be mandatory." "Well, the last prong belongs to Sirius and I," Cornelius said firmly, "and that is Operation Power Play." Sirius refrained from rolling his eyes at the name Cornelius had come up with. "Cornelius and I will work on pushing through some new laws to make it harder for Voldemort to gain control. Now, so effectively shutting down his finances and getting us better relationships with those he would ally with," Amelia deduced. Bertie raised his eyebrows. "That won't be easy with the current Wizengamot." Sirius smirked. "The current Wizengamot is about to find itself with a new Lord Black, who is also the Potter Regent. Lucius will be muzzled one way or another," Cornelius said briskly. "The old pure-blood alliance will find itself adrift from current opinion. I think many of those families will not want to ally with Voldemort when they realize the truth about his origins. Some of them may find themselves eager to remain neutral at least, and and we can see that clearly you and Sirius will have the political machinations under control." Amelia cut in. "Well, I think we've covered everything, so—" "Not everything," Bertie said firmly. He turned to Sirius. "There is another prong that we have not discussed, your ward, Harry Potter." Sirius found himself pinned by Bertie's perceptive gaze. "My godson is not up for discussion. I can understand why you wouldn't want him to be, but I'm afraid he must be." Bertie countered. "There is no doubt, after seeing these memories, that Voldemort has an unhealthy interest in him, that there is a connection. If I was running Amelia's tag team, I'd be watching young Harry, because Voldemort will make a move on the boy. There are 2 rituals he could use to create a body that involve the use of an enemy, and I would think Harry would be his target. Even if he doesn't use him in a ritual, I cannot see Voldemort allowing the existence of a boy who almost killed him, who has so defied him, to continue. I think you know this too." Sirius resisted the urge to order everyone out of the house, to run to Griffin House, snatch up Harry, and run far away. Instead, he forced himself to reply to Bertie. "I'm not denying that I know Harry will be a target, but I don't want Harry involved. He's not even officially 14 yet. He's had to face Voldemort too many times as it is. We're the adults here. This should be our job." "Here, Amelia said softly. "Sirius is right, Bertie. Harry may be the boy who lived, but the key word is boy. This isn't his fight." Bertie sighed. "There is a prophecy which sits on a shelf in the Dom, labelled with both the Dark Lord's name and Harry Potter's." The second confirmation of the prophecy had Sirius flinching and turning away, pacing restlessly to the fireplace and back again. "We know," Sirius admitted. "My steward and I compared notes on why James and Lily went into hiding, and we realized it was probably a prophecy. Madame Longbottom confirmed it when we renewed the Potter. Longbottom alliance yesterday." "Albus never told you?" Bertie asked, surprised. "The prophecy was told to him by Sybil Trelawney the year Harry was born. Neville Longbottom was the other candidate, but ultimately it was Harry who fitted the bill." "You know the exact prophecy?" Cornelius asked, speaking up for the first time since Bertie had raised the topic of Harry. "No," Bertie said, glancing back at Sirius, "but we can guess the contents, since it was hearing the beginning of this prophecy that compelled Riddle into attacking the Potters. I believe he hoped to eliminate a prophesied threat." "Harry," Cornelius surmised. He looked over at Sirius. "We should know the exact contents of the prophecy." "I had intended to track it down," Sirius admitted, "but let me make one thing clear right now. Even if this prophecy says Harry is a threat to Voldemort, it will still make no difference. I will protect Harry as much as possible, and I will proceed, with or without your help with the plan." Cornelius's eyes opened wide in surprise. "Oh, no, I wasn't suggesting we abandon our plan. No. I always believed prophecies are a waste of paper. I never did get the point of divination." He made a dismissive gesture with one hand. "Whole load of hooey, if you ask me. But we should know what the prophecy says to understand what you know, who knows." "I believe Sirius here needs to know," Bertie corrected, "and his ward, if that's his decision. But the rest of us don't need to know." He spread his hands out wide in the conciliatory gesture. "We don't actually know how much of the prophecy Voldemort knows. My spy believed Voldemort's intelligence about the prophecy was sketchy at best and learned from a Death Eater eavesdropping on Dumbledore and Trelawney's meeting." "I agree with Bertie," Amelia said firmly. "As much as I abhor that Dumbledore hasn't shared vital information, the reality is that we should keep certain things on a need-to-know basis, even among the 4 of us who I guess form a war council of sorts. The exact nature of unspeakable objects at the heart of the treasure hunt prong is obviously one need-to-know piece of information. The prophecy is another. There may be political manoeuvrings that are best left between yourself and Lord Black, Cornelius." Cornelius didn't look pleased, but he nodded. "Very well." He turned to Sirius. "May I offer you additional protection for Harry?" "Thank you, but no," Sirius replied politely. I believe the best way to protect Harry outside of Hogwarts is to ensure as few people as possible know and have access to his location and plans ahead of time." "And inside Hogwarts?" Amelia asked, pointing at the Pensieve. "I don't know about you, but I will definitely be following up with Dumbledore on a number of issues after seeing those memories, and I would think you'll do the same." "And you'd be right. Harry loves Hogwarts, and I won't keep him from attending," Sirius confirmed. "But by the same token, I'm going to need some reassurances from Dumbledore about Harry's safety within the school." "Is Harry here?" Cornelius asked, looking up towards the ceiling. "No," Sirius said sharply. "I'll be using this as a base of operations for the Wizengamot, so no. Our home is elsewhere." "It sounds as though you have the boy's safety well in hand, in which case may I suggest that you allow me a time for us to arrange for you to hear the prophecy at the Dom. Once you learn the exact contents you may wish to revise your plans, and I'm sure the Minister will all offer any assistance you may need," Bertie suggested. "Absolutely," Cornelius agreed obsequiously. Sirius nodded his agreement, hoping that the prophecy contents wouldn't change anything he'd already arranged with Harry. "We should also agree what we're going to do about Albus," Bertie said, looking around the room and catching everybody's eye. "He is the chief warlock. From an official point of view, if this is a war council, he should be part of these discussions." He motioned at Amelia, who had grimaced. "I don't deny he's kept secrets, but we could use his knowledge and expertise going forward." "Sirius and I came to the same conclusion," Cornelius said. Sirius sighed and turned to the folder Penelope had placed on a side table in anticipation of the meeting. He extracted the 3 parchments and handed one to each of his visitors. Amelia's eyes widened as she read the invitation. "You're adopting Harry tomorrow?" "Yes," Sirius confirmed, "and you're all invited." "I'd be delighted," Cornelius said brightly. He looked chuffed to bits, and Sirius knew he was doing an internal dance of glee that he would be present at such a prestigious event. "As will I," Bertie said with a smile. "It is a long time since I saw family magic in action. May I ask what this has to do with Albus?" "You want to ensure that Albus can do nothing to challenge your guardianship before he is brought into the council," Amelia stated, motioning with the parchment she held. "If the official ministry witnesses are us, it will be difficult for him to argue it isn't valid." "Yes," Sirius confirmed boldly. "With tomorrow's adoption ritual, I aim to ensure that he won't be able to challenge my guardianship of Harry. Look," he sighed heavily, "Dumbledore already knows the things I've shown you. I have no doubt that he has some grand plan in mind for defeating Voldemort, and I'm certain that plan involves Harry. What he needs to understand is that he no longer has a say in what happens to Harry outside of his schooling at Hogwarts, and that there are others now with a plan." He paused. "I like our plan. I think our plan is sensible and will work. I believe it is best for Albus Dumbledore to realize these things and help us. But I'm not blind to the fact that unless we have all our ducks in a row, he will find some way of convincing everybody he knows best." "You may be right," Bertie began. "Maybe?" scoffed Cornelius, stabbing a finger in Bertie's direction. "He's perfectly right, and you know it. Albus always believes he knows best. I'm prepared to admit that some of the time he does, although perhaps if he shared more than— But it's for the greater good. It would be easier to accept his reasoning. But he's made mistakes, as the past couple of weeks have clearly shown. He was partially responsible for a man not getting a trial, and because of that he left a child, who vanquished the most terrible dark wizard of our time, with abusive and neglectful muggles who hated magic. He's almost gotten the boy killed twice, looking at those memories. No, I agree Albus should be a part of our council, but Sirius is quite right. Albus also needs to understand that he will not be leading the fight, and we do not always have to submit to his way of doing things." Amelia was quietly nodding, and Bertie looked at her questioningly. "You too, Amelia?" "I have a lot of respect for Albus Dumbledore," Amelia said firmly, "but I cannot deny Cornelius's point or Sirius's. Dumbledore has made mistakes here, especially with Harry. It seems likely to me, given Dumbledore's actions to date." she waved a hand towards the pensieve again, "that he'll place Harry at the centre of any plan. I agree with Sirius that we should not accept any plan that relies upon a 13-year-old boy." "Albus may have placed Harry in such a position because of the prophecy," Bertie pointed out. "Well, he can bloody well unplace him," Sirius retorted fiercely. Amelia pinned Bertie with a frank stare. "Apart from the fact that for the first time I find myself in complete agreement with Cornelius in that I also believe prophecies are a load of hooey. Do you honestly believe we would be better served placing the defeat of an evil like Voldemort on the shoulders of a young, inexperienced and partially trained wizard, and sitting around twiddling our thumbs as Dumbledore seems to be doing, rather than the plan we've come up?" She pointed at the parchment on the table. "No," Bertie sighed, inclining his head, "and I happen to agree that it would be best for us to present Albus with a fait accompli. However, I do believe the prophecy has some merit, just as I believe the third memory we witnessed with the prophecy of the servant helping his master has some merit. We may try to keep Harry safe and out of the fight, but prophecies have a way of coming true despite our best intentions." "Perhaps," Sirius allowed, "and I will say that I am ensuring Harry is tutored as much as possible, so he has a fighting chance if the worst comes to the worst. I will do as much as possible to ensure that he has every advantage when he faces him. However, I will not have the assumption made that it must be Harry who defeats Voldemort." Bertie nodded. "Fair enough." "I do have one concern, Sirius," Amelia said, waving her invitation at him. "The adoption. You've only spent just over a week with Harry as your ward. I know you want to shut down any avenue Dumbledore has to challenge you, but I'm not convinced it's a good idea to push it through so fast." "And I would agree with you if I had spent just over a week with Harry." He held up a hand before she could argue. "You remember that you insisted on my getting medical treatment?" She nodded warily. "You took Harry with you for a week's treatment in a clinic abroad?" "Yes," Sirius said. "We went to the Valley Clinic. It exists in a time bubble. A week passes on the outside and months can pass inside. Harry and I spent 2 months there together." Bertie's expression brightened again. "With No-She Blackhawk? How is he?" "He's good, very good, and an excellent healer. Harry and I are both back to full health now." Sirius leaned against the mantelpiece and turned back to Amelia. "Maybe the adoption is fast, but it's something we both want. Then I'll represent the bull tomorrow and see that the legal papers are sorted at the same time," Amelia offered. "I assume Brian will be attending?" "He is," Sirius acknowledged. "Excellent!" Cornelius exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Now, Sirius will be attending Thursday's session of the Wizengamot, and afterwards I believe it would be prudent to meet with Albus and inform him of the plans. Why don't we do that Friday morning?" Sirius suggested. "I think I should probably meet with him alone after the session itself." "Suits me," Amelia said, and Bertie nodded in agreement. "Very well," Cornelius agreed. "Shall we meet weekly for a progress report?" "We should meet here as we know it is a safe and secure location," Amelia said. "If that's all right with you, Sirius?" "Fine with me," Sirius said. They wrapped up the details, and Sirius escorted them back to the flue. Cornelius left first, followed by Bertie, leaving Sirius with Amelia. "I should thank you for all you've done," Sirius said, feeling a tad awkward. "I wouldn't be here if you hadn't cleared my name." Amelia gave an understanding smile. She reached into her robes and brought out a wand-box. "I meant to give this to you when I arrived, but here." She handed him the box with a nod of ceremony. "I thought this should be returned to you." Sirius took the box and opened it swiftly, breathing out sharply at the sight of his old wand. He clutched it to him, the warm familiarity of it rushing through his veins like quicksilver. "Thank you." Amelia smiled at him. "You can thank me by looking after Harry." She paused. "I take it the clinic you were at was good for him?" "For both of us," Sirius repeated, not wanting to give away just how much Harry had required healing. She nodded, though, compassion and understanding lighting her eyes. She said a good-bye, which he hastily returned before she tossed her flue powder into the fire. Ministry of Magic! She was gone a moment later, leaving Sirius alone in the reception-room. He sighed heavily and rubbed his forehead tiredly, even as he held his returned wand with glee. The plan was in motion, but there was still a lot to do. Oh. I thought you wanted to wait until the adoption ritual before Harry claimed the black air ring. Remus questioned Sirius as he positioned Harry in front of his desk in black manner. Harry stared down at the waiting ritual bowl and small knife with a mixture of trepidation and eagerness. He wanted to do the air ritual, but he had to admit that Sirius's comments about the magic being very dark in origin worried him. "I was, but I've had a rethink," Sirius said brightly. "Cornelius and I both agree it's best to keep Lucius around, but neutered, although that's subject to what Lucius admits to tomorrow. But we also think he'll try and stab us in the back at the first opportunity. So I want to make sure the air stuff is all done before tomorrow's family meeting, so Lucius has no opportunity to interfere with that." Remus sighed and nodded. "Should I leave?" "No, you'll be fine, as you're a recognized steward," Sirius assured him. He went to stand beside Harry. "You remember what I told you?" "I remember," Harry said. "You'll proclaim me heir, I'll accept, and then the magic tests me." "Right. Not to be a killjoy, but that test could take some time, and we are expected at the Weasleys'," Remus pointed out as he took position on the other side of Harry. "You're expected at the Weasleys'. Harry and I are unexpected guests accompanying you." He waggled his eyebrows, and Harry hid a smile. They'd decided on the subterfuge because the Weasleys seemed very respectful of Dumbledore. They didn't think the Weasleys knew that Dumbledore was in Thailand and why, but Sirius wasn't taking any chances. "Thank you," Remus said dryly. "So it's only me who'll hear the sharp edge of Molly Weasley's tongue. We have plenty of time before we go to the Weasleys." Sirius contradicted. He waved his hand dismissively. "Besides, if this goes anything like his Potter inheritance ritual, we'll be out of here in 30 seconds flat." He grinned at Harry, who rolled his eyes at his godfather. "Okay, let's get on with it," Remus ordered. Familius Magicus. Sirius picked up his wand and tapped the ritual bowl. Silver sparkles erupted from the bowl. He cut his palm, allowing the blood to drip into the hollow. "I, Sirius Orion, Black, head of the House of Black, name Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter as heir to the House of Black, by blood, by magic, by law, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." Harry took the ritual knife and repressed the nerves that were running rampant in his belly. He sliced his palm with a grimace, and let the blood drop into the bowl with Sirius's. "I, Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter, accept the duties of heir to the House of Black, by blood, by magic, by law, and by this my oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." The black magic rose up sharply and surrounded Harry in a silver mist. He could feel it pressing against him, testing him. It was so different to the Potter magic, which had been warm and welcoming. The black magic was cold and icy in comparison. But he remained firm in the center of the silver tempest. He wanted this to work for Sirius, because he owed his godfather more than words could say for getting him away from the Dursleys and giving him a home, for loving him. Abruptly the magic left and settled above the ritual bowl in the shape of a silver snake. Harry felt the ring settle on his finger. Harry didn't think. He just opened his mouth. "Hello." The snake rose up, its hood flaring. "A speaker?" "Yes," Harry said. "Have you had a speaker before?" "Only one other speaker has come before you, youngling." The snake rippled and twisted. "Sirius told me you were a snake, but I didn't realize I would be able to speak to you," Harry said, fascinated by the snake. "You are a speaker, and so we can understand each other. Know this, heir of Black, Lord of Potter, you are of our blood and magic, youngling. We will do all that we can to protect you, just as the Griffin of Potter." The snake shifted, glancing towards Sirius, who Harry realized belatedly was looking on with concern. "We reunited you once before, and always will again when called. Remember that, youngling." The snake vanished without another word, and Harry caught his breath as he felt his skin tingle coldly for a long moment, as though the black magic was seeping into him. "Harry?" Sirius placed a hand carefully on Harry's shoulder. Harry looked up at him and smiled. "I'm fine. The snake said it would protect me like the Grishin." "Ah!" Sirius didn't look any less concerned, and Harry wondered why. "That's good, isn't it?" Harry questioned warily. Sirius and Remus exchanged a look over Harry's head. "What?" demanded Harry, annoyed. "It's just surprising," Sirius said finally. "Family magic isn't supposed to work the way it does for you. I've never heard of the totems being so." He whirled his hand about his head. "Interactive, talkative, cooperative, protective, all of the above." "Oh." Harry frowned. "Well, the snake did say it hadn't had the chance to talk with a speaker in a long while, and I would guess the other totems don't have a way of speaking." "That's a good point," Remus said. "And at least we know you still have your Parseltongue ability. I had wondered if the cleansing of your scar might have taken it away." Harry nodded slowly. He'd wondered the same thing. "I guess I'm stuck with it. I know it isn't the most popular ability to have, Harry," Sirius comforted him, "but it could prove to be useful in the future." "Only if I plan on becoming a snake handler," Harry joked, his tension easing again with the evidence that it didn't matter to Sirius and Remus that he was a Parselmouth. "Funny!" Remus nudged him, caught sight of the clock, and blanched. "We should leave." Sirius rolled his eyes, but carefully cleaned the bowl and knife before locking them away. Remus hurried them out of the study and towards the floe. Remus went first to warn the Weasleys of the additions to the visit, and Sirius had Harry go next. Harry stumbled out of the floe into the burrow and gave quiet thanks that he hadn't ended up flat on his face. He moved out of the way to allow Sirius room to walk through, and was immediately gathered into a hug by Molly Weasley. "Harry!" She beamed at him as she stepped back, and Harry took the opportunity to step away and stand beside a grinning Ron. "It's so good to see you. And don't you look well? You're still a bit skinny, though, but no matter. We can feed you up tonight." "We weren't expecting dinner," Remus said quickly, "and we wouldn't want to put you out." "Nonsense," Molly chided him. "It's only another couple of mouths to feed." Sirius stepped through with elegant precision, and Harry could see Molly stiffen a tad. "Apologies," Sirius said. "I had a small delay on the other side." He offered his hand to Molly, and she reached out to take his, surprise widening her eyes when he turned her hand over deftly and kissed her knuckles. Madam Weasley. Arthur, who had been standing off to the side, a half-read Daily Prophet tucked under his arm, moved forward. His eyes quickly caught on the crests on Sirius's robes and the ring he wore. "Lord Black." "Mr. Weasley." Sirius shook hands solemnly. "Please call me Sirius." "Blimey!" Ron muttered under his breath at Harry. "This is all a bit serious." He elbowed Harry and snickered. "Serious. Get it!" Molly shot her youngest son a look that shouted, "Behave!" "It's Arthur and Molly." Arthur answered in reply to Sirius's earlier request. He waved around the rest of his brood, which included an older-looking Weasley that Harry hadn't seen before. "My eldest, Bill, Percy, the twins, Fred and George, you know Ron, of course, and finally Ginny. We're just missing Charlie." They all gave small waves or muttered hellos. "Well, this is an unexpected pleasure," Molly said brightly. "It's so good of Professor Lupin to bring you both." "Please, it's Remus," Remus said quickly. "I've only just broken Harry out of the habit of calling me Professor." "He had too," Harry mused, smiling back at him. "I'm afraid the subterfuge is my fault," Sirius said smoothly, apologizing for their unexpected arrival. "Not many people know Harry's already in my custody, and we're keeping a low profile at the moment until we can make the formal announcements at the Wizengamot." Arthur nodded understandingly. "May we congratulate you both on the guardianship?" Molly looked desperate to say something, but she held her tongue. "Thank you," Harry said proudly. Sirius ruffled his hair and smiled at him affectionately. "We're both very pleased." He sobered a little and motioned at Arthur. "The reason for the visit is, there's a bit of business between our various houses that we should discuss. May we make use of your dining table?" Of course. Arthur's gaze sharpened on Sirius's. Molly waved her hands in a shooing motion. "All of you children go and play outside." Sirius placed a hand on Harry's arm to prevent his leaving, and cleared his throat. "Harry will be staying, Molly, as both head of the House of Potter and heir to the House of Black. He has to be present." The want to protest was written across Molly's face as prominently as her freckles, but she nodded sharply, conceding in the face of Sirius invoking the house positions. "And as this involves a service Ron has performed for both our houses, you may wish for him to stay." Sirius continued undaunted. "But that is, of course, at your discretion." His gaze moved from Molly, Arthur. Molly's head snapped around to her husband's with frantic speed. "Arthur, dear, Ron can stay," Arthur said firmly. "And Bill—" His eldest son paused in his bid for the exit. "You should stay as my heir." Arthur gestured toward the table with a succinct head move. It was odd and awkward, Harry thought, as Arthur ushered Sirius, Remus, and Harry into seats on one side of the table, grabbing Ron before he could sit next to Harry. The three Weasley males sat opposite, and Molly plonked herself down next to Arthur. From the looks exchanged between Arthur and Molly, Harry surmised Molly wasn't supposed to attend, but was insisting on being part of the proceedings. Arthur gave in with a sigh. "I have to admit to being surprised," he said to Sirius. "It's been a long time since the Weasleys were openly acknowledged as an ancient and noble house." Sirius shrugged easily. "There's more to house honour than the trappings, Arthur." He gestured at the thinning redhead across the table. "You may regain your seat in time, if not your title, but that's for discussion another day." Arthur's eyebrows rose up his forehead. "And today's discussion—" "Well, the first bit of business is Harry's." Sirius nudged him gently. Harry cleared his throat nervously. "Mr. Weasley, you and your family have been very kind to me since I came back to the wizarding world, and Ron was my first friend of my own age. So," he took a deep breath, "as, head of the House of Potter, I would be honoured if you'd consider an alliance between the House of Weasley and the House of Potter." Ron, who had blushed bright red at Harry's pronouncement of their friendship, beamed at him. Evidently he knew enough about the traditions to know that an alliance was something of immense importance, and to have a house of the status of the Potters request an alliance was a significant honour, especially in light of the House of Weasley's relatively low status. Bill also looked pleased, if mildly surprised. Molly looked astounded, and she darted a look at her equally stunned husband. "That's—" Arthur started again and cleared his throat. "That's a lovely thought, Harry, but—" Harry's heart sank. Sirius cut in. "We thought the term should be an alliance of friendship between the houses, Arthur." "Well, because the Weasleys weren't in a political or financial position to agree an alliance of mutual aid and support, having lost their Wizengamot seat years before. Harry believed there wasn't really a difference in the intent of the alliance, just the wording." Arthur's face brightened. "Friendship?" He looked from Harry to Sirius and back again. "Lord Potter, I would be honoured to accept such an alliance. How could I not?" Ron and Harry grinned at each other. Harry felt Sirius not so subtly nudge him again. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley." "I think it's probably time to start calling me Arthur, Harry," he said with a smile. He frowned suddenly. "I'm afraid I don't think I have our ritual bowl on hand. It's probably somewhere in the family vault." "We can complete the alliance ritual another time," Sirius said agreeably. "Your word is certainly enough until we can perform it." Molly smiled at Harry. "That's a lovely thing you've just done for our family, Harry." "Thank you." Harry blushed. "Our second piece of business," Sirius said, rescuing him, "involves the House of Black. I hope in time that we will also agree an alliance of friendship, but clearly we need to get to know each other a lot better before then." Arthur nodded. "Agreed. For now, the bit of business we have involves a debt of honour between us," Sirius said. "I did get rather enthusiastic when I went after the rat at Hogwarts, and Ron here did end up getting accidentally injured." Harry watched warily as Molly's expression took on the note of anger. He wondered whether Ron had told her about getting his leg injured, or about the night Sirius had ambushed him. According to my solicitor, you were easily within your rights to have me charged with assault," Sirius concluded, keeping his remarks addressed to Arthur. "If you had, I would still be on the run," Remus coughed. "Or back in Azkaban," allowed Sirius, "and Harry would still be at the Dursleys." Harry was pleased to see that mollified Ron's mother a little. "In gratitude for your act of kindness, and to honour the debt between us, I would like to assume financial responsibility for Ron's education up to and including a mastery, if he wishes to pursue one. His tuition fees, his school supplies, and a small allowance to be agreed with yourselves would be included," Sirius said. "Whoa," Ron muttered, his eyes wide. Remus plucked a parchment from the pocket in his robes and handed it to Arthur. "All the details are stated here, Arthur." "Well, we couldn't possibly," Molly began. "Molly." Arthur's firm use of her name had Molly's subsiding. He handed the parchment to Bill. "It's a generous offer, but you understand that it isn't necessary, I hope. My decision was made in the same spirit of friendship that is at the heart of the new alliance between the houses of Potter and Weasley." Sirius smiled. "Granted, but I'm afraid my house honour demands I repay you, Arthur. I won't take no for an answer." Ron was almost beside him, squirming on the chair beside Bill. He looked anxiously from his father to Sirius and back. Harry could guess at his friend's feelings. Ron was hopeful that the time of always ending up with second-hand clothes and books and everything was at an end. Harry could relate. Arthur sighed. He gestured at his eldest son. "What's your view here, Bill?" Bill set the parchment down on the table. He had a serious expression on his amiable face. The earring he wore glinted in the late evening sunlight streaming through the window. "Everything seems to be in order from a legal point of view," he said. "It's a generous offer, but in order for me to know if it satisfies the debt, I'll need to know what exactly happened and how Ron got injured." "It's a fair question," Sirius said, stopping Arthur from dismissing his son's query. "Let's see, I guess you know the background context of me being innocent, Peter being the traitor, hiding out disguised as your family's pet rat." Bill nodded. "Well, I guess there are two incidents. The first one, I merely scared Ron by breaking into the dorm and trying to get to the rat there. And the second one, I ambushed him on the Hogwarts grounds while he was carrying the rat and dragged him into a tunnel to the Shrieking Shack, accidentally breaking his leg in the process." "You broke my son's leg?" Molly yelled loudly. Arthur turned to her with a fierce expression. "Molly!" Molly glared at her husband and sat back with an angry huff. "I was right as rain the next day, honest, Mum," Ron said tentatively. "Well," Bill said with a smile in Ron's direction, "I give my blessing to the proposal. I think, as Sirius interrupted Ron's education this last year, paying for his future education is an acceptable payment." He paused. "But in fairness to the House of Black, I think we should only agree on the basis of Ron maintaining acceptable grades." Ron grimaced. "I agree," Arthur said. He looked at his youngest son. "We don't expect outstandings across the board, but if you fail anything, we shouldn't expect Lord Black to continue paying for you." Bill added the addendum and handed the contract back to Remus to review. Remus nodded at Sirius. Sirius conjured a quill and signed the parchment, passing both over to Arthur so he could do the same. "Yes," Ron said gleefully. "Remember, this agreement is dependent on you getting good grades, Ron," Arthur said. Molly nodded her agreement, her eyes narrowing on Sirius again. "At the same time, I'm not sure money can make up for harming a child," she said frostily. Harry inched closer to Sirius, hearing the anger in Molly's voice. "I agree with you," Sirius said simply, surprising everyone at the table, "although in my defence I wasn't quite sane at the time. 12 years in Azkaban as an innocent man took its toll." Molly had the grace to look discomfited, but the glint in her eye told Harry she hadn't completely given up the fight. "And you're sane now, after only a week of healing?" "Molly," Arthur protested, his face burning as brightly red as his hair. "Harry and I spent some time at the Valley Clinic in the States," Sirius informed briskly. "As you may know, it's located in a time bubble. We spent about 2 months there in the week we were gone, in normal time." Molly opened her mouth to speak again. "However, that's beside the point," Sirius said before she could speak. "Regardless of my questionable sanity, I know what I would do to anyone who broke Harry's leg, even accidentally so. Yes, I agree with you that monetary compensation can't make up for what I did. And knowing that, I assure you the scholarship isn't an apology for that act. It's a thank you for not pressing legal charges so I could take guardianship of my godson." Arthur placed a hand on Molly's arm. "I'm grateful that you can appreciate my wife's point of view. As Ron doesn't seem to hold a grudge, and it was him that was harmed, I suggest we put it in the past and move on." His gaze rested on his wife's intently. Molly gave a huff and nodded. Sirius inclined his head. "Thank you." "Ron," Arthur said, turning in his chair to face his son, "there's some additional business that I have with the House of Potter that you don't need to stay for, son. You can go and join your brothers and sister outside." Ron looked as though he wanted to protest, but he threw Harry a vaguely apologetic look and pushed his chair away from the table, swiftly departing the house. Harry looked at Arthur confused, wondering what other business they could have to discuss. "Harry," Arthur sighed and rubbed at his forehead. "I had discussed this previously with the headmaster, as at the time there was no regent or steward assigned to represent you. But now you've claimed your ring, and have Sirius and Remus here to advise you. You wish to discuss the life debt your daughter owes, Harry?" Remus concluded. Sirius raised an eyebrow questioningly at Remus as Harry shifted uncomfortably at Arthur's nod of agreement. "It wasn't that hard to deduce, Padfoot," Remus defended quietly. Harry knew from his discussions with Sirius about the life debt Sirius owed Hermione and himself that he couldn't say he didn't care about the life debt. He didn't. But it wasn't good form to dismiss it, as it was like saying he didn't care that he'd saved Ginny's life, which was untrue. "What life debt?" asked Bill, frowning at his father. Arthur sighed and quickly explained about Ginny's possession, the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets and the diary. "Why didn't anybody tell me?" Bill asked, horror written clearly in his blue eyes. Molly glared at him. "You were the one who chose to work abroad as a curse-breaker, William. You spent most of last summer with me, Mum. I'm sure there was a chance to tell me," Bill rejoined. "No wonder Ginny spent so much time quizzing me about possessions." "Clearly," Arthur broke in as Molly bristled angrily beside him. "We should discuss this more in private after our guests have left, but in the meantime we do have the life debt to settle." Sirius cleared his throat. "What did you propose to Albus Dumbledore when you spoke with him?" Arthur shook his head. "It wasn't so much a proposal as a discussion. I did tentatively suggest that we'd be happy for Harry, consider the Burrow a second home, and to have him during the summer instead of his going back to his relatives in the Muggle world." Harry could guess where the discussion was going. "Let me guess." He shot down the suggestion. Sirius said sarcastically enough to get another disapproving frown from Molly. "Albus thought Harry was too young to deal with responsibilities such as life debts," Arthur replied mildly, and Molly muttered her agreement, and that Harry was safest at his Muggle relatives. Harry flushed in embarrassment and anger. He felt Sirius's hand on his shoulder, but he stared at the table and took a deep breath. He really didn't want to lose control of his magic. "Well, that was then, and this is now," said Remus soothingly. "Obviously your first suggestion, while a wonderful idea at the time, is no longer needed given recent events. And I'm afraid that is where we come unstuck," Arthur admitted. "Ginny is our only daughter, and frankly one that was very much wanted. She holds a great deal of value in our eyes. A place in our family would have been equal to that value and paid the debt she incurred. But I'm not entirely certain what else I have to offer beyond the land that comes with the Burrow or my sworn service to the House of Potter." Molly shifted in her seat, worrying her lower lip as she folded her arms. Harry knew that they could demand the service of Ginny herself. It was her who owed the debt. He had no idea what he was supposed to say. "Or the sworn service of your heir," Sirius said with a thoughtful expression, staring at Bill. Bill sat up straighter, although a hint of worry lurked in his eyes. "If that's what is required, I will fulfill the debt on behalf of Ginny." Harry tapped Sirius on the arm hurriedly and gestured towards the living area. "Can we speak for a moment?" Sirius nodded. "If you'll excuse us, we'll be just a moment." The House of Potter representatives made their way to the front of the sofa, and Remus erected a privacy bubble. "What are you doing?" Harry demanded immediately. "Ron says Bill loves his job. I can't take that away from him." "Of course not," Sirius assured him. "And there are details to be worked out, but it would be very useful to have a goblin-trained curse-breaker for our little treasure hunt." Remus nodded sagely. "It also gives us someone of our own in Croker's team. Bertie won't be able to refuse because of the life-debt angle." Harry frowned. "Okay, so it might be useful, but it's not exactly fair of us to drag him away from his own job. What happens when the treasure hunt is over?" "I should be able to get something arranged at Gringotts. A leave of absence to fulfill a family debt for the period of the treasure hunt. Something like that," Sirius assured Harry. "Or how about an exchange of knowledge as part of the treasure hunt?" Remus suggested. "Bill spends the time learning from the Unspeakables. The Unspeakables get some goblin knowledge. The vows he'll have to take will be difficult, but not impossible." He trailed off as he noticed both Sirius and Harry staring at him. "It's a thought." Sirius looked at him sceptically. "I can't see either the goblins or Croker going for it." "Well, we won't know until we've sat all parties down to discuss the matter," Remus said. "I suggest we get Bill's tentative agreement subject to something being arranged with Gringotts about his ongoing employment." He hesitated for a moment. "You know, thinking about it, do you believe that, given a choice, Bill will turn down hunting and destroying other objects like the diary that hurt his sister anyway?" "No," Harry answered immediately. "Not if he's anything like Rom." They all turned back to glance at the dining-table and saw the curious expressions on the faces of the waiting Weasleys. "Okay, new plan," declared Sirius. "We tell Bill about the treasure hunt, subject to an oath of confidentiality. We'll offer to help make an arrangement with Gringotts. And if that doesn't happen, once the treasure hunt is over, we'll set Bill up in a new curse-breaking business funded by Potter and Black." Harry nodded slowly. "Okay." They both looked at Remus. "I agree," Remus confirmed. He took down the privacy bubble and made their way back to the table. Sirius waited until they were all seated. "Let me start by saying that we are all agreed that if we go with the service arrangement for the life debt, that we will do our utmost to ensure the impact to Bill's career is minimal," he began. Harry was pleased when Bill's eyes brightened with relief, as did Arthur's. "Exactly how we'll do that we don't know as yet, but I'm sure it'll involve a discussion with Gringotts. What can you say about your employment contract?" Sirius asked. Bill motioned across the table. "Not much as you would guess, with it being a Gringotts contract. I can tell you that I signed on for 10 years, that mastery in runic warding is part of the deal, and I got that 2 years ago, and that there are penalties for non-completion. Beyond that, there are the usual oaths that Gringotts requires of its employees." Sirius said. "So you have 5 years to go, and the penalties are financial." Bill nodded. Molly cleared her throat. "If this is the only way to honor the life debt, the goblins would understand that, wouldn't they?" And Harry realized from the hope in Molly's eyes that service to the House of Potter would mean Bill would be doing something less dangerous and would return to England. They'd probably not press the oath-breaking penalty as a life debt would take higher precedence, Bill informed her, but they would certainly enact the financial penalties. He sighed. "I could afford it with what I have saved." Harry stirred uneasily in his chair and looked at Sirius beseechingly. "Any penalties would be covered by the House of Potter," Sirius said, catching on immediately. "But we will try and arrange a leave of absence so the penalties aren't incurred at all. If you have to leave Gringotts, we'll also ensure your career continues as you wish." Bill's eyes widened in pleased surprise, even as his mother's face fell with the assurance that Bill would continue with his wonted profession. Harry guessed Ron's brother had worried that service meant the end of his career. In fact, The reason why I thought of you rather than your father to honor the life-dead is that the House of Potter has a project where your talents as a curse-breaker would be useful," Sirius continued. "We will need a vow of confidentiality before I say anything more, and assurances that you practice occlumency." "Well, I never," Molly protested. Arthur shot her another pleading look, and she subsided. "My occlumency is not good," he admitted. "If I wore my head-of-house ring, I would be protected, but I've never seen a need to wear it, and it's in the vault." "I'm goblin-trained," Bill said. "They don't start teaching you anything of import until you can do occlumency." He smiled at Harry. "They like to know their secrets will remain secret." "Why don't Bill and I head to another room, and I'll inform him of the project?" Sirius suggested. "If you're happy for only Bill to be privy to the details of the service we require, and whether it will satisfy the debt on behalf of the House of Weasley, Arthur." Arthur frowned, but nodded. "Well, as it mostly will affect Bill, I'll leave the decision to my heir, then." Sirius smiled widely. "Bill, if you could lead the way." Bill got up and motioned for Sirius to follow him up the stairs. Harry deduced they were going to use a bedroom. "Well, I'll start dinner," Molly said brightly, getting up. "You will all stay, Remus?" "I'm afraid not, Molly," Remus said politely. "Thank you very much for the invitation, but we're expected home for dinner, and Dobby will be anxious if we don't show. Another time, perhaps." Molly frowned heavily, but nodded. She headed over to the stove and began banging pots and pans as she assembled them. Arthur cleared his throat, ostensibly ignoring his wife. "Harry, has Ron mentioned the Quidditch World Cup?" Harry gave a smile and a nod. "He said you hoped to get tickets." "There's still some finagling to do, but we're almost set on that score. You're more than welcome to come with us," Arthur said warmly. "We're going to camp there the night before and after, so it'll be a real trip. Sirius said he'd talk to you about it," Harry promised. "It sounds like fun." "So far it's just been a lot of work," Arthur said with a smile. "I've had my colleagues at the Department of Magical Games and Sports complaining at me every lunch hour." "Is your department involved in the preparation?" Remus asked, jumping into the conversation when Harry floundered, unsure what to say. "Yes, the pitch site is very close to Muggle, so we're having to double-check everything," Arthur admitted. "Why Bagman decided that place was a good idea, well, I shouldn't criticize, really. His assistant, Bertha Jorkins, was supposed to be back from her holiday and helping by now, but she's still away." "Bertha?" Remus repeated. "I haven't heard that name in years." Harry sent him an inquiringly look. "She was a few years ahead of us at school," Remus explained. "Nice girl, but a bit of a gossip and rather flaky." "It sounded like Lavender Brown," Harry mused idly. "That's Bertha," Arthur said. "Ludo's convinced she's just forgotten her return date, but I'm not sure she's that dippy." Molly snorted from her position at the stove. "Bertha is that dippy, Arthur. She'd forget her own head if it wasn't screwed on." Harry laughed at the comment, and Arthur winked and whispered that Molly could be right. Footsteps on the stairs had them all turning back. Bill looked thunderous, while Sirius looked calm. They retook their seats. Molly hurried back, evidently determined not to be left out of the discussion. "Bill?" inquired Arthur tentatively. Harry had a feeling he knew why Bill was so angry. The fact that there were objects like the one that had hurt Ginny lying about. It was horrible and terrifying. "I'll gladly perform the service requested for the House of Potter. We have agreed that I will join the project they have in mind in exchange for a salary matching my Gringotts pay and accommodation in London, where I'll be based," Bill said tersely. "We're also agreed that the House of Potter will do its best to ensure my career doesn't suffer. We'll try and organize a leave of absence, but if Gringotts won't allow that, I'll leave. Sirius has agreed with me that we'll split the penalties 50-50. He held up a hand before anyone could argue. "For the record, the importance of the project is such that I'd do it if there was no life debt involved, hence the penalty agreement, but as the House of Potter is insistent—" "And we are," Sirius added firmly. "There we go," Bill said. He looked at his father, who nodded in return. "I trust you, William," Arthur said proudly. "Then I agree, as the heir of the House of Weasley, that the House of Potter shall have my service until the task we have discussed is complete, to honour the life debt between Ginevra Molly Weasley and Lord Harry James Potter. Sirius nudged Harry. "You need to accept." "I accept on behalf of the House of Potter," Harry said quickly, knowing he was probably breaking a number of protocol rules. Molly gave a small clap and beamed at her eldest son. "Oh, it'll be so good to have you back. And really, Harry, you don't need to include accommodation. Bill will stay here." Harry wondered if Bill was really as horrified as he looked. Sirius cleared his throat. "As the Potter Regent, I'm going to have to insist as a point of honour, Molly. Service for the house has always included accommodation and board, and frankly, we have a lot of properties standing vacant. It would be doing us a favour to have one of them occupied and looked after." Molly opened her mouth to argue, and Arthur jumped in before she could. "Thank you, Sirius Harry," Arthur said quickly. "A young man of Bill's age needs his own space." He patted his son's shoulder. Bill gave a relieved smile and glanced over at Sirius. "I'll arrange a meeting with my bosses at Gringotts for next week." He turned to his father, who wore a faintly guilty air. "Don't think for a moment I took this under duress, Dad. I'm more than happy to help with the project Sirius has told me about. If there was no debt and I'd found out about it, I would have quit my job and volunteered." His parents were stunned by the admission. "Well," Sirius said brightly, "one further bit of business is this." He plucked a sheet of parchment from his robes and gave it to Arthur. "Your family's invitation to join us for a blessing ritual tomorrow. I know it's short notice, but we hope you can make it." He turned to Harry. "Why don't you head outside and spend some time with Ron, while Remus and I discuss arrangements with Arthur and Molly? We're done with the official business." Harry nodded, smiled at the Weasleys, and made his escape. Ron was hovering just outside the back door, evidently waiting for him, and he quickly dragged him away from the house to the bottom of the garden. They sat down, and Harry frowned at the dampness under his palms. "Did I hear right?" Ron asked excitedly. "Is Bill going to work for you?" "Well, for Sirius, really," Harry pointed out. "But, yeah." Ron grinned at him. "That's great! Bill's really cool. Not like Percy at all." Harry smiled at Ron and wished he had a brother or a sister. He pushed away the note of jealousy and focused on his friend. "I heard you talking about the Quidditch Cup," Ron said. "You are going to come, aren't you? It's going to be brilliant." "Maybe," Harry prevaricated. "I think Sirius will say yes, but he has a lot of lessons planned for me this summer, so—" He gave a shrug. He wanted to attend, but he had to admit there was a large part of him that didn't want to spend time away from his godfather. "Lessons?" Ron said, outraged. "What lessons?" "Stuff to do with my being head of house, etiquette and culture and stuff," Harry said, leaning back and staring up at the sky. "Blimey," Ron winced. "Rather you than me." Harry took a deep breath. "I'm also taking runes. Professor McGonagall agreed that I could drop divination and take an entry test." Ron stared at Harry as though he'd grown two heads. But that means I'll be on my own. You're abandoning me." "I'm sorry, but I can't take another year with Trelawney predicting my death every week," Harry retorted. "Besides, you're not on your own. The other guys will still be there, Ron," he pointed out. "And if you want, you could do the same and come with me to rooms. Sirius won't mind you joining the lessons." "Nah," Ron shook his head. "I'm good." He shook his head. "I can't believe you're learning all this other stuff, though." "I need to know it," Harry said, with a touch of annoyance. "I didn't realize there was all these traditions and forms of protocol and everything. I have to learn it as the head of the house." "Well, as long as you don't turn into Malfoy," Ron said, with a strange glint in his eye that told Harry that on one level Ron was deadly serious. Harry gave a bit of a forced laugh and reassured him that was highly unlikely. He wasn't surprised when Ron turned the conversation to Quidditch. He gave a quiet sigh of relief as he listened, pleased with Ron's relatively easy acceptance of his new position and his decision about rooms. Sure, there had been a tense moment, but they had gotten past it. Harry ignored a lingering flicker of worry that Ron would have issues with Harry gaining a little independence, and focused on Ron's rant about the Canon's new signings. The polite knock at the door to the formal parlour had Sirius pausing mid-sentence with a muttered apology to Miriam Granger and calling out for Penelope to enter. Her blonde hair was braided into some complicated female thing Sirius had never worked out, and she was dressed in formal robes bearing the Black and Potter crests. She smiled cheerfully. "The Tonks and the Malfoys are both awaiting your presence in your study, Lord Black." "Right." Sirius grimaced. It had already been a long morning in some respects. He had performed the judgment ritual on the Lestranges in anticipation of the family meeting as soon as he had flew to Black Manor that morning. He had discussed it with Harry the night before, and his godson had been appropriately attentive, understanding the gravity of the decisions that Sirius had made. It would serve as his politics lesson for the week. Sirius wouldn't allow him to witness the ritual, though, or take part as the heir, as he had known the likelihood of the Lestranges surviving judgment was small, and he didn't want Harry involved with what was in reality an execution. Harry and Remus had instead collected the Grangers in anticipation of meeting the Tonks once Sirius had accepted them back into the House of Black. Miriam and Wallace wore good quality, if plain Muggle clothing, while Hermione had formal dress robes in a deep mauve colour that suited her colouring. Minerva had since arrived too, and had been delighted to be reintroduced to Hermione's parents, presenting them with a long-wished-for apology about the various school incidents that helped smooth everything over. They had all settled in the formal parlour for morning tea. "Show time!" Remus pointed out briskly with a grin that Sirius remembered from their Marauder days. "Good luck," Harry said with a cheeky grin all of his own. Sirius had learned the subtle differences that separated Harry's features and expressions from James's or even Lily's. Sirius gave him a wink, set his tea down, and got to his feet. He headed out of the door and down the corridor. If it hadn't been for the Malfoys, he would have had Harry with him as his heir, but he'd talked it over with him, and they'd decided it was too risky. Draco and Harry were likely to set each other off, and Sirius didn't trust Lucius not to try and murder Harry in front of him, no matter what protections the manor had for its heir. He stopped in front of the study door and took a deep breath. He opened the door, strode into the room, and closed the door behind him with a sharp bang that caught the attention of his waiting cousins and their families. He was amused to note that they were politely ignoring each other in the seating area. The Tonks sat to the far right, and the Malfoys closer to the door. Sirius ignored Narcissa's paling face, and Lucius's dark look to walk forward and stand in front of his desk. "Hello, members of the House of Black," Sirius said formally. "Thank you for answering the summons to the family meeting." Andy and Ted gave tentative smiles, while their daughter grinned at him happily. The Malfoys were a mix of disinterest, Draco, horror, Narcissa, and glowering anger, Lucius. "You're Lord Black?" Lucius questioned furiously. Sirius held up his hand and displayed the ring. "And you're a prat, and now we've established that perhaps we can get to business." He heard a badly hidden snicker from Nymphadora Tonks. Draco bristled. "Father, are you—" Narcissa put a hand on his arm and silenced him with a look. "My apologies, Lord Black. My husband and son are simply surprised. We had believed the new Lord Black came from the line of Marius Black." He could see the wheels turning in her eyes as she recalculated what was going to happen. "Simeon?" Sirius offered with a toothy smile. "Well, in that case you'll be pleased to know that in the event of my unfortunate demise, Simeon will take on the mantle of Regent of the House of Black until my heir is of age. Simeon sends his apologies, but he will be in the country later in the summer, and will meet up with you all then. He and I have, via correspondence, discussed our new agenda, the decisions that I've made and will make today, and are in agreement." The shocked looks on their faces was priceless. "Well, that deals with one of my announcements," Sirius said jauntily. "Let's see. Second announcement. Lord Harry James Potter is my confirmed heir by blood, by magic, by oath, and by law. He wears the ring. He sends his apologies, but he is hosting our other guests for today's later events." Draco was instantly outraged. His nostrils were flaring, cheeks bright red. Sirius wondered if he was about to see someone combust without the use of flammables. He'd have to show Harry the memory later in a Pensieve, Sirius mused. "By blood?" Narcissa challenged haughtily. Sirius raised an eyebrow. I thought you of all people, with your love of genealogy, would have remembered that Harry's grandmother was a Black, Narcissa, Dorea Black, to be exact." He smiled again. "I'm also going to be adopting him later today. Frankly, the family magic loves him. You remember the totem is a snake. Apparently it can talk to Harry. They get on like a house on fire." Lucius's lips thinned to almost nothing, as did Narcissa's. Sirius began to pace. "Now, to other business. I did think about telling you what our new political agenda will be," he said, gesticulating vaguely, "but I decided actions speak louder than words. So," he stopped and regarded them solemnly, "I have been reviewing our family's actions. Let me start with the Lestranges. Our motto was, and is, toujours pur, always pure. It wasn't always about blood, no matter what my mad mother might have thought. It was always about the House of Black remaining pure to itself, to its own ideals, never sullied by subjugating themselves to others." He saw Lucius shift on the stuffed sofa the Malfoys were sitting upon. "The House of Lestrange is not here at this family meeting because they did not follow the motto of the House of Black." "Why would they?" Draco piped up, crossing his arms with an irritated huff. "They're the House of Lestrange." Sirius glanced at Narcissa, who was turning a lovely shade of red. "Well, well, well. You haven't informed your son of the primacy rule between the houses?" "Primacy? Why should that matter here?" Draco spoke before his mother could, and she turned to him swiftly. "Be quiet, Draco," Narcissa ordered. "You are not to say another word." Sirius didn't miss how Draco glanced at his father, who gave a sharp nod to follow the order before subsiding. "Perhaps you should explain about primacy, Narcissa, as clearly your son's education is lacking," Sirius said mildly. Narcissa glared at him. "He knows that primacy denotes the rank of a house in relation to another. But you apparently have failed to inform him that the ancient and noble House of Black has primacy over the House of Lestrange, which, after all, is simply an upstart, pure-blood Belgian family that immigrated to England during the 19th century. Sirius smiled again, all teeth and no humour. "Rodolphus Lestrange petitioned to marry into the House of Black. He got Bellatrix. The marriage contract is quite clear. The House of Black has primacy. Lestrange was contracted to honour that primacy." His eyes flashed angrily. "He failed when he took the mark of Voldemort." The room flinched at the name. "He failed when he allowed Bella to take the mark of Voldemort," Sirius continued blithely. "And he failed when he allowed his brother to take the mark. On this single issue alone I would have cause to declare them all oath-breakers. But additionally, Bella never produced the two children as contracted, and now never will." He wet his lips and took a deep breath. "Additionally, the House of Lestrange dishonoured our family name, and brought our house into disrepute by their attack on the ancient and noble House of Longbottom. They created a debt of honour between our houses. This morning I summoned the family magic for judgment against the House of Lestrange." He saw shock register around the room. Having forewarned the warden at Azkaban, he confirmed post the ritual that all three no longer have their magic. Sirius stated grimly. "Rodolphus and his brother died within an hour." "Bella?" Andromeda spoke up for the first time. "Do we know? Without magic, but stable. Well, I say stable, nuttier than a fruitcake, but alive," Sirius informed her gently. Of course he doubted Bella would remain alive for long. Azkaban was hard enough when a body had magic to sustain it against the harsh conditions there. Without magic, the Malfoys were exchanging concerned looks. Sirius ignored them. "Before the Lestranges died, I declared the marriage contract broken and seized their vault for the repayment of the dowry. As restitution, all monetary assets from the vault have been turned over to the House of Longbottom. The House of Black has also assumed financial responsibility for the education of the Longbottom heir." Draco made to speak, and his mother glared at him. "As a final act, I have cast Bella out of the House of Black. She is to be given no sanctuary or aid. Any provided to her will be assumed to be breaking oath with the House of Black," Sirius said. It shouldn't really be a problem as Bella is locked up, but just so we're clear." Andromeda and Narcissa nodded. Lucius was looking wonderfully uncomfortable. "Andy," Sirius turned to his oldest cousin, "you never did have a head for politics, but what do you make of my actions so far in relation to our new agenda?" Andromeda tossed her brown hair back over one shoulder and regarded him with familiar grey eyes. "Well, from the appointments of your potential regent and your heir, you're clearly ditching the pure-blood and prejudiced mantra of the House of Black. Lord Potter is a half-blood. Simeon is a pure-blood, but he is also the son of a squib, if I recall correctly. And I'm fairly certain the young woman who showed us in here from the flue is a Muggle-born." Sirius grinned at her. "She is. You're upholding the tradition and honour of the House of Black in stating that our house bows to no one, including you know who," she continued. "That the family magic found in favour of your ruling backs up the truth that it is an oath-breaker to have been marked by him." Her eyes flitted to her brother-in-law, sat across from her before returning to Sirius. "You've made restitution to a light family. Not too surprising, given that the Potters and the Longbottoms have been allied for years, and not to make restitution would make things awkward, given you're also the regent of the House of Potter. But the Longbottoms and the Potters also stand for respect for wizarding culture and tradition, so it could also be a move to position the House of Black for our own alliance." Sirius nodded. He waved at Narcissa. "Anything to add, cousin?" Narcissa threw a superior look at her older sister. "What you did with the family magic to Bella and the Lestranges, it shows you're ruthless, and you won't stand for the house to be placed lower than any other. What you did to secure the position as the head of the House of Black, to clear your name and gain guardianship over the boy who lived, was cunning. These are traits that the House of Black has been known for and feared as a result." She tilted her blonde head. "They are not traits that Albus Dumbledore would champion. I'd say you're repositioning us in neutral territory rather than allying us with the light." "I have allied us with the House of Potter," Sirius stated calmly. "But you're quite right that Albus Dumbledore is unlikely to appreciate my actions so far as Lord Black." Narcissa's eyes gleamed with sudden comprehension, but she didn't speak further. "He would approve of my next action, though," Sirius pointed out, turning back to Andromeda. "Andy, I wish to reinstate you to the House of Black. Welcome, your husband and your daughter. Is this something that you would wish for?" Andromeda glanced at Ted, her husband, and nodded. "We've discussed it, and as it is you, I would agree, but only with the reassurance that Nymphadora will not face an arranged marriage." "That's a fair point," Sirius said, noting how his cousin had winced at the full version of her name. "You have my word, no arranged marriages. But," he held up his hand before she could protest, "I will insist on a marriage contract to protect our assets and honour." "I can live with that, Mum," Nymphadora said. "Could we also make it a condition that everyone calls me Tonks? It'll have to be your full name for the oaths," Sirius pointed out with a grin. "But, Cousin Nymphy, I'm sure you'll remember what I used to call you." Her hair cycled from brown to red, then purple before settling into black. Sirius took out his wand and swept it over the desk. The black ritual bowl and knife appeared. He ushered Andromeda up to the front. "Familius Magicus," Sirius intoned and tapped the bowl. Silver mist erupted to swirl in the hollow of the vessel once again. He cut his palm. "I, Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, declare Andromeda Ursula Tonks reinstated as a daughter of the House of Black by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." He could see Draco's open curiosity, and knew it was possibly the first time he had seen family magic in action, as the Malfoys did not have any. Andromeda cut her palm with a grimace. "I, Andromeda Ursula Tonks, daughter of the House of Black, accept my reinstatement and the duties that it entails, by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." She motioned for her husband to take her place. Sirius smiled warmly and held out his uncut hand for Ted to shake. Welcome to the madhouse, Ted." Ted smiled warmly. His rotund belly and appearance gave him a jolly air. No middle name for me. Parents didn't see the need for it. Sirius nodded and held his still dripping palm over the bowl. "I, Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, declare Theodore Tonks a son of the House of Black by law, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." Ted took the knife from his wife. "I, Theodore Tonks, son of the Tonks family, son of the House of Black, accept my place and the duties that it entails, by law, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." Nymphadora exchanged places with her father. "I, Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, declare Nymphadora Janet Tonks a daughter of the House of Black by blood, by magic, and by this oath." "So have I sworn, so mote it be," Sirius said again. "I, Nymphadora, Janet Tonks, daughter of the Tonks family, daughter of the House of Black, accept my place and the duties that it entails, by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." The magic swirled upwards then, swarming over the Tonks family for a long moment before settling back into the bowl in the familiar totem. The snake bowed to Sirius and disappeared. "Excellent," Sirius said, waving his wand again, so the ritual bowl and knife vanished and 2 envelopes took their place. "I have some gifts." The 3 new members of the House of Black smiled while the Malfoys glowered in the background. "Firstly, Andy and Ted, here is the details of your new vault at Gringotts. You've received the dowry that would have been bestowed had the family agreed to the match at the time. There is also the deed for the summer property in Spain, which I know was always Andy's favourite. It is entailed to the House of Black, though, and will return to me or my heir on your death, but it is yours for the rest of your lives." Sirius handed over the envelope. "You'll need to speak to Remus about arranging a portkey and the state of the property." Andromeda took it, and, in a surprise move, hugged Sirius. He patted her back awkwardly as she sniffed and held back tears. "Thank you," she said, releasing him. Sirius cleared his throat and picked up the last envelope. "Nym, Tonks," he corrected as she glared at him. "A trust vault has been set up for you. Its value is equivalent to the should you have been recognized as a Black from birth. You're in paid employment as an Aura trainee now rather than continuing your education, so there will be no additional funds. However, you should find this is a nice nest egg." Tonks hugged him too, and took her envelope with a grin. "Thank you. You were always my favourite cousin when I was a kid." Sirius didn't point out that until his incarceration he'd been the only cousin who had visited them when Tonks had been small. He turned to Andromeda. "A couple of things, Andy. Firstly, I'd like you to teach our heir about wizarding etiquette. He's lived among muggles, and Dumbledore hasn't seen to this part of his education, it seems." "I'd be honoured," Andromeda said. "Excellent," Sirius said, relieved that he wouldn't have to do it. "Secondly, I owe a life debt to a Miss Hermione Granger. She's a Muggle-born witch, very smart, and Harry's best friend." He ignored the ruckus in the background as Draco snorted and Narcissa berated him. "I've agreed with her parents that the House of Black will sponsor her." "What?" Draco shouted, standing up. "I've heard enough, Mother-Father." "If the House of Black wants to ruin itself with Muggle-borns and half-bloods, let it. We Malfoys don't need them and are better." Sirius raised an eyebrow as Narcissa silenced her son, while Lucius dragged him back down to the sofa and placed him in a body-bind. Their faces were aflame, and he knew that they knew that Draco's little outburst was going to cost them. "As I was saying," Sirius continued, returning his attention to Andromeda, "I've agreed the House of Black will sponsor her to repay the life debt. Obviously I'm not appropriate. So you would like me to perform the duty?" Andromeda nodded. "I'd be happy to, but we should probably meet before the ritual." "They're waiting for you in the formal parlour with Harry. Remus is also there, and will brief you on another ritual we'll be performing this afternoon." Sirius tapped an ornament on his desk, and there was a brief knock on the door before it opened to reveal Penelope again. "Penelope, here, we'll show you the way. I'll see you after my discussion with Cousin Narcissa." Andromeda and Tonks smiled at him, Ted nodded, and they all left. The door closed with a dull thud in their wake. Sirius turned back to the Malfoys. Lucius was almost white with fear. Sirius knew that Sirius knew he wore the mark, and given what had happened to the Lestranges, Lucius couldn't expect any other treatment. Narcissa was pale but rallying. He would bet every last galleon he had that she was trying to think of a way to wriggle out of the mess her husband and her son had created by their behavior, and turn it to their advantage. Draco continued to look mutinous, but there was also fear flickering in his eyes, a questioning anxiety about why his parents were so cowed and why they hadn't fought back, hadn't attacked Sirius. He moved to stand before them again and folded his arms. "So, Narcissa, do you want to list all the ways the House of Malfoy has broken oath with the House of Black, or shall I?" Narcissa got to her feet. "What do you intend for us?" she asked bluntly. Sirius tilted his head. "That's a good question. Here's another. What can you offer me that would entice me to keep you alive?" Draco's eyes widened dramatically. "Yes, Draco," Sirius said, "I see you're starting to see the gravity of your situation, but let me clarify it for you completely." "Sirius, please, he's a child," Narcissa said hurriedly. "You should have thought about that before you brought him in here, unprepared. You know the protections this house, and this room in particular, offer me. If you attempted to draw your wand on me, you'd be dead within a second. He's lucky that the defensive magic didn't take issue with his insults. Let's see how he does without the silencing charm, now that he knows," Sirius said brusquely. He turned back to Draco, who had paled at the realization that Sirius was magically protected as the head of the House of Black, and waved his hand, cancelling all magic in the room except his own. The House of Malfoy, which left France for England during their Revolution, petitioned to join the ancient and noble House of Black. The House of Black agreed on several conditions, one of which was that the House of Malfoy honored the primacy of the House of Black. Sirius pointed at Draco. That included ensuring that any child knew their place in the pecking order and didn't stoop to insulting the head of the House of Black, as you just did. Draco flushed red, but he'd apparently learned enough to remain silent of his own accord. It also included not being branded with the mark of a half-blood bastard like Voldemort. Sirius snarled, turning to Lucius. Lucius's eyes widened fractionally. "The Dark Lord is the heir to Slytherin," he blurted out. "Through his mother, who was a gaunt, a witch with little more power than a squid," Sirius agreed, reciting the research Remus had done, "but his father was a muggle who abandoned both of them. Or did it not occur to you to look up the genealogy of Tom Riddle? How does it feel to know that you've been bowing and kissing the robes of the son of a muggle? You, who would place blood purity as the thing to be valued above all others." The shock adorning Lucius's face was hilarious. "Who's Tom Riddle?" asked Draco, unable to help himself. "He's otherwise known as Voldemort." Sirius replied absently, and missed Draco's appalled look of horror. "And really, Lucius, is this your defence for taking the mark? That it's okay because he was the heir to Slytherin?" His tone was scathing. "The House of Black will not be subjugated to anyone, not even Merlin himself if he turns up. Loyalty to the house comes before all others." "Sirius," Narcissa said hurriedly, "you can hardly blame Lucius. He simply followed the rest of our family." "Your father and mother both took the mark, as did mine. Regulus took the mark. The Lestranges took the mark. Everyone took the mark. Your grandfather didn't expressly forbid it." "Did you take the mark?" Sirius asked, pointedly looking at her arm. Narcissa sniffed and rolled her sleeve up to reveal pale, creamy skin. He cast a spell for glamours, but it came back negative, and she looked at him triumphantly. "Don't go celebrating all at once, Narcissa," Sirius warned her. "You may not wear the mark, but you clearly failed at teaching your son to respect the House of Black primacy." Lucius stood up for the first time. "That was my fault," he said. Narcissa bowed to my wishes that I see to Draco's education, and Narcissa should have invoked primacy. Sirius countered heatedly, understanding that Lucius was taking the blame in the hopes of salvaging his wife and his son from the mess he had created. A wife and a son whom he expected would get revenge for him somewhere down the line. She was the Black. "With respect, Sirius, who was I to turn to if Lucius objected?" Narcissa said defensively. "My father was dead. Mother took herself off to France, and your grandfather locked himself into the country estate and refused all visitors and owls. There was no agreed heir upon his death. The House of Black has been disrepair, and without guidance for years. Primacy seemed moot at the time I acquiesced on the issue of education. Do you fear your husband that much that you felt you would need to seek the intervention of the House of Black if you insisted on overseeing your child's education?" Sirius asked. "I do not fear Lucius," Narcissa retorted. "I did insist on Hogwarts, and Lucius did follow me in that regard, so I would have stood my ground if I thought it necessary." I did not. The House of Malfoy was gaining prominence, unlike the House of Black that was floundering. It was against the contract, yes, but at the time it seemed a sensible decision. Even you must see that. "So Lucius has been a good husband, then?" Sirius asked, as though the answer didn't matter to him. He could see Draco look bewildered at his father's continuing silence. "Lucius has been an acceptable husband under the terms of our contract," Narcissa said, without looking at either her husband or her son. "He has always treated me with respect, if not affection. We perhaps have not made the love match I hoped for on my wedding day. But the only complaint that I have is that we only had the one child as contracted. I would have liked more children. However, I know that we both love our one son very much, Sirius, and are united in ensuring his safety and protection." Sirius paced a few steps and back again. "Take a seat," he ordered. He perched on the front of his desk as Lucius and Narcissa sat back down either side of Draco. "Draco, I'm going to start with you," Sirius said. "I have two issues with you. One is the issue of primacy. You've been brought up to be loyal to another house before the House of Black, and that's a problem for me. However, I recognize that this isn't your fault." Narcissa gave a relieved huff of breath as she placed a hand on Draco's shoulder. "The second issue I have is that you have issues with my heir and his friends, specifically Hermione Granger, who after today will be a daughter of this house," Sirius said seriously. "For his part, Harry has said he is willing to agree a truce. I'm not sure after your behavior today that you would keep it." Test. Draco looked down, unable to hold Sirius's gaze, and Sirius knew he'd guessed correctly. Draco would break any truce because he didn't want to declare one. "So, what to do with you?" Sirius murmured. "I could claim you for the House of Black, deny you any communication with your parents, and send you abroad to be educated." Narcissa looked as alarmed as Draco at that suggestion. "I could bind your magic and send you to live in one of our properties as a squib," Sirius continued, knowing he was scaring Draco and hoping he would work to keep him in line in the future. "Or I could ask you to take an unbreakable vow of loyalty to the House of Black and leave it at that." Draco glanced up at the sudden offer of hope. "Narcissa," Sirius moved on, giving Draco time to mull over the options, "I find that you've broken your oath by allowing the primacy of the House of Black to be disregarded by your husband and your son. However, in mitigation, I will agree that you were left without guidance. As you haven't taken the mark, in many respects I could consider your transgression minor. As with Draco, I am therefore uncertain as to what I shall do with you. I could cast you out. I could summon judgment and see what the family magic makes of your actions, whether it would accept the mitigation you offer. I could ask you to take an unbreakable vow." He let her stew over his words as he shifted his attention to the final member of the Malfoys. "Lucius, the find that you've broken your oath by allowing the primacy of the House of Black to be disregarded by your son, by ignoring the primacy of your wife within your relationship in regards to your son's education and the number of children she bore, by taking the mark of Voldemort and subjugating yourself to the will of Voldemort. Sirius said, "If that were the extent of your crimes, you might be in the same boat as your wife and child. But I know the truth of how a Death Eater qualifies for that mark." Draco sent a questioning look towards his father, which Lucius ignored. Sirius didn't. "Has he never told you, Draco?" Sirius asked. "Sirius, please." Narcissa tried to intervene again. "To gain the mark in the service of Voldemort requires a blood sacrifice, a murder," Sirius stated firmly. Draco actually did look horrified as he stared at his father. You murdered someone. It was a war, Draco. People died," Lucius said coldly, his hand twisting atop the cane he held. "Do you think people just believed Lord Blackhair was a mass murderer without prior reason? He killed 23 of the Dark Lord's supporters himself. I killed once in the service of the Dark Lord, and did not kill again. He has more blood on his hands." "I think my official count was 18, actually," Sirius corrected with a humourless smile. 20 if you count the Lestranges." Draco was aghast. "However, the difference between you and I, Lucius," Sirius continued unperturbed, "is that every Death Eater life I took in defence of my life or others as a hit wizard. You, on the other hand, took the life of an innocent who wasn't even part of the fight. You targeted someone based on their blood status, tortured and killed them, and so, like the Lestranges, you have brought dishonour to the House of Black." "There is no dishonour. It was only a muggle," Lucius retorted. He flushed red, then white as he realized he had admitted to murder. Draco looked relieved that it was a muggle, as he had clearly been brought up to believe that wizards were better, and muggles were no more than cattle, but his expression changed to abashment at Sirius's hard look. "A life is a life, Malfoy," Sirius said with icy anger. "I didn't have a choice," Lucius shot back. Sirius glared at him. "Are you really going to try that idiotic Imperious defence on me?" Lucius glared right back at him. "I was under the Imperious curse when I was captured at the Ministry the day after the Dark Lord was vanquished." "But not when you killed the Muggle," Sirius pointed out ruthlessly. "I might as well have been," Lucius protested. "I was taken by my father, and my father-in-law. I was surrounded by friends and business associates. I had about as much choice in the matter as someone under the Imperious. After the Muggle, I claimed that if I was to truly exploit my position with the Ministry and the Wizengamot to the Dark Lord's benefit, my wand had to remain clean of dark magic. I won't deny that I agreed with his politics and his agenda, but I wanted nothing to do with the killing." "There were other choices, Lucius," Sirius said, "and I'm not sure I believed that the Muggle was your one and only. I'm not sure you were that clean." "We don't all have your Gryffindor courage, Sirius." Narcissa spoke up fiercely. "Where were we supposed to go for help? The great Albus Dumbledore?" Her words were a sneer, and on one level Sirius knew she was right. The war had offered two sides, and each was very unwelcoming to the other, fanatical in being as different as possible from each other. He had no idea how the neutral families had held out, pooled between them. "We would have ended up like Severus, a slave to two masters," Narcissa continued unabated. Her words had her son's mouth dropping open in surprise. Sirius wondered what had surprised him. That Severus had been a double agent, or that Narcissa had expressed the view that service to the Dark Lord was the equivalent of slavery. Evidently, much of Draco's world view was taking a battering. "Look, Sirius," Narcissa took a deep breath, calming herself. "You asked what we could offer to entice you to keep us alive, and to that I say that I meant every word in our letter of reply to the announcement that there was a Lord Black. We have political connections and wealth to aid and support the House of Black." She smoothed the fall of her robes. "The two houses you've mentioned to date are light, egalitarian, about blood status, but with a history of respect for wizarding tradition. I believe you will probably make headway in gaining a number of neutral families by showing an independence from Dumbledore. Many of the old Black alliances will not resume, though. They are committed to a pure-blood agenda, as you know. However, we could provide the bridge for mutual areas of agreement and use our wealth to support that. You need us alive to do that." Sirius admired her spunk and political insight. She had always had a flair for it. And she was right. It was the reason why Cornelius and he had agreed that it would be better to have Lucius remain in the game rather than take him out. "Your argument is sound, Narcissa," Sirius said, "but I think, knowing I didn't hesitate to kill off the Lestranges and Lucius, will bring most of the old alliances to heel. My reputation as a mass murderer may come in very handy, don't you think? And for those that don't bow to the threat, well, Cornelius turns out to be quite the player. The amount of dirt he had on everyone was truly impressive." He held her gaze coldly. "What else do you have for me?" There was a tense silence as Narcissa looked away, unable to argue with him. "I have something else that I will willingly provide if you can guarantee that the House of Black will never be subjugated to the will of Dumbledore." Lucius sneered the last name, but otherwise his tone was civil, if a touch tentative. Sirius examined Lucius's expression and found it surprisingly sincere. "I won't allow the ancient and noble House of Black or Potter to be subjugated to the House of Dumbledore." "And you would take a vow to that?" Lucius pressed. "I would," Sirius answered candidly. Lucius nodded slowly. His hands tightened atop the cane as he debated internally for another moment before sighing and conceding, "I believe the Dark Lord is alive." Narcissa's head snapped around to her husband so fast, Sirius figured she would have whiplash. "What?" She looked torn between anger and terror. "Why do you think that?" Sirius asked, refusing to show that he already knew. "I won't say anything further until I have an assurance that you won't kill me," Lucius said firmly. "My offer is information about the Dark Lord and espionage, if required, when he returns." Sirius considered his reply for a long moment. "You talk as though I should want this information and your spying service, but I don't see why. Dumbledore is the leader of the Light. I'm sure if Voldemort is still alive and will return, he'll lead the fight again. My priority will be to protect Harry, and I'll take him abroad rather than have that monster try for him again." It was a bluff, but he figured Lucius would fall for it. After all, Lucius had no idea how much Sirius already knew. "If you truly wish to protect the boy, then you'll listen to my information," Lucius retorted. He shifted on the sofa. "There is a prophecy, one that labels Potter as the vanquisher of the Dark Lord. They are fated to fight, Black." "What?" "Oh!" It was Draco's turn to splutter with shock. Lucius's chin came up sharply. "This is only some of the information I could give you, but I won't say another word until we come to an agreement." Sirius simply smiled. "I already know about the prophecy, Lucius." Lucius looked momentarily startled. "Then you know that you will need someone in Voldemort's camp when he returns, and he will return." "Sirius," Narcissa spoke up again, "I do not wish to have anything to do with the Dark Lord, and request the protection of the House of Black for myself and my son. We will happily take vows." "Narcissa," Lucius began. "I will not go through it again, Lucius," Narcissa snapped. "The Dark Lord is a madman bent on the destruction of everyone who isn't him. Regulus saw the truth, and he paid with his life for it. I will not have the same happen to Draco." Draco watched his two parents argue with an open mouth. Obviously it wasn't a typical event. Sirius made his decision and harumphed to regain their attention. "Narcissa, Draco, you will take an unbreakable vow of loyalty to the House of Black." Narcissa tried to hide her relief, but it played across her face regardless. "I assume, Draco, that you know of the penalty of breaking the vow?" Sirius asked brusquely. Draco nodded quickly. "Good." Sirius turned back to Lucius. "I'll be honest with you, Lucius. My first thought was to simply kill you as restitution for the life you took. However, my advisers inform me that you have value politically, pretty much using the same argument as your wife. On the other hand, I don't trust you and Narcissa would make an excellent regent for the House of Malfoy." Lucius paled, but he kept his gaze on Sirius. He pushed off the desk and rocked back on his heels. "So what to do with you?" He waited a beat before he laid out the offer. "You have to pay for the life you took. So for that crime You will donate 1,000,000 galleons to the ministry for a new department, to the Department of Muggle Affairs." He held up a hand when Narcissa would have interrupted. "I, or rather my steward, will assume responsibility of your vaults and investments for the next 3 years. You will not protest this in any way, and you will be thankful that I haven't had you thrown in Azkaban." "Sirius," Narcissa said hurriedly, while Draco gaped worriedly. "Don't worry, Narcissa, I don't intend to impose spending limits per se," Sirius said, his eyes flickering to her son, where he did intend to set boundaries. "I'm aware that you need to project a certain image, but every transaction will need authorization from me. You can all spend Friday morning with Remus at Gringotts, transferring everything to him and agreeing standard payments and funds. You may pretend to everyone else that you are simply choosing to use Remus as your steward." Narcissa nodded her agreement and stared pointedly at Lucius, who did the same with reluctance. "If you refrain from killing or assaulting anyone by the time my heir comes of age, and if you have made yourself useful, I may return your financial assets to you, Lucius." Sirius said, "Very well." Lucius agreed stiffly. Sirius clapped his hands together. "Good. You will also, like your wife and son, take an unbreakable vow of loyalty to the House of Black. After which, Lucius, I will put you under Familius Magicus Veritus while you give me the information you offered." It was a type of truth spell, compelling any family member to reply to the head of the house with honesty. "If I hear anything in your answers that I dislike, you will face judgment." Lucius scowled and nodded. "Vows, then." Sirius drew his wand and tapped the desk. A sheet of parchment appeared. "Here are some I prepared earlier." He handed them over to Narcissa. She raised one perfectly arched eyebrow at him. "These are very specific. You're free to refuse, and I'll choose another option for you," Sirius said. All 3 Malfoys squirmed under his hard gaze, but nodded. Sirius tapped the ornament on his desk with his wand again. After a few tense moments, there was a sharp knock on the door, and Remus entered the room. He took in the sight of the huddled Malfoys and smiled at Sirius, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Vows? If you could act as bonder," Sirius requested with a nod. Remus drew his wand. "Mrs. Malfoy, perhaps it would be best if you went first to demonstrate the process to Draco. If you could stand beside Sirius and join hands, please." Narcissa rose from the sofa, smoothed her blue robes, and glided over to Sirius's side. He held out his hand to her, and she clasped it gently. Remus placed his wand on their joined hands. "Will you, Narcissa Druella Malfoy, be loyal to the House of Black, placing duty to the house above all others, keeping the secrets of the House of Black unless authorized, and working to ensure its success?" Sirius began. "I will," she replied. A thin stream of fire shot out from the wand and bound their hands together. "And will you be loyal to me, Sirius Orion Black, the head of the House of Black, keeping my secrets unless authorized and following my orders?" Sirius continued. Narcissa nodded. "I will." Another stream joined the first. "And will you be loyal to the heir to the house of Black Lord Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter, protecting him, keeping his secrets, unless authorized to speak of them, and following his orders in the absence of mine?" "I will," Narcissa replied. The bond was joined by a third stream of flame. "I, Remus John Lupin, swear as your bonder that I have witnessed the vow undertaken between you," Remus intoned. "So have you sworn, so mote it be." He gently hit their joined hands with his wand, and the bond of flame disappeared. Sirius released his cousin, and she returned to the sofa. Draco looked at both his parents questioningly, as though asking if they were serious about going through with it. They gave him sharp nods in return. He got to his feet and shakily took Sirius's hand. He repeated the same vows in regards to the House of Black and Sirius, but Sirius changed the vow in respect to Harry. Understanding that too much enmity existed between his godson and Draco for a vow of loyalty to work, especially with Draco's young age. And will you remain neutral in your dealings with the heir to the house of Black Lord Harry James Potter, head of the house of Potter, never attacking him unless in defence, keeping his secrets unless authorized to speak of them, and following his orders in the absence of mine in respect to the house of Black?" Draco looked as though he had swallowed a lemon, but he nodded and made the vow. Once Remus had confirmed the vow, Draco made his way back to the sofa, where his mother smoothed a hand through his hair in comfort. Lucius took his place and willingly made the same vows as Narcissa. As soon as the bond disappeared, Sirius drew his wand and pointed it at Lucius. Familius magicus veritas. Immediately Lucius was surrounded by the silver mist of the Black family magic. "Why did you join Voldemort?" Sirius asked tersely. Lucius struggled for a moment against the magic, but he eventually sighed. "I agreed with his plan to create a pureblood ruling elite, and he was the heir to Slytherin." "Why did you take his mark?" Sirius continued, wanting to check how honest Lucius had been with him previously. "My father and father-in-law took me before the Dark Lord to be marked. They considered it an honor." Sirius's eyebrows rose. "Did you want to be marked?" "Yes and no." Lucius looked furious as the words forced their way out of his mouth. "I believed it to be an honor, but had no wish to perform the initiation rite of killing someone to earn it." "You've admitted you killed a Muggle. What other crimes did you perform in the service of your Dark Lord?" "I gave him refuge, kept dark items for him banned by the Ministry, bribed Ministry and Wizengamot officials on his behalf, and attempted to steal a prophecy orb from the Department of Mysteries. He battled against the magic once more before giving way. I tortured Muggles captured by the Dark Lord when ordered, and other Death Eaters for failures." He could live with Lucius torturing Death Eaters, Sirius mused, but the Muggle torture, which he had expected, was going to cost Lucius another chunk of galleons. He moved on to the next question. "What did you know of the prophecy involving Voldemort and Harry Potter?" "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies," Lucius intoned. This much was overheard by Severus Snape and told to the Dark Lord immediately after its pronouncement by Sybil Trelawney to Albus Dumbledore. Sirius stiffened. Snape had been the Death Eater to overhear the prophecy. He exchanged a furious and concerned look with Remus, who looked like he wouldn't need to be a werewolf to kill Snape. "The Dark Lord did not initially believe the prophecy, and I do not know what changed his mind. I suspect that when reports from a spy within Dumbledore's ranks informed him that the Potter child displayed magic on a regular basis, despite a childhood binding, he determined to remove the threat." Lucius continued. "Wormtail." Sirius snarled, finding another target for his anger. He turned and paced away, collecting himself again, and ignoring Draco's wide eyes and Remus's growl. "You said you believed Voldemort was still alive. Explain." "I initially believed, as others, that he was dead," Lucius explained, "but Draco informed me of a strange wraith-drinking unicorn blood in the forest during his first year, which raised my suspicions. Then there was a report that Quirrell had died, and Draco told me that Potter had been in the infirmary for days. I began then to suspect that he was still alive and working to return to power." He paused. "In addition, my mark has grown darker within the last few days. It is a sign that he gains strength." "Do you want him to return?" Sirius questioned harshly. "No!" Lucius snarled. "I've worked hard to undo the damage to my reputation and my house from the last war. I have power and influence now. I make the laws and have been successful where he failed in promoting a pure-blood agenda. Why would I want to allow someone else to benefit from my work, especially now I know the truth of his origins?" Sirius nodded. "If I don't offer you another choice, and he returns as you say, what will happen?" "There will be no choice," Lucius stated grimly. "He will expect us to return to his side. He will demand it, and he will kill any who disobey." He glowered defiantly at Sirius. "He will control us as surely as though he had us under the imperious curse." He paused momentarily. Unless there is another choice. Sirius threw a look at Remus, who nodded gravely. It was something to work with, at least. Lucius didn't want to give up his own position. He was the top dog, or he had been until Sirius had reinstated the House of Black, still would be within his own alliances. But Voldemort would take that away and make him a servant again. Lucius didn't want to bow down before someone else, which meant Sirius had to be careful. If he humiliated the man too much, he'd turn on Sirius and Harry regardless of the vow. There were always ways and means of working within vows. But Sirius could use Lucius's desire for power to help protect Harry, just as he was using Cornelius's desire to remain Minister of Magic. "Tell me about Tom Riddle's diary, Lucius," Sirius said, returning to perch against his desk again, his arms folded. Remus moved to sit beside him. Lucius was once again attempting to fight the magic that swarmed over him. But he hefted another sigh, eventually, and gave in once more. "One night the Dark Lord called together myself, Bella, and Regulus. He told us that we were his most loyal and favoured followers, all of us members of the House of Black, the only house whose knowledge of the dark arts was equal to his own." Sirius snorted at that. The House of Black collectively had probably forgotten more dark magic than Voldemort had ever learned. We were to be rewarded. He sent myself and Regulus to the outer chamber. Bella exited, holding some kind of cup, but I was summoned before I could get a good look at it. Lucius continued. "He gave me a diary and told me to guard it well. He told me to send in Regulus, and ordered Bella and I to leave. We followed the order. I placed the diary in a safe location in Malfoy Manor, and I know Bella placed the cup in her vault." Sirius waited impatiently as Lucius caught his breath, disturbed at hearing what must have been the initial event that had led to Regulus's death. After I realized the Dark Lord might still be alive, I removed the diary from its hiding-place and opened it. The pages were blank. I felt a compulsion to write, and I introduced myself. The diary responded. It ordered me to tell it what had happened since I'd been given the diary. It proclaimed to be an echo of the Dark Lord, and held the key to returning him to life. It instructed me to give it to my son, who attended Hogwarts, so it could get close to Potter. I convinced it that it would be better to give it to another instead. Remus's eyes flashed, and for a worrying second Sirius thought he might actually punch Lucius. Draco was open-mouthed again, shock rippling across his pointy features. "You gave the diary to Ginny Weasley," Sirius commented. "Why, beyond that, she was expendable in your eyes?" "Primarily because I was compelled. Secondly, her father was trying to get legislation through that I disagreed with. The political embarrassment of his only daughter being found in possession of a dark object would likely derail it. Thirdly, I knew through Draco that the Weasleys were close to Potter," Lucius said. "And lastly, I believed it likely that her overbearing mother would find the cursed thing before it ever made it to Hogwarts, or that she herself would hand it to her father." "You intended for it to be found?" Remus asked, surprised. Sirius hurriedly repeated Remus's question, knowing, unless he asked the Veritas magic, would not compel the truth. "Yes," Lucius said sharply. "Draco attends Hogwarts. I had no wish for him to be hurt. I tried to get Dumbledore replaced when it was clear that he wasn't doing enough to stop the monster the Dark Lord had set loose." Sirius and Remus exchanged a look of surprise. "Are you sincere in your vow?" Sirius asked as the final question. "Yes!" Lucius glared at Sirius. "I will not follow that bumbling old fool. But I will follow the House of Black, even one headed by you and Potter, rather than the Dark Lord, if it means I keep my magic and my life is spared." Honesty was a beautiful thing, Sirius thought as he registered Lucius's selfish motivations. He cancelled the Veritas with a wave of his wand, and Lucius sagged as though tired. Sirius pondered his words carefully. "My first order, Lucius, is that you will make restitution to the House of Weasley. I will approach them on your behalf with an offer to assume financial responsibility for Ginny Weasley's remaining education up to and including a mastery, and pay any medical bills associated with healing the possession of the diary. Sirius said firmly, "I will request this is a private restitution rather than a public one. Given the sensitive nature of what occurred, I doubt Arthur Weasley will argue. That will protect your political reputation. Similarly, the 1.5 million galleon donation for the new department in restitution for the death of the Muggle and torture of others will be through me, protecting you from the fallout of donating to a cause that would horrify your alliances." Lucius bowed his head in relief. "My second order to all three of you is that you will do nothing willingly to harm me, my heir, the associates and the allies of the House of Black." Sirius glanced toward Draco. "I gave you some leeway in your vow in regards Harry because you're young and stupid." Draco flushed. "But realize this is an order. Under the terms of the vow, that means you follow it or lose your life. You therefore cannot harm Harry or Hermione with this order. You cannot call them names or taunt them, as that constitutes bullying behavior that harms them. Do you understand?" Draco nodded rapidly. "You will tell your Slytherin cohorts that you have been instructed by your parents to follow my orders in this matter in order to ingratiate yourself with me in the hopes of one day changing my mind as to who should be my heir," Sirius said firmly. "That will protect you from any fallout at school from your changed behavior." "Thank you, Sirius," Narcissa said. "Draco," Sirius continued, "you are young and could yet learn a different path. If you are loyal to the House of Black, you will be rewarded. You saw the generous gifts that I gave to your cousin and aunt. If at the end of the year you have performed well, I will give you a reward. Do you understand?" Draco darted a look at his parents and nodded swiftly to Sirius. Sirius turned to Narcissa. "Is there an arrangement for your son?" "With the House of Parkinson," Lucius answered. "The decision was mine, not Narcissa's." "Then the arrangement is annulled," Sirius said firmly. "The House of Black will let its children choose their own partner." Draco's face lit up, and Sirius figured he hadn't wanted the arrangement. It was a small boon, but perhaps it was enough to help Draco realize that there were benefits of being in the House of Black. "You will all keep what was discussed between us today a secret only to be discussed with those in the room and my heir, Malfoy. You have leave to discuss the dissolution of the marriage arrangement with the House of Parkinson. Finally, your main order is this. You will help me and my heir defeat Voldemort, otherwise known as Tom Riddle, by assisting whenever I ask in the plan that I have in motion." Sirius declared fiercely, "Understood?" "Understood." Lucius had regained some of his usual arrogance. His eyes narrowed on Sirius. "You were already aware that he was alive?" "Since I heard about how Harry sent his wraith packing again at the end of his first year, yes," Sirius said. "But he will try and get a body and try and regain power. We're going to stop him." "We will do everything we can to assist you," Narcissa said. "Good. Narcissa, you will take part in a blessing ritual this afternoon for Harry." Sirius said, "Of course, my Lord Black." Narcissa bowed her head. Sirius regarded them with an intent expression. "I am giving you this one chance. Work with me, help me protect Harry, and you will be rewarded. Cross me, harm Harry in any way, and I will end you." He examined their faces with satisfaction as they registered his final words, turned and tapped the ornament. Penelope knocked softly on the door before opening it. "Please escort the Malfoys to one of the guest rooms on the first floor, Penelope, so they can freshen up before lunch," Sirius requested. The Malfoys got to their feet, Narcissa curtsied, and Draco awkwardly followed his father in bowing his head briefly before they left. The door closed behind them, and Sirius let out a slow breath, rolling his shoulders to ease the tension that had gathered there. Remus gave a small cough. "You okay, Padfoot?" "I feel dirty," Sirius admitted. "I feel like I'll take 1,000,000 showers and will never be clean again." "Well, we have made a deal with the devil," Remus murmured. "But politically this will be easier. Lucius is the key to at least neutralizing the pure-blood supremacists within the Wizengamot. If he died, even with Narcissa as a regent, they would likely choose some other leader who would make things much more difficult. He sighed. "I'm not looking forward to telling Harry about the prophecy and Snape." "Do you think it's wise to tell him?" Remus demanded. "They already have a difficult relationship." "I don't know," Sirius said. "I don't want him blindsided with information that others are holding secret like a sword of Damocles over his head, Moony." He sighed. "We'll discuss it with Minerva, but not today. Today should be about the adoption and the blessing ritual." "I won't argue with that," Remus said in heartfelt agreement. He peered at Sirius. "Something else is bothering you." "You mean, apart from the fact that Lucius has just confirmed old Voldy is on his way back to getting a body, and we really need to work out where Peter went and what he's likely to be doing?" Remus simply gave him a look that said, "You don't fool me." Sirius grimaced and looked away from his friend. Malfoy gleefully pointed out why so many people were quick to believe I was a mass murderer by reminding me of how many people I killed during the war. "In self-defense," Remus pointed out. "I don't even remember killing 10 of them, Remus," Sirius retorted. "You were captured when you were under cover, tortured, and you were half dead when recovered." Remus said dryly, "The evidence for self-defense was rather overwhelming." "And what about the Lestranges?" Sirius said before he could help himself. "I knew calling judgment through the family magic would probably kill them. Bella probably won't be alive this time next week." "Yes, you did know," Remus acknowledged, "and that you feel regret makes you the good guy." "That's the problem, Moony," Sirius confessed. "I don't feel regret. I feel relieved that they won't be around any more to hurt anyone else, or to help Voldemort when he comes back." "If we can't stop it." "A part of me still thinks I should have just done the same to Lucius." Remus placed a hand on his shoulder. "You did what you did to protect Harry. I'm not going to tell you that doing it was the wrong thing to do." He squeezed Sirius's shoulder. "I'll never tell you that protecting Harry is the wrong thing to do, and, Sirius, I'd kill to protect him too." Sirius nodded slowly, letting Remus's words wash away the doubts that had plagued him. "Come on, we shall get back." Hermione was in the middle of a discussion with Andromeda about ritual magic and its place within wizarding culture when I got your signal, and Harry looked terrified at being left alone with them. Remus said cheeringly, "We shall go rescue him." Yes, that's what it all came down to in the end, rescuing Harry. And Sirius could do that. Lunch had been brilliant in one respect and awkward in another, Harry mused. Sirius had taken the top of the table with Harry on his right-hand side, Andromeda Tonks to his left. Her husband sat next to her, Tonks next to him, and then the Malfoys, Draco, Narcissa, and Lucius. Hermione sat next to Harry, her father next to her, followed by her mother, then Remus and Penelope, with Professor McGonagall, his armed Minerva, at the table end. Harry ignored the looks Draco kept shooting him, and focused instead on enjoying the light meal and hearing stories from Andy about Sirius and his dad as young schoolboys. Sirius kept butting into her reminiscences, ostensibly correcting her, but with a wink and a smile that told Harry that he was joking and teasing. Andy took it in good humour, and Harry found himself liking the older witch more and more as the lunch went on. She had a good sense of humour, a quiet intelligence, and a warm personality that had made it easy to talk to her. The Grangers loved the Tonks, and the two families had quickly bonded. As a Muggle-born, Ted had a lot of common experiences to share with Hermione, and he was quickly able to relate wizarding terms to understandable Muggle concepts. Ted was a healer in a small clinic on the outskirts of London. He had compared it to being a GP, a family doctor, while those healers in St. Mungo's were the equivalent of Muggle hospital consultants and doctors. Hermione had been very interested, confessing her early childhood ambition had been to be a family GP. Harry was also interested after his time with Noshi, and Ted had been keen to hear all about the Valley Clinic. If the conversation at the top of the table had flowed, Harry couldn't help notice the more stilted atmosphere at the bottom, where the Malfoys resided, along with Remus, Penelope, and his aunt Minerva. He caught faint hints that Tonks had tried to engage her cousin Draco in a conversation about Quidditch. Remus, Penelope, and Narcissa were debating ritual magic, and Lucius and Minerva were discussing Hogwarts. but it was clear that they were all uncomfortable to varying degrees with their dining companions. Harry had thanked Merlin that apparently there was a protocol they were following, and the Malfoys couldn't claim they'd been slighted. But lunch was over, and they were all making their way to the formal parlour to greet the additional guests joining them for the various rituals. Harry entered at Sirius's side. He'd been coached in the protocol for this that morning, and it had all the makings of being a half-hour of sheer hell, Harry decided, as they walked in and immediately became the focus of attention. Madame Longbottom, Sirius hissed her knuckles, performed the introduction of Harry with flawless aplomb, and Harry quickly took her hand and gave his thanks for her attending. Augusta Longbottom gave a stern nod of approval and motioned to her left, where Neville stood awkwardly in formal robes, with the crest of Longbottom on his breast. Harry shook hands with his dorm-mate and realized Neville wore his air ring. "It's good to see you, Neville," Harry said warmly as Sirius carried on with the introductions to Augusta. "You're joining me for the culture and politics lessons, right?" "Right, and estate management." Neville smiled back at him. "Gran thought it would be good for me and for us to get to know each other better. I didn't realize your parents were my godparents. I had no idea your mum was my godmother either," Harry admitted. Sirius nudged his shoulder gently, and Harry grimaced. "We'll catch up later, Neville." Neville beamed happily at him, and Harry allowed Sirius to direct him to Arthur, Molly, Bill, and Ron. Arthur had decided the rest of the Weasleys had no need to be present, although they had all been invited. Ron glared at the Malfoys. Sirius stepped in smoothly, pretending nothing was amiss. "Arthur, Molly, lovely to see you, Bill and Ronald again. You obviously know Harry." Molly broke away from lowering at Lucius Malfoy and smiled at Harry as he took her hand to kiss. "Oh, don't you look smart, Harry?" Bill winked at Harry, easing the tension as Harry made his way down the line of Weasleys. Ron was dressed in what were clearly his school robes. He leaned in when Harry took his hand. "What is Malfoy doing here?" "Cousins," Harry said succinctly. "We're kind of stuck with them." Ron didn't look happy, and Harry thanked Merlin when Sirius moved them on again. "Minister Fudge, I believe you've met my godson Harry before?" Sirius said, with a sly smile in Harry's direction. "Yes, indeed." Cornelius smiled at him brightly. "You're looking very well, Harry. Obviously being with your godfather suits you." "Thank you," Harry said politely, "and for coming today to be a witness, and for helping to clear Sirius." Cornelius waved a hand. "My pleasure, Harry. I'm only sorry I didn't listen when we met at Hogwarts. I'm afraid I took far too much note of your Professor Snape. I can promise it won't happen again." "Thank you, sir," Harry responded formally. "Cornelius, please," Cornelius said, still smiling. Sirius stepped in to Harry's relief, and a moment later they stood in front of Amelia Bones. "Good to see you again, Harry," Amelia said as he kissed her knuckles. "You too," he gave her a genuine smile. "Thank you for coming, and for everything you and Aura Moody did for Sirius." "Pa!" Amelia merely smiled at him and allowed Sirius to do the rest of the introductions so they could greet Wilbert Croker. "I'm glad to finally meet you. Call me Bertie." He gave a friendly smile to Harry. Harry smiled back, liking the older man instantly. "Thank you for attending the adoption. My friend Hermione will probably have 100 questions for you. She's really smart." "That's a good trait to look for in a woman, Harry," Bertie teased. "Glad to see you starting early." Harry felt his cheeks heating up, and was grateful again when Sirius intervened to introduce the Tonks to the head of the Unspeakables. The final two attendees were Brian Cutter and Mary Barron, their solicitors. Harry had already met them both before, after he and Sirius had returned from the States, and their greetings were performed swiftly. Sirius led them all back through to his study, which had been changed by Creature. All the furniture had been cleared out and replaced with rows of comfortably padded but straight-backed chairs facing the mantelpiece, with its ornate rendering of the crest of the House of Black. Just in front of the fireplace a pedestal had been set up with the ritual bowl and knife. The guests made their way to their seats, as did Harry. He sat at the front with Remus on one side and Minerva on the other. He glanced over his shoulders at the Grangers just behind him. He gave Hermione an encouraging smile as she was nervously chewing her lip. Sirius cleared his throat and everyone became quiet. "Thank you, friends and family, for attending today. We actually have 3 rituals to do. The first is a sponsor ritual between Hermione Granger and Andromeda Tonks. The second will be the adoption ritual between myself and Harry. And lastly, we will do a blessing ritual for Harry." He smiled at the gathering. "So let's begin, Hermione, Andy." Hermione walked out to the front, and Harry felt a rush of pride. He was really grateful that Sirius had come up with such a brilliant way of saying thank you to Hermione for helping to save his life. Sirius gave Hermione a warm smile and directed her to stand on the left of the pedestal, facing Andromeda, who stood on the right. Sirius moved to stand behind it and tapped the ritual bowl, invoking the family magic which erupted in its usual silver swirl. "I, Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, invoke our magic to witness the repayment of a life debt between the House of Black and Hermione Jean Granger. In gratitude for her part in saving my life, I bid Andromeda Ursula Tonks, daughter of the House of Black, sponsor Hermione Jean Granger within the House of Black, by blood, by magic, and by oath, providing her with the protection and sanctuary of the House of Black." Harry held his breath in the reverent silence as Sirius nodded at Andromeda. Andromeda picked up the knife and carefully sliced her palm, allowing a few drops of blood to fall into the bowl. "I, Andromeda Ursula Tonks, daughter of the House of Black, swear to sponsor Hermione Jean Granger in the wizarding world, to provide her with knowledge, with tools, with love, to protect and give her sanctuary. I undertake this solemn duty by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." She passed the knife to Hermione, who threw Sirius a quick look to check it was okay for her to go ahead. At his nod, she sliced her palm with a grimace and allowed the blood to trickle into the bowl. "I, Hermione Jean Granger," her voice shook a little, "am honored to accept the sponsorship offered to me by the House of Black. I swear to consider Andromeda Ursula Tonks, daughter of the House of Black, to be my wizarding guardian, accepting her tutelage and wisdom. I accept my place as a daughter of the House of Black and the duties that it entails, by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." Andromeda held out her cut hand, and Hermione took it so their clasped hands were positioned over the bowl. The family magic rose up, forming its snake totem, and wrapped itself around their wrists so they were bound together. The snake hissed over their hands. "I accept this bond," the snake said. Harry smiled at the totem, but held back from speaking to it, knowing he was the only one who had understood what it said. Sirius grinned at the 2 women. "I have witnessed this bonding between you and declare Hermione Jean Granger a daughter of the House of Black," he said formally. "So have I sworn, so mote it be." He tapped the bowl, and the magic vanished. Andromeda turned Hermione's palm face upwards, and healed it quickly before doing the same to her own, as the room erupted in pleased applause. Harry looked around as he clapped enthusiastically. Tonks was grinning ear to ear, her hair cycling through a variety of colours. Draco looked subdued, but he was clapping politely along with his parents. Arthur and Molly both looked delighted, while Ron looked angry. Harry frowned and wondered what the problem was. He turned back to see Hermione walking back towards him. He grinned at her, and she smiled shyly back at him. "Okay," Sirius said loudly, regaining everyone's attention. "Harry, if you'd like to come up, and Remus, who, as an old friend of James and Lily, will stand as the magical witness." He smiled at their guests. "I would just like to remind everyone that Harry is a Parselmouth, and as you've already witnessed, the Black family totem is a snake. Needless to say, the totem is over the moon at having someone to talk with after years of silence, so if you hear an exchange between them, please don't worry or panic or assume that Harry's being turned into a dark wizard." Harry had mixed feelings about Sirius's openness, but he guessed it was better to be up front. Then have someone yell something horrible in the middle of their adoption ritual. Remus took Sirius's position behind the pedestal, facing out at the audience, while Sirius moved to where Andromeda had stood, Harry in Hermione's place. Harry noted the bowl and knife looked pristinely clean, and realized Sirius must have handled that while his attention had been elsewhere after Hermione's ritual. Sirius winked at him. Remus smiled, and Harry remembered to breathe. "Ready?" Sirius asked quietly. Harry nodded. They both tapped the ritual bowl at the same time and called their family magic. Gold and silver sparkles swirled into the air. I, Sirius Orion, Black Head of the House of Black, invoke the magic of the House of Black to witness our adoption of Harry James Potter, Head of the House of Potter, heir to the House of Black, by blood, by magic, and by oath. I, Harry James Potter, Head of the House of Potter, invoke the magic of the House of Potter to witness my adoption by Sirius Orion, Black Head of the House of Black, son of the House of Potter, by blood, by magic, and by oath. There was a surprised murmur as the audience remembered that Sirius had been given sanctuary within the Potter family, that unusually both family magics would come into play with the adoption. I, Remus John Lupin, Steward of the House of Black, Steward of the House of Potter, brother by magic, by spirit, by heart, to James Charles Potter and Lily Elizabeth Potter, stand witness to this adoption. Sirius picked up the knife and cut his palm, dripping the blood into the bowl. I, Sirius Orion, Black son of the House of Black, son of the House of Potter, brother by blood, by spirit, by heart, to James Charles Potter and Lily Elizabeth Potter, invite Harry James Potter, Head of the House of Potter, heir to the House of Black, to be my son, by blood, by magic, by law, my son by blood, by spirit, by heart, my son by blood, by will, and by oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be. Harry wasn't keen on slicing his palm open, but he did it with the faintest of frowns, and his blood fell from his palm to join Sirius's within the bowl. I, Harry James Potter, son of the House of Potter, son of the House of Black, son by blood, by spirit, by heart, to James Charles Potter and Lily Elizabeth Potter, accept Sirius Orion Black, Head of the House of Black, son of the House of Potter, as my father, by blood, by magic, by law, my father, by blood, by spirit, by heart, my father, by blood, by will, and by oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be. They joined hands, and the magic responded immediately. The snake bound them as it had Andromeda and Hermione, but it waited until the griffin flew up from the bowl and rested atop their hands and gave a fierce cry before it hissed. "The griffin and I welcome this bond, youngling," the snake said. "Thank you," Harry replied. He looked up into Sirius's inquisitive eyes. "The griffin and the snake welcome our bond." Sirius grinned. "Thank you," he said to the totems. Remus smiled happily at the two of them. "I have witnessed this bonding between you, and know it to be true. Sirius Orion Black, you are now the father of Harry James Potter, by blood, by magic, and by this oath," he said formally. "So have I sworn, so mote it be." Harry and Sirius raised their wands and tapped the bowl together. With a final cry and a hiss goodbye, the totems disappeared once more. Applause filled the room again. Harry looked out at the sea of faces. Neville gave him 2 thumbs up. Hermione was clapping hard enough to hurt her hands, and Ron still looked less than chuffed. Harry shook away the thought. Maybe Ron was just uncomfortable with the pomp and ceremony. His attention snapped back to his palm as Sirius carefully healed it. Sirius squeezed his hand gently before letting go. "Okay there, Harry?" Sirius asked quietly. Harry nodded. "You ready for the next bit?" Sirius asked, again keeping his voice low. "I think so," Harry smiled warmly. "Padfoot." They'd agreed the night before that Dad had too much association with James for both of them to be comfortable with Harry calling Sirius that. Instead, Harry would call Sirius his Marauder nickname as a way of acknowledging the change in their relationship. Pronglet. Sirius's eyes sparkled at Harry proudly. Remus couldn't contain himself any longer. He cleared his throat and clapped his hands in delight. With a single mischievous look, Harry knew what Sirius wanted them to do. They both pounced on him in unison, gathering the three of them into a brief group hug. Sirius clapped Remus's shoulder and raised his voice. "Thank you, Moony." He quietened the room again, and Remus returned to his seat. "Lastly, we have a blessing ritual for a child's protection by their new adopted family," Sirius explained. "It's based on witch magic, so I will stand witness but not take part." It wasn't the full story about the protection spell, but as Sirius and Remus had argued, they didn't want too many people realizing the exact spell Harry's mother had performed, as then they could find a way to undo it. Harry thought it was a sensible precaution given the presence of Malfoy in the room. "Will the ladies of the House of Black and Minerva McGonagall please step forward?" Sirius requested briskly. Harry found himself facing Minerva over the ritual bowl. She relaxed her stern visage to give him a small smile, and he smiled back. "Harry, you'll need to take the lead on this one," Sirius said softly. He took a deep breath and calmed his magic before tapping the bowl. Silver and gold erupted in the bowl. "I, Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter, heir of the House of Black, invoke the magic of the House of Potter and the House of Black to witness this blessing." A gasp went up by someone, as whoever it was caught on to the fact that Harry could summon both family magics. "I, Sirius Orion, Black head of the House of Black, son of the House of Potter, father to Harry. James Potter, head of the House of Potter, heir of the House of Black. Stand witness to this blessing of my son." Sirius handed Harry the ritual knife. Harry drew it over his palm again, knowing that they had to do it afresh for the magic to work. He frantically tried to remember the ritual words, knowing the form of them changed in the old spell. "I, Harry of the House of Potter and the House of Black, son of Lily of the House of Potter, give my blood willingly in this blessing." He placed the knife down beside the bowl. Sirius drew a small vial of blood and a velvet pouch from the pocket of his robes and handed them to Minerva. "I, Minerva of the clan McGonagall, stand in the place of Lily of the House of the Potter, mother by blood of Harry of the House of Potter and the House of Black." She withdrew a gold locket from the velvet bag and held it over the ritual bowl. "This locket is the symbol of Lily, given to her mother by blood, Marigold of the family Evans, in celebration of motherhood." Harry took hold of the locket with his hand, the chain rubbing painfully against the cut and sending fresh blood running down his palm. He knew he had to remain with his hand holding the locket for the rest of the ritual. Minerva continued. "I stand in the place of Petunia, of the family Dursley, sister by blood to Lily, aunt by blood to Harry, and who gives her blood freely in this blessing." Harry knew Remus had spent hours convincing his aunt to give up the blood and the locket. He watched as Minerva tipped out the vial into the ritual bowl and set it aside. She clasped her right hand atop Harry's over the bowl, holding the locket with him. She dipped a finger into the bowl with her other, reached across the space, and drew a rune of protection on his forehead. "I recognize the willing sacrifice of Lily of the House of Potter in protection of her son. In the place of Lily and Petunia, I welcome his new family by blood, the House of Black, and invite them to anchor this blessing by blood, magic, and oath." She smiled at him. "So have I sworn, so mote it be." Minerva stepped aside and walked around him to place a hand on Harry's right shoulder, looking over towards the remaining women. Andromeda was up next. She gave a brilliant smile and picked up the ritual knife, quickly making a cut. "I, Andromeda, elder of the House of Black, welcome Harry of the House of Potter and the House of Black. I stand now in the place of Lily of the House of Potter." She placed her cut hand over Harry's, and the locket dipped her finger and traced the rune on his forehead. "I renew her blessing by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." She let go, and walked to stand behind him, placing her hand on his left shoulder. Harry tried not to flinch when Narcissa stepped up and neatly cut her palm open. "I, Narcissa, mother of the House of Black, welcome Harry of the House of Potter and the House of Black. I stand now in the place of Lily of the House of Potter." She wrapped her hand around Harry's hand gently as she coated a finger with her other and drew the rune. "I renew her blessing by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." She walked swiftly away to take her position behind him. Tonks was next, and she winked broadly at Harry as she went through the familiar motions. "I, Nymphadora, maiden of the House of Black, welcome Harry of the House of Potter and the House of Black. I stand now in the place of Lily of the House of Potter." She took hold of his hand and made the rune on his forehead. "I renew her blessing by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." Hermione was last, stepping up as Tonks placed her hand on Harry's shoulder with her mother and aunt. Harry grinned at Hermione in relief. She carefully cut her palm and let the blood mingle with the others in the bowl. "I, Hermione, daughter of the House of Black, daughter of the family Granger, welcome Harry of the House of Potter and the House of Black, my friend, by magic, by spirit, by heart. I stand now in the place of Lily of the House of Potter." Her hand clasped his, and he squeezed it comfortingly as he felt her tremble. She made the rune carefully, keeping her other hand steady. "I renew her blessing by blood, by magic, by willing sacrifice, by blood, by spirit, by heart, by blood, by will, and by oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." Harry's eyes widened as the magic flared brilliantly between them. A fountain of silver and gold that swirled around the two of them until they formed solid shapes either side of Hermione. A huge gold griffin stood on her right, and a massive silver snake on her left. She looked at him with wide, scared eyes, and he kept tight hold of her hand as he darted a look towards Sirius and then at Remus. But they both looked as stunned as everyone else. The griffin morphed suddenly into the shape of a misty golden woman, a woman he had only seen in pictures, his mother. She shifted forward and placed her hand over his and Hermione's. "Mum," Harry whispered, tears springing to his eyes. Sirius stood beside him, frozen at the sight of the spirit of his dead friend. "I, the spirit of Lily of the House of Potter, called forth by my son, proclaim my blessing of love and protection is renewed by the House of Black." Lily said softly, "By blood, by magic, by oath." She stepped up and kissed his forehead. Warmth and love flowed through him, almost making him dizzy. It was like the best hug ever. She smiled at Harry before she moved away to stand behind Hermione's right shoulder. Harry drank in the sight of her, and only vaguely realized that the snake was also shifting shape into a woman. He dragged his gaze away from his mother to look at her, but he didn't recognize her all. She was beautiful, long flowing hair, and dressed in an old-fashioned robe. She moved to stand next to Hermione on her left, reached out her hand, and placed it over Harry's and Hermione's. Her gentle gaze met Harry's across the ritual bowl. "I, the spirit of Morgana of the line of Lefay, called forth by the magic of this son of Black, judge thee, Harry, child of Merlin, of the House of Potter and the House of Black. Thou have been blessed with love, but cursed with loss. Thou wilt stand betwixt the light and the dark. Thou wilt yet perish or master death." The spirit smiled sadly at him. "This I see, my child, but thou hast spirit to arm thee, and heart to spare thee, and this gift of my blessing to shield thee." "So have I sworn, so mote it be." She kept hold of his hand as she glided forward and placed a kiss over his forehead. It was icy and cold, but he felt a rush of powerful magic through his veins. She moved away. As soon as her hand met Hermione's left shoulder, the spirits of Morgana and his mother, she couldn't leave him, fell in a shower of magic back into the forms of the totems. There was silence in the room. Harry was breathing heavily, and his eyes met Hermione's shocked gaze. She gently extracted her hand from his and stepped around to take her place at his left shoulder, leaving the griffin and snake behind. Harry swayed, and the hands on his shoulders steadied him. Sirius made a small movement, catching Harry's attention. "I have witnessed this blessing, and know it to be true by blood, by magic, and by this oath," he said shakily. "So have I sworn, so mote it be." Harry raised his wand. He glanced at the snake, which bowed its head before he stared at the griffin, desperately wanting to see his mother again. The griffin gave a heartfelt cry, as though it too wanted the same as Harry. Sirius cleared his throat, and Harry knew he had to end the ritual. He tapped the bowl. The totems dissipated into a cloud of light, and then disappeared. "Merlin's bloody balls," someone said in the background. Harry's frantic gaze met Sirius's, and as Sirius took a step towards him, Harry felt darkness beckon him, and he fell into it gratefully. "Oh, oh, oh!" Sirius caught Harry before he hit the floor, adrenaline surging through him. "Harry!" He felt his panic start to escalate as he remained unresponsive. He lowered him down to the floor and searched Harry's neck for a pulse. There was a strong beat against his fingers, and he gave a shaky breath. Ted was suddenly beside him, waving his wand in a familiar diagnostic pattern. "Magical exhaustion," he said crisply. "He'll be fine. He just needs bed rest." Which, when you consider he managed to call forth the spirit of Morgana Le Fay, isn't too surprising. Bertie said beside Ted, peering over his shoulder at Harry. He straightened up. "By my authority, this magical event is deemed need to know. Everybody here will take a vow or be obliviated." An outbreak of protests erupted, but Sirius ignored them as Remus finally pushed his way through to them. Sirius placed Harry's arm around his neck and lifted him into his arms, staggering as he got up from the floor with Remus's help. "Remus, can you work on the vow with Bertie, please?" "I'll help," Amelia offered immediately, understanding the need for confidentiality. "Is Harry going to be okay?" Molly asked worriedly, hurrying over as Sirius started for the door. "He'll be fine," Sirius said quickly. "Minerva, can you come with me?" Molly immediately moved to his side. "I'll be happy to. I'm sorry, Molly, but the house is under Fidelius, and I'm not the secret keeper. Minerva is already aware of where it is," Sirius said, adjusting his hold on Harry as he shifted away from Molly's outstretched arms that had reached for Harry. "Thank you for your concern, though." He walked out with Minerva just behind him. "You're taking him home?" Minerva asked as soon as she closed the door behind them. Sirius nodded. He sealed the doorway with a thought. No one would be able to leave until Sirius returned and let them out. He's safest there. "I'm going to need you to watch him, please, while I sort this out." "Of course," Minerva said, summoning her bag and outer robe that had been left in a closet in the hallway. They flew through to Griffin House, and Sirius took the stairs swiftly. Dobby popped in as Sirius laid Harry down on the bed. "Harry Potter is injured." "Magically exhausted, Dobby." Sirius carefully untangled the locket from Harry's hand and placed it on the bedside table. Minerva immediately healed the wound on Harry's palm, while Sirius vanished Harry's clothing with a wave of his wand, leaving him in his underwear. He levitated him under the covers with Dobby and Minerva's help. He traced a hand over Harry's forehead. "Lily! Lily!" And Morgana's blessing had cleaned away the blood rune that had been drawn over and over. He hovered. He wanted nothing more than to stay with Harry, with his son. "It's all right, Sirius," Minerva said briskly. "I'll watch over him. You return and make sure nobody can tell anyone about what just happened. The sooner you go, the sooner you can come back and have my vow." Sirius pushed a hand through his hair and nodded. He dropped a kiss of his own on Harry's forehead and got off the bed. He made his way back to Black Manor, with his mind was swimming with what he had witnessed. Lily. And he wasn't certain that he could make sense of it. The power of Harry's magic had summoned the most notorious witch in the history of the wizarding world, who had blessed him and called him a child of Merlin, and the totems. The totems had formed both spirits. He found himself suddenly in front of his study door, breathing heavily. He could hear the cacophony of voices within the room, and took a breath, gathering his poise and authority. He cancelled the seal with a wave of his hand, and marched in, closing the door behind him. He was quite surprised at the orderly scene in front of him. There was a group consisting of Brian, Remus, Augusta, Bertie, Amelia, and Cornelius, all gathered around the pedestal, scribbling on a piece of parchment as they agreed, "The vow to be taken." Hermione spotted Sirius and hurried over, trailed by Ron. "Harry?" "In bed," Sirius said succinctly. He placed a hand on her shoulder. "Are you sure you're okay?" She nodded, her bushy hair flying everywhere. "It was just incredible and a little scary. The feel of the magic was—" She blushed. "I was just worried that I'd messed up the blessing because I thought I must have messed it up, and—" "Hermione," barked Ron. "It wasn't your magic that summoned the Dark Witch." Sirius's eyebrows shot up at the implied insult to Harry. "Ron," Hermione's eyes gleamed fiercely, "Morgana Le Fay was not a Dark Witch. It's a common misconception based on the patriarchal and chauvinistic myths and legends around Merlin which glorify him and make her, the woman, out to be the villain of the piece when she simply stood for a different religious ideology. In fact, many believe that Rowena Ravenclaw followed the same religious belief, and she was well known to be a light witch, so I don't see. Indeed, Rowena was a priestess in the old way." Narcissa interrupted. She had glided up beside them without anyone noticing. Hermione jumped visibly. "It is documented in older versions of Hogwarts, a history." Sirius could see Ron fighting not to say something insulting, and decided to remove his cousin from the youngster's presence. "If you'll excuse us," he said politely, taking Narcissa's elbow and leading her back to where Lucius and Draco stood away from everyone else in the room. "I take it you wish to speak to me?" "We wish permission to tell others of the agenda of the House of Black. Specifically, the decisions and announcements you made to us today will be shared with others in our alliance ahead of the Wizengamot session tomorrow," Narcissa said. Sirius noted absently that Lucius was deferring to his wife. Clearly he had gotten the message about the primacy. "You have my authorization." Narcissa hesitated for a moment and then forged ahead. "We also wish permission to mention that we have witnessed the power of the boy who lived." Sirius stiffened and glared at her. Draco's half-disgusted expression, on the other hand, amused Sirius no end. "Something unspecific, but along the lines that I, having witnessed his power for myself, now believe he did defeat the Dark Lord, should suffice," Lucius said, "for the purposes of swaying my allies to the boy who lived. We won't, of course, discuss the details." Sirius met Lucius's cold gaze and read the truth in his hard eyes. Lucius did believe it now. Not surprisingly, Ron had put it rather inelegantly, but Harry's magic had summoned the spirit of the most powerful witch of all time. "You have my authorization," Sirius repeated, knowing that if he took away the Dark Lord's political allies, half the battle was won. He sighed. "You're already covered by the vows you took this morning, but you can stay and take this additional one, or leave." "We will take our leave," Narcissa said, her hand falling to Draco's shoulder. "My Lord Black." She curtsied, her husband and son bowed their heads, and Sirius escorted them to the door, where Kreacher appeared to take them to the flue. Sirius shook his head and made his way to Andy and her family. "Like dear cousin Narcissa and her family, you're covered by your oaths to the family magic. If you wish to leave, you may do so." Ted looked surprised, and Andromeda shook her head. "I can stand on behalf of the House of Black for the vow. For some people, speed things up." "Thank you," Sirius said, truly grateful for her assistance. "I won't ask how powerful he is, Sirius," Andromeda said quietly, "but that was incredible. I felt the magic flow through him. It was unlike anything I've ever felt." Sirius nodded tiredly. "He's just a kid, though, Andy. I would never have agreed to the blessing ritual if— I think everyone knows that, Sirius." Andromeda comforted him. She nodded towards the front of the room. "I think they have a vow they can work with." Sirius made his way to the front, and Remus handed him the parchment. "Harry?" asked Remus. "Asleep. Minerva's watching over him." Sirius answered quickly. He read the vow. "Will you insert name? keep the blessing of the ritual by Lily Potter's spirit secret? Will you keep the blessing of Harry Potter by Morgana Le Fay and the words she spoke secret?" He nodded. "Okay, let's get on with it." Molly coughed and caught his attention. "I'm sorry, but I'm still not really comfortable with the children undertaking this kind of vow. They are too young to accept the responsibility." "Mrs. Weasley, we have been through this already." Bertie beat Sirius to the punch. "Children as young as 12 have taken the vow before and lived enormously long and fruitful lives because they understood that to break the vow will mean serious consequences. If you are unwilling to trust that your child can keep the vow, then we will need your permission to obliviate him." "Mum!" The uproar from Ron was immediate. "I'm not sure that you have the authority." "And as we've already established, I do," Bertie said forcefully, suddenly looking like the very powerful wizard he was, rather than an eccentric old man. "As head of the Dom, I can declare any magical event to be need to know. I have issued that declaration for the blessing ritual, and he has my support as Minister of Magic," Cornelius added, puffing up with responsibility. "And mine as the head of the DMLE," Amelia confirmed grimly. Arthur sighed and placed a hand on his wife's arm. "I share your concern, Molly, but, as Bertie has said, we've already been through this, and I think Ron and the others of his age here are aware of how serious it is to keep a vow." Molly subsided again into a chair with a huff. "Madam Longbottom," Sirius said, "would you be willing to go first? Remus will act as our bonder." "Of course," Augusta said. "Andy, can you perform the vow for the Weasleys, please?" "Bertie, if you could be bonder," Sirius requested as Augusta took her place beside him. For the next half an hour there was a stream of vow taking that blurred in Sirius's mind until the last was done. He had escorted people out as each family or individual had completed the vow, and they were free to leave. The adult Grangers, being muggles in the end, had to be obliviated of witnessing the spirits, although they were left with their memory intact. Otherwise, Hermione was able to take the vow. Finally, there was only Sirius, Remus, and Bertie left. They had encouraged Penelope to head out. "I should take the vow too," Remus argued. "You're under oath to both the House of Black and the House of Potter," Sirius pointed out exasperatedly, "and not to mention you'd die before you'd betray any of our secrets to anyone ever." Bertie looked on amused. Remus sighed. "Director Croker? I would normally insist on it, but I agree with Lord Black," Bertie said. "You are covered by the oaths just as the Tonks and the Malfoys." He paused. "And you would never betray the secret to anyone." "We should get back home," Sirius said urgently, worried about Harry. "Minerva's waiting for us." "Sirius, if I could have a word." Bertie said with enough authority that Sirius knew it was a demand rather than a request, however it had been phrased. "Remus, can you—" "Head back." Remus nodded. "I want to check on Harry myself. I can't help feeling this was my fault." "Tch! Your research and calculations looked impeccable, Mr. Lupin," Bertie assured him, "and I doubt very much for any other wizard their magic would have been powerful enough to call forth spirits in such a way." Remus sighed. "Perhaps you're right. It wasn't your fault, Moony." Sirius comforted him. "Now, go on and check on my son." Remus's eyes gleamed with a brief flash of happiness as he recalled the earlier and less tumultuous adoption ritual. He patted Sirius on the arm as he passed, a silent message that it wasn't Sirius's fault either. Bertie waited until the study door was closed before he turned back to Sirius. "There's something you should see. Do you have the Pensieve handy?" Sirius frowned and called for Creature. A moment later the Pensieve was on the pedestal, and Bertie was filling it with a silvery strand. Falling into Bertie's memory was disconcerting, especially when he found himself in the past and the old War Office of the Ministry. It was quite a gathering, Sirius realized. Old Barty Crouch Senior, Millicent Bagnold, Dumbledore, a less scarred Moody, a young female Auror, who Sirius recognized as Annette Kelp, Charles Potter, James, and a heavily pregnant Lily. Sirius blinked back tears at the sight of his friends. He knew immediately what they were gathered to discuss. Him. He tensed as he understood where he was right at that moment in the past, in the hands of Death Eaters. "Croker?" Crouch asked sharply. "News? Our intelligence sources have nothing. Wherever they've taken Black, it's masked to our magic." Bertie replied, "All business." "What exactly happened?" "That's what I would like to know and have been trying to find out for far too long," Charles said forcefully. "Lord Potter," Bagnold said crisply, "you are here as a courtesy, nothing more." Charles's eyes narrowed on the minister. "And you are here because I helped to vote you in. Keep in mind, I can vote you out. And I would help him." The sound of his grandfather's voice had Sirius whipping around. Arcturus. Black stood framed in the doorway. Immaculate robes adorned with the black crest fell from his shoulders to the floor in a sweep of black. His greying hair was tied back in a similar style to Charles. The black ring glinted in the dim light. He entered the room as though uncaring of the glowers and stares. "I understand my grandson is missing?" Bagnold straightened up sharply. "Who told you?" "Probably a Death Eater." Moody snarled. Arcturus merely smiled at him darkly. "Somebody will tell me what has happened to my grandson and what is being done to retrieve him, or I will call for a full Wizengamot session and vote this entire administration incompetent." Sirius had to admit his grandfather had always had style. "And I would help him," Charles said tersely, folding his arms and staring at his rival. Charles, on the other hand, had always had integrity. Sirius missed him badly. Arcturus inclined his head. "Potter. Black." The two elder statesmen turned to glare in unison at Bagnold. "Gentlemen, I'm sure this can be quickly resolved," Dumbledore said smoothly. "Young Miss Kelp was just about to give us her report of events. She was unconscious in St. Mungo's until 1 hour ago. She may be able to shed some light on what has happened to our missing friend." Kelp straightened into a position that Sirius remembered from boot camp. "I was sent to work with Hit Wizard Black undercover 2 months ago. I posed as his girlfriend. 2 nights ago, at a party, we came across a Muggle smuggling operation where the women were being sold as sex slaves to Death Eaters on the continent. I believed we should perform our duty and protect them. Hit Wizard Black ordered me not to intervene, citing it would blow our cover, and that we should wait and report it so a rescue mission could be mounted by others. I disregarded that order, believing Black did not want to intervene because he did not want to save Muggles." Ah, yes. Sirius remembered how the half-blood Kelp had spent every moment of the assignment questioning his orders because of his name, suspicious of his family history, and not believing he was on the side of the light. "At midnight I entered the room where the Muggles were being kept without Black to release them." She paused. "I inadvertently set off an alarm. I was dueling 2 guards when Hit Wizard Black turned up and took out 1 guard. I stunned the other guard, but not before Hit Wizard Black had been hit by some kind of spell. He was alive but unconscious when I checked him. I rescued the Muggles, and as I could hear more guards approaching, I used my emergency portkey to travel directly to St. Mungo's with the Muggles, and was hit by a hex rendering me unconscious just as the portkey activated." Sirius snorted. He had requested several times for Kelp to be replaced in the belief that she was prejudiced against him and wouldn't follow his orders in a critical situation, and he'd been proven right. "Let me get this straight," Moody snarled before anyone else could speak. "You disregarded a direct order from a senior officer who, by the way, was following protocol and correct in his assessment. Took it upon yourself to mount a half-assed rescue mission, forcing him into assisting you to save your goddamn life, and then you left him behind, unconscious and defenseless. You screwed months of undercover work, and you screwed Black's cover." "Sorry," older Bertie muttered beside him. "I should have started the memory later. Still, you'll get a kick out of what happens next." Kelp stiffened. "With respect, sir, I believe Black is a Death Eater, and—" Lily moved faster than Sirius believed possible given her pregnancy, and punched her. "You miserable bitch! Sirius would never be a Death Eater. You just don't like him because he's a Black." "Lils," James pulled her away. "Calm down. It's not good for the baby for you to get upset." He led her away to a chair. "Charlotte, I can see why your daughter-in-law is called the smartest witch of her generation." Arcturus's icy stare landed on Kelp. "You will be charged with the endangerment of the black air." "See," spluttered, pointing a shaking finger at Arcturus. "He admits it." "Lord Black has simply confirmed that Sirius is the blood heir to the House of Black, something that everyone here was already well aware of, you foolish girl." Bagnold snapped. "Sirius is also a son of the House of Potter, and he is no Death-Eater." Charles stressed. "He has spent every moment of this war fighting for the light." "You will be charged." Kelp flushed bright red. "I saved those muggles." "And condemned the best hit wizard in the whole damn team," Moody growled. Now, perhaps we shouldn't be too hasty," Dumbledore intervened. "Miss Kelp may have misjudged the situation and Mr. Black's character, but surely we cannot afford for any able-bodied aura to be dismissed in these grave times." "I agree," Crouch stated. "Of course you do," James said sarcastically. "Exactly how many times has Sirius asked for this woman to be removed from his team? I bet he's done it every report. He'd know she was prejudiced against him, and he'd request the transfer rather than risk the mission. Only you suspect him just as much as she does, so you disregarded his requests and kept her on the job, probably to keep an eye on him." He stabbed a finger towards Crouch. "I hold you responsible for this." "You seem to have forgotten that I'm your boss, Potter," Crouch said coldly. "And you seem to have forgotten that you're talking to the heir of an ancient and noble house," snapped Charles. "The girl will be charged," Arcturus stated firmly. "Remove her from my presence." Moody grumbled under his breath. "Come on, Kelp. Let's get you to a holding cell and a healer for that shiner." He swung around to wink at Lily as he marched Kelp out. "Excellent right hook, Mrs. Potter." Lily blushed. "It was a very good right hook," Sirius commented, blinking back new tears at the sight of his old friends defending him. "She punched me once." "That doesn't surprise me," Bertie said dryly. "It all descends into a bit of a shouting match now." It did. Bagnold and Crouch were arguing they didn't have the resources to track Sirius down. James was arguing with them that they did along with his grandfather and Charles, who both were offering to fund European-wide searches for him as he'd been captured in Romania. Younger Bertie was trying to calm everyone down along with Dumbledore. It was mayhem. "Enough!" Lily cried out. Silence descended as they all turned to the pregnant woman. "This isn't helping to find Sirius, and we have to find him." Lily burst into tears, which she wiped away angrily. "He's been in their hands all this time. It'll be a wonder if he isn't dead, and—" James started over to her, but magic was stirring, the air thick with it. "And we need to get him back. We need to—" Lily's robes were swirling around her, her hair flying as magic whirled like tornado with her at the center. "Lily!" James cried out, his face a picture of panic. Sirius felt his own panic rise. What was going on? Suddenly she stiffened, and her hand snapped out, palm face downwards, directing the magic that swarmed over her. Down her arm and through her palm, to fall in two separate streams of gold and silver that gave form to two very familiar family totems. Arcturus jerked, offended that the Black family magic had been stolen by a muggle-born woman, even one who had married into another ancient and noble house. "No, Arcturus." Charles reached out and prevented Sirius's grandfather from drawing his wand. "I don't think it's Lily that summoned them." Sirius's eyes widened as he turned again to look at his dear friend. She looked formidable, red hair streaming backwards, her robes billowing and her green eyes alight with magic. "Mummy upset. Mummy wants Padfoot now," Lily said in a childish voice. "Go get Padfoot." The Griffin and the Snake looked at her and looked at each other. The Griffin stooped, and the Snake wrapped itself around it. The Griffin took wing, flying around the room once before, surging to the outer wall, and disappearing. Sirius tore his eyes away from the sight of the totems being commanded in such a way. James took a hesitant step towards his wife. "Lily, "That's not Lily, James," young Bertie commented warily. "Indeed not," Dumbledore agreed, his eyes twinkling. "To whom are we speaking?" "Daddy calls me Pronglet," the voice said cheerfully. "Mummy calls me Harry." "Prong? The baby?" asked Arcturus in disbelief. "It's the baby. It has both Black and Potter blood," Charlotte said shakily. "That must be how it summoned both our family magics." Young Bertie turned to look at Lily with open curiosity. "Incredible!" "There is no doubt that the child will be a powerful wizard if its unborn spirit can manifest in such a way," Dumbledore agreed. "Pronglet?" James looked calm, but Sirius could tell his old friend was worried out of his mind. "Pronglet, is Mummy okay?" James asked. Lily's head nodded sharply before her eyes widened dramatically. "Uh-oh. Uh-oh?" James paled. "Mummy called me Harry James Potter. Mummy, mad at Harry." Her lips trembled as her eyes filled with tears. "Well, you did take over Mummy's body, Harry," James said reasonably with a shaky laugh. "I'm sure Mummy understands that you only wanted to help," Charles added warmly. "But you will need to give Mummy her body back now and return the Potter family magic to me." "Your grandfather Potter is quite right, young Harry," Arcturus added. "You'll need to give the Black family magic back to me, your grandfather Black. It's quite dangerous for you." Lily, or rather Harry, pouted. "I'm sure, young Harry, you will get both back in time," Arcturus said with a smile. Sirius gaped at his grandfather. "In fact, I give you my oath, Harry, James Potter, heir of the House of Potter, heir to the House of Black, that the Black family magic will one day be yours to command," Arcturus promised. "And I give you my oath, Harry James Potter, heir of the House of Potter, heir to the House of Black, that the Potter family magic will one day be yours to command," Charles said formally. "Merlin," Sirius breathed out in shock. "They both named Harry as an heir back then? Before his birth, even?" Bertie nodded beside him as his younger version continued to watch. "I believe they both meant for Harry to follow after you and James. But yes, they couldn't deny what was rightfully his, what he had successfully summoned. Magic back now." A finger pointed to the center of the room. The griffin flashed in and deposited a form wrapped in a silver snake, which slithered away to reveal Sirius, naked, half dead, and bloody. Lily's eyes rolled up and she swooned. James caught her before she hit the floor. "He's injured," Arcturus said, waving his wand over Sirius. "We have to get him to St. Mungo's." "Lily needs a healer too," James called out. "And I'm declaring this a need-to-know event under my authority as head of the Dom, Orion," younger Bertie stated forcefully. They dropped out of the memory and back into Sirius's study. Albus made a portkey, and everyone was whisked away to St. Mungo's. "You healed, but couldn't remember anything except being captured and tortured. Charles died not long after, and we had a war to contend with. I had, not forgotten, but hadn't thought of it for some time." Bertie sighed heavily and sat down in a nearby chair. Sirius paced back and forth, trying to make sense of what he had seen in the memory, what he had seen in the blessing ritual. He stopped. He called the family magic to him when he was an unborn child, and it obeyed? He shook his head, closed his eyes briefly, and reopened them with a fierce protectiveness, turning the grey dark and foreboding. Did everyone in the room take a vow not to disclose what had happened? "No," Bertie said. Arcturus and Charles, in a surprise move, teamed up and immediately used their family magics to obliviate everyone except James and Lily. They also left me because both of them agreed that someone else outside of the families should have the memory of what had happened, and I had been quick to declare the event need to know. I have wondered since your exoneration whether the obliviation caused Albus Bagnold and Crouch to distrust you more, especially after the place where the Death Eaters had kept you was discovered, and the men there found dead without any explanation of how you achieved it when tortured so badly. I assume that the family magics that retrieved you enacted justice upon discovering you harmed. Sirius sighed. He guessed it was possible, but it was all magic through the wand. Bertie gazed at Sirius resolutely. "You're bored. Your son has an amazing affinity for family magic, a powerful connection. It's almost like he has a familiar bond with the totems," he said. "It is fascinating." "If you think I'm going to let you experiment on him," snarled Sirius. "No." Bertie held up a hand in supplication. "I didn't mean that. He is a child, and shouldn't be subjected to experiments." "I agree, but you have to admit, on an intellectual level, it is fascinating." "You sound like Remus," Sirius said dryly. Bertie smiled. "I take that as a compliment. If it weren't for the werewolf laws, I would look at stealing him away from you." "He wouldn't leave Harry either way," Sirius said confidently. "No, I guess not," Bertie said. "My reason for showing you this memory is to give you fair warning that now Harry is a position where he is the recognized heir of the House of Black, and he has control of the House of Potter's magic, that there may be more instances of this type of thing occurring." "Bugger!" Sirius swore. Bertie nodded. Sirius paced again, considering his options. In some ways, Harry having the kind of affinity with the family magics was a good thing. It would protect him, that much was clear. On the other hand, it gave away just how powerful and unique Harry was, and they didn't understand enough about what was going on, about Harry's strange relationships with the totems, whether ultimately it would be harmful for him. "We're coming in next week to look at the prophecy in detail," Sirius began. "I think it might be a good idea for us to explore Harry's affinity with the totems with you. We need to know more if we're to protect him properly." "I suggest you do the prophecy next week, and I'll get some research started in the meantime," Bertie said. "I'd like to have a theoretical basis on which to start posing questions." Sirius nodded his agreement. "Thank you, Bertie. I'll let you get to your son," Bertie said. Sirius walked Bertie out to the flue. He called Creature briefly, thanking him for his work that day and arranging the clean-up of the study. Sirius finally flued back to Griffin House. He made his way to Harry's room, and wasn't surprised to see both Remus and Minerva grouped around Harry's bed, with Dobby sat protectively at the end of the bed and Hedwig on the headboard. He conjured up a chair of his own and picked up Harry's limp hand. "How is he?" "Sleeping peacefully," Minerva said dryly. Sirius smoothed Harry's fringe back from his forehead. His scar was faded. A thin, sharp, zigzagging line was all that remained, one that Noshi had assured him would fade away completely in time. He traced it lovingly before he sat back tiredly. Dobby popped away and back again with a mug of hot chocolate. Sirius took it gratefully and fortified himself with a sip before he began telling them about Bertie and the memory. "Well, I'll do some research too," Remus said. "It won't hurt to have a second viewpoint." "Thank you, Moony," Sirius said. "I will discreetly check out the Hogwarts library tomorrow while Albus is out at the Wizengamot." Minerva offered. She smiled sympathetically. "I believe Lord Black is going to have a busy day." Sirius grimaced and took a big sip of his chocolate. He let the warmth comfort him. "Well, I should leave you to it," Minerva said, getting to her feet. "Shall we do the vow now, or do you want me to come back early tomorrow?" "It's okay, Minerva," Sirius said. "We trust you not to tell anyone, no vow." Minerva looked momentarily shocked before she gave a brief nod. "You'd better not tell that to Bertie. Try to get some rest, Sirius." She gently tucked Harry's blanket closer and departed the room. Dobby popped off after her, presumably seen to dinner. Sirius couldn't think about eating something, not when Harry was lying unconscious. "This isn't how I thought we'd spend this evening," Sirius said sadly. "We can celebrate when he wakes up." Remus motioned towards Harry. "I know, looking at him, it's hard to feel like celebrating anything, but today was a good day, Padfoot. He's your son, and nobody can interfere with that." Brian was going straight to the woo with Amelia to register the adoption, and, despite the unusualness of what happened in the blessing ritual, it was successful. He's protected, and that protection is now anchored by black blood and, the blessing of Morgana Le Fay. "I know," Sirius said, picking up Harry's hand again. I want to protect him, Remus, and—" "You are protecting him," Remus said firmly. "He'll be right as rain after a couple of days, well, except for the very probable mortification at passing out in front of everyone." Sirius gave a weak chuckle. "Thank you, Mooney. I'll go check what Dobby's cooking up and get started on that research," Remus said, pushing out of the chair. "You'll be okay here?" Sirius nodded. "I'm just going to stay and watch over Harry." For a moment it looked as though Remus was going to say something, but he turned and walked away, leaving Sirius with Harry. Hedwig gave a hoot, launching off the headboard to glide across the room to her perch. Sirius stroked a thumb over Harry's knuckles, remembering how he had done the same thing at the clinic after the scar cleansing, how strangely the family magic totems had acted then. His mind drifted to the fragment of the prophecy Lucius had told him. The one with the power was the power, Harry's strange connection with the family magics. As he watched him sleep, Sirius promised his son that he would do everything he could to find out. "Thank you for inviting me to breakfast and indulging my curiosity." Lucius patted his mouth with a napkin and looked over at Severus Snape coolly. "Your curiosity or Dumbledore's?" There was a hint of amusement on Severus's dark eyes. In truth, his, of course. "What possible reason would I have to care whether there's a new Lord Black?" He sneered before his sallow face grew contemplative. "It did give me a needed excuse to see you." Lucius tossed his napkin down and picked up the finer cup filled to the brim with the best coffee money could buy. "The mark is getting stronger." "Yes," Severus said simply. "Shall we dispense with the usual song and dance?" Lucius asked bluntly. Severus blinked, as much surprise as the Slytherin head ever allowed himself to show. "Dispense by all means, Lucius." "He's not dead," Lucius stated. "No," Severus agreed. "Dumbledore has been aware for some time that he is not. He lives as a wraith, out of body, but alive." "Quirrell," asked Lucius, careful to make this tone careless, "I believe the Dark Lord possessed him, although I did not know it at the time," Severus admitted. "Potter drove him away again," Lucius commented dryly. He took a sip of his coffee, enjoying the bitter, aromatic flavour that danced over his tongue and the sour expression on Severus's face. "I assumed the diary was a way for him to return," Severus countered. "Dumbledore refused to share anything about it with me." Lucius nodded. He didn't share that it wasn't the only trinket. Severus didn't need to know that, and certainly it was something Lucius didn't want getting back to the Dark Lord that could be traced to him. "Potter stopped that attempt too," he said in reply. Severus's left eye twitched, and Lucius hid his amusement by focusing on his coffee. Potter was Severus's weakness, as much a thorn under Severus's skin as the boy's father had been. Really, it was too easy. "And now the mark is darkening." Lucius returned to the original trigger for the discussion. "Obviously, the Dark Lord gains strength. Pettigrew escaped at Hogwarts," Severus informed him. "Dumbledore believes he will have sought out the Dark Lord to protect him from the wrath of the rest of the Marauders. It is the Rat who will assist the Dark Lord in returning to power." Lucius allowed himself a small grimace. Pettigrew had been the Dark Lord's ace in the hole, one kept completely secret. That the cowardly boy had been a Death-Eater, the mind boggled. "You have a meeting organized with the others?" asked Severus slyly. "A meeting of my allies is not unusual ahead of a Wizengamot session." Lucius demurred. "What strategy will be discussed?" Severus requested. Lucius drained his cup and set it down. "Tell me, Severus, if the Dark Lord shows up tomorrow, what will he expect of those that followed him before?" Severus made a careful motion with his hand. "That we will serve him." "Yes," Lucius agreed mildly. "He will expect that we will throw ourselves upon his mercy, to be forgiven for not seeking him out and helping him return to power earlier, for believing a mere baby had destroyed him utterly when he bragged that he was immortal. If he shows up, returned to strength, then it will be the height of foolishness not to beg for his mercy," Severus pointed out. "He never suffered failure or disobedience lightly." "He is a powerful wizard." Lucius looked at Severus keenly. "So tell me, Severus, what should our strategy be?" "Mitigation of our apparent betrayal." A very public show of support of some kind, Severus surmised. A spot of muggle baiting, perhaps. The Quidditch World Cup would lend itself quite well as a stage. Wouldn't it? Lucius mused. And indeed until yesterday that was my thought. Severus's dark eyes narrowed on him. The Black family meeting. The House of Black has invoked its primacy, Lucius stated. It will not serve anyone. It will especially not serve a half-blood bastard of a muggle. Severus blinked again. You don't intend to serve the Dark Lord? Lucius raised an eyebrow in silent reproach, while quietly taking note of the fact that Severus was already aware of the Dark Lord's less than impressive origins. All I will say is this. After seeing the magic invoked in the rituals yesterday, I serve the House of Black willingly, and will watch it crush its enemies. He smiled evilly. Severus took a sip of his juice, and Lucius knew he was trying to process the new world order. I see. He smoothed his robes. One can assume it will not ally with him then, as in the past. You can reassure your headmaster of that much. Lucius allowed. He glanced at the clock and rose from his chair with elegant grace. You will see yourself out, Severus? I will, Severus said. Thank you for an enlightening conversation. Temene. Severus. Lucius paused for a moment, contemplating the advice he was about to give the other man, whether it served Lucius to give Severus such a warning. The truth of Lord Black will be revealed at the Wizengamot, but he was raised Slytherin, and you should keep that in mind. Severus blinked, and Lucius departed in the knowledge that Severus had received the message. He liked Severus, not that he would ever admit it to the man himself. Severus was deeply intelligent, a Slytherin capable of cunning and stratagems that left nobody any the wiser to his true position. Lucius knew he had been seduced by his friends Avery and McNair into supporting the Dark Lord, and the Dark Lord himself had wanted Severus for his potions. Knowledge, it had elevated him in the ranks, despite his blood status. Severus was also a man who spied for both sides and convinced both his masters that they had his true allegiance. Lucius rather suspected Severus's true allegiance lay elsewhere, but Potter was his weakness, and Potter would be his downfall if Severus did not choose another path. He made his way to his study and waited patiently for the influx of his allies. In no time at all, Lucius found himself sat at the large conference table in the room just off the study. It was a simple room in comparison to the grandeur of the rest of the manor. Dark green walls were complemented by cream accents. The furniture was polished, cherry wood, the chairs upholstered in the same green colour as the walls. He cleared his throat and looked around the table as everyone fell silent. There were very familiar faces seated around the table. Wilkes, Gibbon, Knott, and Selwyn were all lords from ancient and noble houses. Crabbe, Goyle, Avery, Jugson, and Parkinson held Wizengamot formal seats, but were minor houses. Yaxley, Rowell, McNair, and Travers worked for the ministry. Of the Dark Lord's favourites who were not residing in Azkaban, only Dolohov and the Carrows were missing as they were abroad, and Snape, of course, who was ostensibly a spy. Thank you for attending this gathering on short notice. Oh, Lucius said. For the second time in a day, he decided that he would dispense with the usual verbal thrust and parry that came with dealing with a group of mostly Slytherin graduates. I will not waste time. We have two items on our agenda, the new Lord Black and the changes to the mark of the Dark Lord we wear. Diptern. Avery seemed to wilt visibly with the mention of the Dark Lord, and Lucius wasn't the only one sending him a contemptuous glance. I believe it would be beneficial to speak of the former first, before we come to a decision on the latter, Lucius said firmly. Selwyn's plucked eyebrows rose. What could possibly be more important than anything to do with the Dark Lord? Indulge me, Lucius said in a tone of cold steel that told everyone in the room it was an order, not a request. He had long ago taken the reins of leadership from the so-called lords in the group, and he would not allow them to take it back. He leaned back in his chair. It was going to be a nightmare to work within the parameters of the vow and convey the message required. Yesterday my wife and I attended the Black family meeting. Is it the Squib's son, as we had thought? Wilkes sneered, his gruff features turning stony. "Lord Black is the rightful heir by blood, magic, and law," Lucius stated. A few frowned as they worked through the meaning of his announcement. "But that would mean Sirius Black is the—" Gibbon stumbled to a halt, his eyes wide. A ripple of shock ran around the gathering. You remember, of course, how many of us Sirius Black killed when he was a hit wizard, I trust? Lucius posed the question idly. "Yesterday he called judgment on the Lestranges, and the body count went up by 2. Bellatrix will no doubt be dead before the week is out, as it is. She is stripped of her magic, her name, and the Lestrange fortune has been seized to pay reparations to the House of Longbottom." "Dear Merlin!" Avery breathed out in horror. "I only escaped a similar fate by the skin of my teeth," Lucius conceded, "as Lord Black believes to be marked is to have betrayed the purity of the House of Black." "The House of Black supported the Dark Lord," snapped Selwyn. "Arcturus was never marked," Lucius pointed out calmly. "He never indicated support or censure. The fact is that he evidently kept Sirius as heir, one presumes because he was the only Black in the line not marked. So I would suggest your argument is void, Stuart. It is disappointing for a house with the pedigree of Black to fall into the snare of the old fool Dumbledore," Wilkes began. "Oh, Lord Black has no intention of the house being subjugated to the will of Dumbledore, any more than he intends it being subjugated to the will of the Dark Lord." Lucius let his lips curve in a humorless arc as there was another wave of mutterings and shock. "He will take a neutral stance?" Gibbon had too much apparent hope for the Slytherin he was supposed to be. "Politically, I believe Lord Black means to own the centre," Lucius said, gesturing for them to halt their questions. "His agenda is one of egalitarianism." He allowed himself to sneer genuinely at that. But he insisted in all other respects on following tradition and protocol. "You forget, though, that he may not have a choice but to ally with Dumbledore should the Dark Lord return." Nott spoke up. "Black was awarded custody of the boy who lived. He may have been awarded it, but Dumbledore will never allow him to take custody." Jugson stated with a hard laugh. "Lord Black already has taken custody," Lucius said simply. "Potter has claimed his head of house ring. Black is confirmed as the Potter regent. Potter was announced as the heir of Black." Another round of shock rushed through the gathering. "He outmaneuvered Dumbledore and took control of the boy?" Selwyn laughed in delight, banging a fist on the arm of his chair. "Now that is outstanding. Arcturus will be laughing himself silly in the afterlife. So Black now controls both the holdings of the House of Black and the House of Potter." Nott said quietly. It silenced the rest of the room as they started to contemplate Nott's statement. "The Potter alliance will reform on the light side," Parkinson said with certainty, "and most of the neutrals will go over if they're given another option besides allying with Dumbledore." "Merlin's teeth," Gibbon stuttered out. "Never mind owning the centre. Black will own the Wizengamot. We may need to make concessions, certainly, but I believe there is a great deal of room in which to manoeuvre with Black's respect for tradition." Lucius allowed, tapping his fingers gently against the tabletop. "Well, bugger it." Travers finally made his presence known. He stabbed a meaty finger toward Lucius. "I say we wait until the Dark Lord comes back and let him sort out Black and Potter. Once he's back in power, we can do what we want." Lucius looked over at Travers coolly. "Do you believe the Dark Lord will simply let us do what we want? If the Dark Lord returns and wins, we will all do what he wants." "You say that like it's a bad thing, Lucius," Wilkes noted, his dark eyes gleaming malevolently. "Why did we follow the Dark Lord, Norman?" Lucius asked politely. "Because he espoused a pure-blood agenda and promised us a place of power at his side? Because he was the heir of Slytherin? Because he was to be feared as a dark wizard with knowledge of the arts beyond most of us, and had the power to kill us if we did not?" Everyone stirred uncomfortably. "Let me take each argument singularly. Yes, he espoused a pure-blood agenda, but how many pure-bloods in our ranks did the Dark Lord kill simply because he was angry at them for some misdemeanor?" Lucius saw the question hit home. How many purebloods were held under the Cruciatus curse for the same reason? How many died in skirmishes and raids due to the war he waged? On both sides, Nott added with his usual quiet assurance. Blood traitors they may have been, but we lost a number of families because we were ordered to eliminate them. It is interesting, is it not, Lucius added, how we managed to secure most of the agenda we wanted in the days after the war without bloodshed. You make a good point, but to what end? Selwyn said bluntly. I'm older and perhaps wiser, Lucius said. I question the decisions made back then in a way that I didn't in my youth. Travers looked at him with a glower. You are heading down a traitorous path. I admit, Lucius said calmly, that I would never have questioned the past in such a way, except I have recently learned that the Dark Lord is not a pureblood. The outcry was immediate. Lies! It was Travers again that spoke out. Traitorous lies! He yelled at him. The Dark Lord is the heir to Slytherin. Lucius simply raised an eyebrow. I did not claim he wasn't. He is indeed the heir. Tom Marvolo Riddle was born of Merope Gaunt, descendant of Slytherin. His father, however, was a mere muggle who disowned both Merope and his son. The Dark Lord is no pureblood. What makes you think this Riddle fellow is our lord? Avery's voice quavered. I was given a possession of the Dark Lord's which bore his name, and Black filled me in on the rest, Lucius said candidly. Well, Black lied to you. He has filled your head with a story, Travers insisted. Selwyn was the one who shook his head sadly. No, Lucius tells the truth. The Dark Lord hid his secret well. I only discovered it when my niece investigated the heir of Slytherin nonsense at Hogwarts a year or so ago, and found Riddle's name and history in an old genealogy book in my family library. You also forget, Travers, that some of us are old enough to have known Tom Riddle. Nott said with authority. Lucius is quite correct. Why didn't you say something? Wilkes demanded. Nott raised one dark eyebrow. Those of us aware of the Dark Lord's true name swore never to reveal it. I'm rather surprised that Selwyn's niece and Black found anything. I thought the records had been destroyed. Most of the gathering looked appalled to realize they had followed a half-blood in a war of his making that had decimated so many purebloods. Travers looked belligerent. And so we come to the final reason why we would follow him, his magical power and knowledge, Lucius stated. His knowledge of the dark arts is certainly extensive and vast. He motioned with his hand. But it is not equal to the House of Black. He courted all of us associated with the house so fiercely because he wanted that knowledge. But he is unequalled in power, Travers pointed out. You cannot deny that. Lucius smiled cruelly. As much as we all don't want to admit it, he was bested by a baby that has grown into a powerful young wizard. Pah! Wilkes said. The boy who lived is a myth of Dumbledore's making. Lucius inclined his head. I believe the same, but yesterday I saw his power. Croker was present, and declared the event need to know. Another wave of muttering swept around the table. The Potter boy is truly that powerful? Selwyn looked at him sceptically. The reports coming out of Hogwarts suggest an average child. Academically, perhaps, Parkinson countered, but there are rumours that abound of his adventures. A troll? The whole mystery over what actually happened, Quirrell. A basilisk? Dementors? How many of these tales have we heard from our children and dismissed, assuming childish exaggeration or more myth-building by Dumbledore? I can confirm that those incidents occurred, Lucius murmured. Well, something doesn't add up. Not observed. On one hand, we have a child who is average and yet who apparently can take on dark creatures and come out the victor. He could be hiding his power. That would explain the average performance. Gibbon suggested brightly. That's a Slytherin trait and the boy's a Gryffindor, Wilkes countered. There may be a reason for his hiding his abilities within his upbringing. Yaxley interjected. He lifted a hand from the table. Bones kept the Black investigation close to her chest, but checking it out since she visited Potter at his Muggle residence, and the next day had Potter's guardianship changed to Black. Abuse? Gibbon looked horrified. Yaxley nodded slowly. "I believe so. There is a detailed report filed with the Wu, but it is under seal." "Muggles," Wilkes said darkly. Why the old fool thought placing a wizarding child with Muggles was a good idea is beyond me. Lucius refrained from pointing out the many meetings in the days just after the Dark Lord's defeat where they had discussed tracking down and killing the boy, only to be stumped on how to navigate the Muggle world. Nott motioned at Lucius. "You say you saw his power yesterday. Can you give any details?" "I cannot due to a vow," Lucius said with frankness, knowing they would assume he meant one authorized by the head of the Dom, "but it was incredible. So the boy's powerful. I fail to see what this has to do with anything, Schemble-Thornton," Schemble stated impatiently. "You cannot see why we would wish to know these things before we begin discussing the possible return of the Dark Lord," Selwyn replied before Lucius could. "Are you an idiot, Jugson?" Lucius was amused to see McNair, Crabbe, and Goyle flush alongside Jugson. Evidently they had all been thinking the same thing. From what Lucius has said, we now have an independent and powerful House of Black to contend with, along with the resurrection of the House of Potter. Nott summarized. Both of which are under the control, directly or indirectly, of Sirius Black, who, despite being a blood traitor, is in every way as mean a son of a snake as every Lord Black before him. He's already shown ruthlessness in disposing of the Lestranges and cunning in his obtaining the guardianship of the Potter boy. In other words, make him an enemy at your peril." Selwyn nodded in agreement. "The bad news is that if the Dark Lord returns, the House of Black will consider him, and by extension his followers, as an enemy," Parkinson chipped in. "However, the good news for us is that Lord Black doesn't seem inclined to bow down to Dumbledore as he did as a youth." Cho. "No. The bad news for us is that if the House of Black stands against the Dark Lord and leads the fight instead of Dumbledore this time, the current Lord Black has no compunction about killing everyone who may threaten his charge." Nott contradicted. "A charge who evidently has the power to defeat the Dark Lord himself." Selwyn coughed. "So last time there was the Dark Lord or Dumbledore. This time there will be the Dark Lord, Dumbledore, or the House of Black. A third option that wasn't available in the last war." Wilkes snorted. "You're talking of betraying the Dark Lord," Travers insisted. "We are talking of how best to preserve and further our agenda." Lucius replied easily. "By abandoning our Dark Lord." Nott smiled blandly. "The only one to suggest such a thing has been you, Travers." He motioned towards Lucius. "I believe we were merely drawing a picture of how the landscape is now, and how different it is from when we all took the Dark Lord's mark." Which meant Nott was on board and understood they had another choice than following the Dark Lord. Lucius gave him a cautious nod. "I agree," Parkinson said. "As do I," Selwyn confirmed. Wilkes nodded and rapped his knuckles on the table. "Agreed." Gibbon hurriedly nodded, while Crabbe and Goyle exchanged a look before mumbling their own agreements. Avery simply looked bewildered, sensing that there was a way forward that had been agreed, but not understanding what it was. Not for the first time, Lucius wondered how he had ever been sorted into Slytherin. The others were frowning, but Yaxley caught Lucius's eye and gave a small inclination of his head in acknowledgment. "Speaking of the Dark Lord's mark," Lucius redirected the conversation. "You've spoken with Snape?" Wilkes asked bluntly. "Yes," Lucius nodded. "He has confirmed that Dumbledore believes the Dark Lord to be a wraith, that Peter Pettigrew has likely sought out the Dark Lord for protection against Black, and is working to restore him to a body." "Is Pettigrew capable?" wondered Avery. "I don't recall him being anything special for all he was part of Potter's little entourage." Lucius thought that was the kettle calling the pot, but he refrained from saying anything. "Perhaps we should search him out and offer to help," Travers suggested. "An excellent idea," Lucius commented, "if you wish to incur the wrath of the Dark Lord." He raised an eyebrow as Travers grew purple in the face with anger. Surely you cannot have forgotten that every mission by the Dark Lord was a test for the individual assigned to lead it? He flicked non-existent lint from his robes. The punishment for someone interfering in someone else's mission, especially one which was planned by the Dark Lord himself, was quite brutal. There were more than a few knobs. "So we wait?" demanded Travers. "What if Pettigrew falters?" "Then we will discuss the matter again," Selwyn said firmly. "But Lucius is quite correct. Unless Pettigrew approaches us on behalf of the Dark Lord, we must assume his lack of contact has been ordered by the Dark Lord." "But Pettigrew will be garnering favor while we appear to have abandoned him," complained Jugson. Lucius raised an eyebrow. "And how long will that favor last? Just how useful is Pettigrew to the Dark Lord? He's a wanted man, a fugitive with a price on his head, and Merlin help him if Black gets to him first." Jugson seemed mollified. But our Lord will be angry with us," cried Avery, almost wringing his hands in despair, "for not realizing that he was still alive, for not seeking him out as Pettigrew has done." Lucius nodded slowly and carefully. "Perhaps. However, he cannot kill or maim us all when he returns, if he wishes to regain the advantage that was lost when he disappeared. We should do more. If we cannot help Pettigrew directly, then why don't we show the Dark Lord that we are still loyal?" Travers pressed. "Yes," Avery declared. "Splendid idea." Lucius didn't allow the smile to cross his lips. "What do you suggest?" Travers looked at him steadily. "The World Cup is set near Muggles. It wouldn't be hard to do a spot of Muggle baiting in our old uniforms." "Count me in," McNair drawled. "I haven't killed a Muggle in ages." Lucius had always believed McNair was an amoral sociopath. He didn't even believe McNair cared anything about the agenda, just so long as he got to kill and torture. "I'm happy to volunteer, too," Roller said. "Any other volunteers?" Lucius asked. "You won't volunteer yourself, Lucius." Travers sneered. Lucius held his hard gaze with one of his own. "I have no doubt that Black will attend the Cup final with Potter, and that I will be called upon to attend as family. I believe it is in our best interests for me to ingratiate myself and my son with the House of Black." He waited a beat. "There is no point losing a valuable source of intelligence and wealth, after all." The others accepted his position. "Besides, Travers, I'm sure you will do well in leading this effort," Lucius flattered him while deriding him at the same time, "and will not require me." "What about the rest of you?" Travers asked bluntly. "Who else will take part and show their loyalty to the Dark Lord?" Selwyn glared at him. "Watch your tone, Travers. He is not back yet, and you are reliant on our sponsorship and support within the ministry, or have you forgotten?" Travers started to go purple again. "Too many of us will provoke too much notice." Not contributed. "A small strike team is best. It will be written off by Fudge as bad form, but not serious. However, we can all honestly say to the Dark Lord, if asked, that we supported you all in your efforts. Although no doubt he will favor those who did take part." Lucius slid in slyly. "I shall go." Avery immediately volunteered. Jugson also rose to the bait beautifully. "I will go too. 5 should be enough, eh, Travers?" Travers nodded unhappily. "Then, if we are in agreement, let us adjourn," Lucius said. "Some of us need to prepare for the Wizengamot session." He smiled. "I believe when Dumbledore finds out who Lord Black is, there will be quite a floor show." That provoked a few titters of laughter, and they filed out obediently, Lucius catching Parkinson and asking him to remain a moment. "Dinner on Friday, Lucius?" Not offered before he stepped out. Lucius inclined his head. "I'll the arrangements." "Yes, not." Older than most of them, very intelligent and cunning, was a superb ally. He had always regretted Draco not cultivating more of a friendship with young Nott. Parkinson looked at him expectantly. "I assume this is about the arrangement. Black has already dropped." "He stated that all the children will have the right to choose their own spouses," Theseus confirmed. "My deepest apologies, Charles." "It's a shame, but not unexpected after what I heard today." Parkinson's dark eyes met his. I'll tell Pansy, or rather, I'll tell her mother to tell her. Girls, you know." Lucius smiled tightly, thanked Parkinson for being so understanding, and wondered what that would cost him in future, and saw him to the flue. He returned to the breakfast-room and sat down next to his wife, who was eating a late breakfast of eggs Benedict. "Results?" asked Narcissa, sipping her tea. "Most are with us. They don't wish to lose power to a half-blood who would just as soon as kill them as have them as a follower," Lucius said candidly. He paused. "Travers will be a problem." "Your plan? I'm certain Lord Black will be grateful for intelligence of any suspected Death-Eater activity," Lucius said. "He, no doubt, will pass such information to the relevant authorities." He sighed. "Someone will have to get Avery out of it, though. His vote is too easily obtained for it to be wasted by him being thrown into Azkaban." Narcissa hummed. "How is Draco this morning?" Lucius had expected to see his son at the table. "How do you think he is?" Narcissa parried back. "He is currently throwing his toys out of the pram. I expect him to move on to stamping his feet by lunch-time. By dinner he will be convinced you can fix everything." If Lucius were any other man, he would fear the sharp edge to her tone. "I will speak to him when I return from the Wizengamot," Lucius said stiffly. Narcissa glanced up from her tea and sighed. "It is as much my fault as yours, Lucius. Sirius was right in that I should have insisted on taking the lead with his education. We have spoiled him, and now our owls have come home to roost." "Your plan?" Lucius asked. "I will re-educate him over the rest of the summer in politics and etiquette for a member of the House of Black," Narcissa said. "I may coordinate with Andy as she performs the etiquette lessons for Potter. It would do our son good to be exposed to dealing with the boy neutrally before he is tested at Hogwarts, although it may well be August before we can attempt such a test." Lucius narrowed his eyes. "I believed we had agreed you would not resume a relationship with your sister." "Demberlerling." "No. You told me that I wasn't to speak to her some years ago, Lucius," Narcissa said coldly. "And while I understood your reasoning, it is now moot. Sirius will expect a level of reconciliation." She arched an eyebrow at him. "Sirius will also trust her more than us, and Andy will be a useful source of information." "Very well." Lucius conceded the point, too aware that if he ordered her not to proceed she could now seek the protection of her house. "Remus Lupin has owled. We have a meeting scheduled at Gringotts with Kibbold tomorrow." Narcissa said, "If you give me a letter of authorization, I will handle it. Remus and I had a civil relationship at Hogwarts." "It surprises me given how close you were to Severus," Lucius said, a little irked by her presumption. Her gaze was cool and told him he had disappointed her. "I was attempting to save you the humiliation of the punishment Sirius laid out for you. Lupin is a gentleman and will not humiliate me. However, if you wish to go through our household expenditure line item by line item with a werewolf, I will withdraw my offer." Lucius felt his cheeks heat, although his gaze remained level. "My apologies." "I will write you the letter of authorization." He cleared his throat. "I did give Severus a warning about the House of Black this morning. It will be disregarded as soon as he learns that Sirius is Lord Black," Narcissa said bluntly. "Severus is wonderfully intelligent until the name Potter, Black, or Lupin is mentioned. He is clearly blinded by his hatred of the father, since he cannot see the boy correctly." "Maybe, but—" "Some of today's discussion revolved around the possibility that Potter has been purposefully average at Hogwarts." Lucius raised a hand. "The Muggles might have abused him." Narcissa's eyes flashed. "There will be a reckoning if I know Sirius." She shook her head. "The power the boy has at his disposal, I could feel it running through him when I touched him during the ritual, that such a child should have been left with Muggles." She shook her head. "Nott has invited himself to dinner on Friday, so we can strategize," Lucius said. "I'd like you to attend." "Of course," Narcissa said evenly. Lucius noted the time and grasped his cane as he got to his feet. "Are you ready to leave? We should make our way to the Wizengamot. I have no wish to miss any of today." Narcissa rose from the table. "I will meet you at the flue." He watched her go with a frown before making his way to the flue. When his father had petitioned for a marriage to the House of Black, it had been Andromeda they had both had in mind. Unfortunately, Andromeda had run off with the mudblood, and Narcissa had been offered as a substitute. She was beautiful, intelligent, and a true Black. He appreciated her cunning and political acumen. He felt some affection for her as the mother of his heir, but he didn't love her. When the House of Black had ceased to be the power it had been, Lucius had taken advantage and asserted his authority. Now, though, he knew Narcissa could crush him. A word from her to Sirius, and he would be stripped of his magic and cast out. He didn't like the new power dynamic, but Lucius was pragmatic. Narcissa had spoken up in his defense during the family meeting. She was helping him navigate terms with her cousin. It seemed she was content, if not happy, to remain married to him. Perhaps, though, Lucius considered, he should acquiesce to her want for more children. He had not been to her bed for many years, but Narcissa had always wanted a daughter, and pregnancy would curtail her activities and make her more cautious. The sound of her footsteps approaching had him smoothing his expression. He would discuss it with her in a few days to avert any suspicion, Lucius determined, as he indicated for her to precede him. Yes, a pregnancy would ensure Narcissa remained in her place. He might have to follow the House of Black thanks to the vow and the primacy agreement, but in his own home he was the lord and master. Oh, oh, oh. Sirius watched Harry scoop up the last of his cereal and took the bowl from him, setting it aside on the bedside table as Harry slumped back on his pillows. He still looked exhausted. He had woken up that morning, but he'd been shaky when Sirius had helped him to the bathroom and back. The food seemed to have sated him, and he looked sleepy again. "You just need to rest," Sirius said, as much to reassure himself as Harry. Hmm, Harry said. "Don't worry, I'm just going to sleep for the rest of the day." Sirius ruffled his hair. "Okay, back under the covers." Harry rolled his eyes, but obediently snuggled down. "You should go get ready. You'll be late." "So I'm late?" Sirius shrugged it off. "It's considered fashionable." "Not at the Wizengamot, and you have an appointment with Brian and Arthur first," Remus said from the doorway. Sirius nodded. He had owled Brian the night before to confirm the outcome of the discussion with Lucius Malfoy and to set up the various sanctions. He wasn't looking forward to telling Arthur about Lucius's involvement with the diary, but he had agreed to do it. "Go and get changed. I'll keep watch on Harry," Remus urged. Harry frowned. "I wish I could go." "You can watch the memory later," Sirius promised him. "Just rest, okay? No more summoning ancient spirits." "I wish," Harry's voice trailed away and Sirius supplied the rest, "that Harry wished he could summon the spirit of Lily again." "I know, Pronglet," Sirius said gently. "I like to think it was her way of saying she approved." Harry's face brightened. "Yeah! Me too, Pantfoot." Sirius leaned down and dropped a kiss on Harry's forehead. "I'll be back before you know it." He walked away, and Remus entered to take his place. 30 minutes later, Sirius was washed, dressed, and ready for action. He wore his formal robes with the crests of Black and Potter on his breast. He went with the leather trousers underneath for ease of movement, and to make a statement. He was a maverick, someone they couldn't put in a box. His own wand, newly returned to him, was holstered, and he had secreted his great-grandfather's in a second holster on his other arm. He peeked into Harry's room before he left. Harry was out, fast asleep. Remus looked up from the book he was reading and walked over to the doorway. "Ready?" he asked quietly. "As I'll ever be." Sirius responded in the same low tone. "I have my mirror, so if anything happens, I will contact you," Remus assured him. He patted Sirius on the shoulder. "Now, go be a marauder, Pantfoot, and get up to no good." Sirius smirked a little, and left before he could convince himself it was necessary for him to stay beside Harry. He flew to Black Manor first, and then on to Brian's office. Brian greeted him with a brisk handshake. "I should thank you for inviting me to one of the most wonderful events of my life. It's rare that you get to see that kind of magic." "Me too," Arthur said in agreement as he offered his hand. "It was very special. It was all Harry," Sirius said roughly. He pointed at Arthur's finger. "You're wearing your ring." "Yes, well, with all the vows and oaths and alliance discussions, I thought it best to start wearing it again." Arthur's expression sobered. "How is Harry?" "Recovering. Recovering. He woke up this morning, but went straight back to sleep after some breakfast. I didn't really want to leave him," Sirius admitted ruefully. "Molly will be pleased to hear he's okay. She's been worried all night," Arthur said. "She's very fond of him. We both are." Brian ushered them into seats and signalled for Sirius to begin. He set out what had happened at the Black family meeting and Malfoy's confession in straight language. When he was finished, Arthur went as red as his hair. Gone was the affable, easy-going man, and his place was an irate, protective father. It took Brian pointing out the futility of trying to bring Lucius to justice — he would, after all, simply claim he was compelled — before Arthur would listen to the idea of restitution. He refused the educational fund on the basis that he didn't want Malfoy having anything to do with Ginny, and instead accepted a political donation to his department. He left to walk and clear his head before the Wizengamot with the advice that telling Molly might not be the way to go as much as a howler to Malfoy might have been amusing. Sirius and Brian went over everything else quickly, confirming that all the correct procedures had been followed and documents filed before they flew directly to the minister's office. "Brian! Sirius!" Cornelius smiled hugely at him. He was decked out in his Wizengamot robes, and Sirius wondered idly who had thought lilac would be a good colour to represent the ministry. "Cornelius." Sirius nodded at him. "All set?" "Absolutely," Cornelius said brightly. "And I have to say this place is abuzz this morning." "The news leaked out, then?" Sirius said, his lips twitching in amusement. "Everyone is expecting the new Lord Black." Cornelius confirmed. Albus is in the building, and made a comment indicating that he knew that it was expected that Lord Black would take his seat. The old Potter alliance came together. I think Madame Longbottom has briefed that side. On the other side, I believe Lucius briefed the most important in his alliance this morning. They didn't arrive together because that would be too obvious, but Selwyn, Wilkes, and Gibbon have all hinted they know of something that will happen. Pursed. He grinned happily, and Sirius was once again reminded that Cornelius was in his element. "Good to know," commented Sirius neutrally. Cornelius clapped his hands, almost giddy with glee. "Shall we make our way to the chamber?" "Lead the way," Sirius said, noting to himself that Cornelius had yet to ask about Harry. He tried to remember, as Cornelius chattered on beside him, the format of what would happen, the protocol to be followed. But he soon lost track of his thought as he realized Cornelius had unusually understated the level of excitement within the ministry corridors. Everyone seemed to be huddled in groups and gossiping. His presence beside Cornelius raised some eyebrows, but nobody seemed to cotton on to the fact that he was Lord Black. It amused him no end as they finally got to their destination. The Wizengamot chamber was a beautiful piece of architecture. A domed, circular room, deep under the Ministry of Magic, meant to provide a hint of King Arthur's infamous Round Table. The rows formed 5 tiers. The upper tier was the public gallery, open to all, and was a first-come, first-served arrangement. There were no chairs, simply standing room. The 4th tier was reserved for press, ministry officials, family and retainers of the Wizengamot members, with a bench provided for sitting. The 3rd tier, with its chairs of silver upholstery, was for the newest members of the Wizengamot, the Minor Houses and Order of Merlin recipients. The 2nd tier was reserved for the ancient and noble houses, who had gold upholstery. The final, small, lowest tier was on the floor and held the Chief Warlock's gold seat on the right, alongside the scribe and the Wizengamot clerk, who both had no voting rights. 5 similarly plain ministry seats sat on the left. Sirius nodded to Cornelius and broke away, heading for the family tier, where he and Brian would sit until called. He did, however, stop to say hello to Augusta, who asked after Harry and gave him an invitation to a dinner for the weekend for the both of them. A dinner that Sirius knew would involve all of the old Potter alliance. He and Lucius exchanged a nod as Sirius found Narcissa and Andromeda sat together at the end of the row, each saving a space beside them in the otherwise packed fourth tier. All the ministry heads were in attendance, including Arthur, who gave him a wave. Sirius kissed both his cousins lightly on their knuckles, and was aware of the stir that swept out from them at the gesture. He was sure the reconciliation of the House of Black had not been missed. He glanced up and found the public tier heaving with people. Brian took the seat next to Narcissa, and Sirius sat at the end of the row as Dumbledore entered the room. Their eyes caught. Dumbledore's widened slightly, and he gave a nod to Sirius in acknowledgment. Sirius nodded back. He knew that as soon as the session ended, he and Dumbledore would have to talk. Dumbledore's gaze travelled down the row, and his eyes widened again at the sight of the Black cousins sat together. As the clerk caught his attention, Dumbledore belatedly realized everyone was waiting on him to take his seat and start the proceedings. "Seal the doors," he ordered as he took his place. "Seal the doors." The aura in charge of security repeated, and the gathering quietened as the loud thud of the doors closing resounded in the chamber. "The July session of the Wizengamot is called to order," Dumbledore intoned. The clerk, Albert Dullard, rose and cleared his throat. "First order of business is any alterations to the membership of the Wizengamot. Our magic has registered that the ancient and noble House of Black has a new head of house. Lord Black will approach and take the oath." It felt like, for a second, everyone held their breath as they looked around the room for the much-anticipated Lord Black. Sirius stood and strode down the stairs to the floor of the chamber. He ignored the open mouths, the astounded and horrified expressions, the supportive looks from Amelia, Cornelius, and Bertie, and stood opposite Dumbledore. Their eyes met again for the second time. Dumbledore looked gobsmacked. Sirius held up his wand for the oath, his head-of-house ring visible. Dumbledore continued to stare at him. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore continued to stare at him. Someone coughed in the tense silence. Dullard cleared his throat and finally arrested Dumbledore's attention. "Chief Warlock, are you well? Is there a problem?" "My apologies," Dumbledore said, turning back to Sirius. "This is just such a surprise, my boy. Where were we?" "My oath, Chief Warlock," Sirius said calmly. His heart was racing, though, as he wondered if Dumbledore would try and prevent his taking the seat. Dumbledore nodded, though. He gathered his composure. "I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Chief Warlock, witness the calling of Sirius Orion Black to take the seat of the House of Black by blood, by law, and by oath. I, Sirius Orion, Black Head of the House of Black, swear to act with honor and fairness in the name of justice, law, and magic, and accept the seat of the House of Black by blood, by law, and by oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be. I confirm your oath is valid, Lord Black." Dumbledore smiled warmly at Sirius. "Welcome to the Wizengamot." He lowered his voice to reach Sirius alone. "Perhaps we can talk later." "Later." Sirius agreed. He didn't move from the center of the circle. Dullard peered at him through thick, round glasses. "Please take your seat, Lord Black. If you call the next change in membership, you'll see why I should stay here," Sirius said politely. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose, but he nodded at Dullard's questioning look to whether he should continue or not. "Our magic has registered that the ancient and noble House of Potter has a new head of house. Harry James Potter is not yet of age, and a regent has been assigned in accordance with the will of James Charles Potter, formerly Lord Potter," Dullard announced. Sirius watched Dumbledore try unsuccessfully to hide his dismay at the realization that Harry was no longer with the Dursleys, that he must be in Sirius's custody for him to have claimed the ring. "Elmer Sampson is released from his duty with thanks. Lord Black will stand and take the oath as the Potter Regent." Sirius was barely aware of another loud outbreak of noise. He stood up as Dumbledore regrouped again to call for order. Dumbledore looked up at Sirius, and he could see the disappointment in the old wizard's eyes as he started to realize Sirius had never been in Thailand. "As Chief Warlock, I do have a point of order. It is usual for wills appointing regents to be validated by the Chief Warlock." Cornelius stood up in reply. "A copy of the will is here for your perusal, Chief Warlock. You have been abroad these last few days, which is why you have not yet seen it." Dumbledore took the proffered document and glanced at it. Sirius got the impression that he had seen it before, and he clamped down on his ire. Dumbledore handed the will back. "Has it been confirmed that Frank and Alice Longbottom have refused guardianship?" Sirius realized that Dumbledore was trying to prevent the proxy appointment and perhaps the guardianship on a technicality. He opened his mouth to say something, but Augusta was on her feet so fast that Sirius thought if he'd blinked he would have missed her moving. "Do not be absurd, Chief Warlock. Their claim to the guardianship was ceded by me as their representative under the condition that they were unable to perform their duty." She practically snarled the words at Dumbledore. "As per the will, the guardianship claim passed to Lord Black." Amelia rose to her feet. "As executor of record, I can confirm the guardianship was awarded and executed in accordance with law, as Madame Longbottom claims," she said dryly. "Harry's guardianship is complicated due to his Muggle relations having legal guardianship in their world." Dumbledore argued, rallying again. "Lord Potter's Muggle relations signed over their guardianship to Lord Black, believing it was better for him to be raised by wizards," Amelia corrected. "All the relevant paperwork has been filed with the W.O., Chief Warlock." "Very well. I find the will and assumption of proxy valid." Dumbledore conceded and handed back the copy of the will. "We shall proceed with the oath." He turned to look at Sirius once again, and Sirius noted that defeat was already giving way to calculation in the old wizard's eyes. "I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Chief Warlock, witness the calling of Sirius Orion Black to assume the role of regent for the House of Potter by law and by oath. I, Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, son of the House of Potter." A rush of whispers stirred in the background as people recalled he had been given sanctuary by the House of Potter. "Swear to act with honor and fairness in the name of justice and magic, and accept the role of regent for the House of Potter by law and by oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." Above them the empty Potter seat glowed gold. "I confirm your oath is valid, Lord Black," Dumbledore stated quietly. "Please take your seat." Sirius bowed his head to the Chief Warlock. He knew he cut an imposing figure as he took the stairs 2 at a time and walked to the empty black seat. All of the ancient and noble houses had risen to their feet as a mark of respect. He looked at each in turn, acknowledging their gesture, and when he sat, the ancient and noble houses sat together as one. It was a surprisingly comfortable seat, and there was a part of Sirius that was awed by the tradition and the spectacle of what had just happened. He took advantage of the outbreak of chatter to catch his breath. "There is a change to the ministry appointees," Dullard said loudly, silencing everyone. "The Minister of Magic is called forth." Cornelius rose from his seat and took the central floor. "It was with great delight I promoted Senior Under-Secretary Dolores Umbridge yesterday morning to be our new ambassador to Guyana. As can be seen by the empty chair beside me, her promotion and new position, unfortunately, leave an opening in the ministry appointees to the Wizengamot." He smiled and looked around the chamber. "I call forth Arthur Septimus Weasley to take the open ministry seat." There was a shocked silence for a moment before the chamber erupted into chaos, much to Sirius's amusement. It was, he thought, almost as good as a prank. "Order!" Dumbledore yelled. "Order!" Everyone stopped talking under his quelling look. Sirius watched as Arthur made his way down from the 4th tier. Arthur wore a slightly stunned expression, but there was no doubting his sincerity as he took his oath. Immediately his ministry robes transformed into formal Wizengamot versions as he took his seat in between Bertie Croker and Rufus Scrimgeour. "Next order of business," Dullard announced briskly. "House notices pertaining to the Wizengamot." He sighed as though anticipating what would happen next. The floor is ceded to Lord Black." Sirius hid his grin as he got to his feet again. He did love alphabetical ordering. "I have several notices, as you can imagine, but I'll try to keep them brief." He paused, mostly for effect. "It is my utmost pleasure that the House of Black announces the adoption of Lord Harry James Potter by Lord Sirius Orion Black." Chaos reigned. Dumbledore was once again open-mouthed with astonishment, and it took him a long moment before he could restore order. The old wizard pinned Sirius with a hard glare. "Who stands as witness to the adoption for the Wizengamot?" "I do." Augusta rose to her feet again, scowling down at the chief warlock. "I do," Lucius said, getting to his feet. The chamber broke into more muttering. The House of Longbottom and the House of Malfoy represented the two poles of the political spectrum. "And for the Ministry?" questioned Dumbledore. 4 of the 5 Ministry representatives rose across the floor from the old wizard. Sirius hid another smile as Dumbledore registered just how completely he had been kept out of the loop. Dumbledore frowned. "I must, as an interested party to Harry's health and well-being, inquire whether the adoption was precipitous. He has only known Sirius for a brief period of time." Amelia bristled and held up a hand before anyone else could speak. The day after being awarded custody, Lord Black immediately took Lord Potter to the village clinic in the States. As you are aware, Chief Warlock, the clinic is encased in a time bubble, and therefore, while only a week passes outside the bubble, those receiving treatment within the clinic may spend many days and weeks there. I believe Lord Black and Lord Potter spend almost 2 months together. She took a breath. Additionally, from what I have observed, there is no one who places a greater priority on Lord Potter's well-being than Lord Black. Their interaction at the adoption was a delight to behold. Very well. Dumbledore glanced up at Sirius and inclined his head. Congratulations, my boy. The adoption notice is so recognized. I only wish I could have been a witness myself. The witnesses retook their seats. My second notice, Sirius continued, is to announce that Lord Harry James Potter has been accepted by blood, by law, and by magic as the heir of the House of Black. This time the chamber reaction was more muted. The news probably expected with the announcement of the adoption. "One moment, Sirius, my boy," Dumbledore declared. "Surely there is a concern that this will ultimately lead to the line extinction of the House of Potter? On my death, Lord Potter will become Harry James Potter, Lord Potter Black. He has agreed at that time the lines will have different heirs on the assumption they are accepted by blood and magic," Sirius said firmly. "Hence, both the House of Black and the House of Potter are assured continuance. But Tiberius Ogden, an old Potter ally, banged his cane and got to his feet. Chief Warlock, the head of an ancient and noble house, heck, any house, can designate who he wants as his heir. Unless you wish to challenge that notion, which I would say would be the height of tomfoolery, I suggest we move on." "Well said, Lord Ogden." Not stated loudly. Most mouths dropped open in shock, as for the second time representatives of opposing politics stood in agreement with each other. Dumbledore sighed and conceded. "The heir notice is so recognized." Sirius nodded briskly. "My third notice is to register that Simeon Marius Black will be appointed as regent to the House of Black in the event of my untimely demise." There was a scattering of whispers, and Dumbledore frowned again. "And what of the House of Potter, Sirius?" he asked. "Protocol would have me cover the House of Potter when called as proxy for that house." Sirius noted. "These are only notices pertaining to the House of Black." "He's quite correct, Chief Warlock." Dullen spoke up. "I have a slot for the House of Potter noted on the order of business." Dumbledore mumbled the recognition of the Regent registration, and Sirius launched into his fourth notice. Andromeda's reinstatement along with her family. Sirius finished that one to find Dumbledore beaming at him like a loon as he recognized the notice formally. Clearly reinstating, Andy had met with the Chief Warlock's approval. "My fifth notice," Sirius paused, "is to announce that the House of Black declared the House of Lestrange oath-breakers for accepting the mark of Voldemort. Everyone flinched, except Dumbledore, who grew pensive as Sirius declared they had been subjected to judgment and the restitution offered to the House of Longbottom. When he concluded, there was total silence in contrast with the noise that had followed his previous notices. Augusta stood proudly. "The House of Longbottom has accepted the restitution offered, and the apology of the House of Black." Dumbledore looked shocked. "Sirius, I feel I must protest to the use of judgment." "Why?" Augusta was on her feet again instantly. "Do you suggest that my son and daughter-in-law are not worthy of such justice?" "My dear Augusta," Dumbledore tried to calm her, "my point is that justice has already been served by the tribunal of the Wizengamot, which did not include those who had lost someone to the Lestranges." Griselda Marchbanks stood up. While a conflict of interest was to be avoided, those that were left to render justice did a piss-poor job of considering the feelings of the victims and the survivors of their brutality. "The Lady Marchbanks is reminded that such language is—" Dullard began pompously. Yes. Censure me for language, and forget to tell the Chief Warlock that he should be referring to people by their titles as a show of respect, unless there has been a change of protocol, which means I can start calling him Albus." Marchbanks snapped. Dullard flushed bright red, and Dumbledore looked abashed. "And once again," Wilkes spoke up, "I'd like to know if the Chief Warlock is challenging the right of the ancient and noble houses to practice their family magic. Judgment is harsh, but it is an acceptable way to deal with oath-breaking." "Exactly," Ogden agreed. "And Chief Warlock, if the Lestranges truly didn't deserve to be stripped of their magic, the family magic wouldn't have done it. Clearly, magic thought justice hadn't been served simply by throwing those miserable wretches into Azkaban." He glowered at Dumbledore. "Frankly, Albus, you question Lord Black's notices one more time in the manner you have done so to date in this session, and I will take insult on his behalf." For a second Dumbledore's expression was a mix of anger and embarrassment, but it smoothed into a diplomatic mask. "I apologize if I have caused offense," he said. "The notice of oath, breaking, marriage annulment, and outcasting is so recognized." Everybody but Sirius resumed their seats. Sirius moved on to the life-debt arrangement with the Grangers, announcing to all that Hermione Jean Granger was sponsored and considered a daughter of the House of Black. Dumbledore ignored the outbreak of noise and whisperings about that to confirm the notice. "I'm also pleased to announce a new alliance between the House of Black and the House of Potter. We now stand together." Sirius's lips twisted wryly. "As Potter Regent, I confirm the alliance between the houses, and echo that we now stand together." A rush of whispers swarmed the chamber again as Dumbledore recognized the alliance. "My final notice as Lord Black for today," Sirius said easily, "is to reaffirm the agreement between the House of Black and the House of Malfoy." Lucius stood briefly. "The House of Malfoy also reaffirms our agreement." He inclined his head in Sirius's direction. "You'll be happy to know I'm done," Sirius said. He sat down and let the chamber murmur about what the black notices revealed. Dullard gathered himself, looked at the order of business, and blanched. "The floor is ceded to Mr. Malfoy as proxy for the House of Lestrange." Lucius held his cane lightly as he got to his feet. "The House of Lestrange announces the death of Rodolphus and Rabastan. Lestrange, as confirmed by the Warden of Azkaban yesterday." Silence once again met the announcement. It didn't take a genius to put together the stripping of their magic and the harshness of Azkaban and come up with cause and effect to their deaths. Sirius was not unaware that he was being regarded with no small amount of horror by some in the chamber. Dumbledore sighed heavily. "The death notice is so registered." Lucius lifted his cane. "As the marriage between the House of Black and the House of Lestrange was dissolved and the union bore no heir, I declare line extinction. The Lestrange seat returns to the floor." "So noted," Dumbledore said. Nominations for the seat should be submitted to the clerk in advance of the August session of the Wizengamot, when nominees will be presented and the seat voted upon. Again a flurry of excited voices had to be shouted into order. It had been a long time since a seat had become vacant. Dullard rose again. "The floor is ceded to Madame Longbottom." Augusta stood up and smoothed her robes. "The first notice is to announce that Neville Francis Longbottom has been accepted by blood, by law, and by magic as the heir of the house of Longbottom." Dumbledore regained his twinkle as he recognized the notice. "My second notice is to announce the renewal of the ancient alliance between the house of Longbottom and the house of Potter. We once again stand together." Augusta proclaimed proudly. Sirius got to his feet. "As Potter Regent, I confirm the renewal of the ancient alliance between the houses, and echo that we once again stand together." "The alliance is so recognized," murmured Dumbledore. Sirius's eyes narrowed as he sat down. Was that a hint of alarm or worry in the old wizard's features? Augusta sat, and Dullard sprang up. "The floor is ceded to Lord Black as proxy for the house of Potter." Sirius pushed himself out of his very comfortable seat once more. "My first notice is to register that Minerva Elaine McGonagall will be appointed as regent to the house of Potter in the event of my untimely demise while Lord Potter remains a minor, as requested by the will of James and Lily Potter." Dumbledore nodded and didn't argue. He recognized the notice as per protocol. "The second notice is to announce the formation of an alliance of friendship between the house of Potter and the house of Weasley." Sirius nodded his head to a pleased Arthur, who stood up and confirmed the alliance. Sirius sat down again, pleased with the way the notices had gone. Once he and Bill Weasley came to an arrangement with Gringotts, the life debt could be announced and settled too. A brief recess was called, and Sirius was pleased when Lord Bones, another old Potter ally, turned in his chair to talk with him about renewing the alliance. It prevented any further approaches, especially that of Dumbledore's. Legislative business, then, took precedence for a while. A new law governing transport regulations for portkeys was voted down as it attempted to restrict the rights of heads of houses to create and maintain portkeys to their own properties. A law that should have been presented regarding the rights of werewolves was withdrawn by the Minister for Revision with apologies to the Wizengamot. Revisions, constituting some minor amendments to the European Treaty on the Statute of Secrecy, passed easily enough. A lunch recess was called. Sirius ducked out for a bathroom break and to talk with Remus. Harry had woken briefly, eaten some soup, and gone back to sleep. He caught up with Augusta, who pulled him into the separate dining room available to Wizengamot members, and watched amused as both Bertie and Amelia ambushed Dumbledore on the other side of the room to prevent him from approaching Sirius. The afternoon session of the Wizengamot shifted to the Ministerial Budget Review. Additional funding was approved for security at the Quidditch World Cup, but only just. Sirius took note of who had voted against it with interest. He was sure Amelia had made the same observations. Cornelius wound up for his final item. "Recently I found to my dismayed surprise that the Muggles' world has advanced sharply in inventions, something they call technology, and in producing medicine and weapons thanks to something called science." He looked around the chamber as whispers broke out. "There are machines in the sky that can take pictures of our world, machines that can communicate these pictures instantaneously to all Muggles with a push of the button on something called computers." He said gravely, "There are reports of weapons based on biological information. Imagine a disease that could target wizards alone. I fear for the safety of the Statute of Secrecy and our population, unless something is done." Wilkes raised his wand and was recognized. "Surely you exaggerate. I remain confident that we retain the advantage." "The Muggles are Muggles, nothing special," Jugson declared as he was recognized. A wand went up and was recognized. It was a witch called Alison Bunting, a Muggle-born witch who had been awarded the Order of Merlin for saving a group of children in the last war. As someone who actually spends time in the Muggle world, I don't share your confidence, Lord Wilkes, or your view, Mr. Jugson. The wizarding world may hold some advantages, But what use is obliviation when the incident is recorded on a machine and played back like a wizarding picture in full Technicolor glory? Sirius could see some people frowning in confusion at her words. "I share Minister Fudge's concern and support his raising this issue," Bunting concluded. Not was next. "I am concerned that our secrecy could be affected, or that they are developing weapons which we would have no knowledge to counter. If there is a threat, we would be idiots to stick our heads in the sand and ignore it until it was too late." Another Muggle-born, Order of Merlin recipient, stood up. "I'm not so concerned with the threat as the possibility that while the Muggles advance, we remain stagnant. There is much to be said for tradition, but we would do well to take some of the Muggle ideas and invigorate the wizarding world." That caused a small outcry of protest. Griselda got to her feet. "The sad truth is that I agree with the minister in that our knowledge is out of date. The Hogwarts curriculum hasn't been updated in some time." Sirius ducked his head to hide his reaction to Dumbledore's sour look at the criticism. "Whether or not there are things we could incorporate from the Muggles into our lives, or whether or not they constitute a threat, we cannot make any assessments in a vacuum." "Well said, Lady Marchbanks," Cornelius said smoothly. "And indeed a Muggle-born witch who I met recently informed me that the Muggle Studies elective at Hogwarts is decades out of date. Arthur, perhaps you have something to add of the head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts." Arthur got his feet. "It is certainly true that my office sees an increasing number of things we don't recognize and don't have a reference for. We struggle because we don't understand the technology and science upon which the Muggle devices are based, and therefore we don't always understand the way magic interacts with them. I, for one, would appreciate a move to increase our knowledge." Bertie Croker raised his wand, and the chamber grew silent. It was rare. The head of the Dom spoke up during the Wizengamot sessions. "The Dom has observed the advancements of the Muggles and is glad to see the Ministry tackling the issue. At the moment our world only has an annual meet-and-greet between the Minister and the Muggle Prime Minister, which doesn't cover a sharing of knowledge. If we are to truly protect ourselves, we need a better relationship with those tasked with assisting us to keep the Statute of Secrecy." His words had an effect. Sirius could see that some of the dismissive expressions from before grow serious and contemplative. Ogden got to his feet and motioned at Fudge. "What exactly are you proposing, Minister?" "A committee to determine the need for a permanent Muggle Affairs Department that would oversee the relationship with the Muggle authorities, compile knowledge on Muggle technology and science, and work with the DOM and DMLE to prepare countermeasures and legislation as required." Cornelius said promptly, "I would suggest 5 members of the Wizengamot Arthur as the Ministry Legislative Representative to chair, and either Director Bones and Director Croker or their named representatives." Greengrass was recognized. "Even if we agree in theory, from a financial perspective, I don't see that we have the budget without levying a tax either on the populace as a whole or on wizarding businesses." That certainly caused some grumbling. "I am not prepared to support such a levy," Avery complained. "Not to find out more about Muggles." Lucius was recognized, and Sirius knew it would be strange if he didn't contribute to the debate. "While I agree that the whole idea that Muggles could be a threat is somewhat fanciful, I also respect Director Croker's viewpoint and that of the ministers, and therefore support the concept of the proposal. However, I am not in support of awarding additional budget. Perhaps the current budget of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office should be used." Sirius held up his wand, and Dumbledore hesitated for a moment, but recognized him. He got to his feet. "I support Minister Fudge's proposal. Our traditions are important, but the need for us to re-examine our relationship and knowledge of the Muggle world is urgent." He looked around the chamber. "The late Lady Potter made me very aware of the advancements that had been made prior to her death. My son, Lord Potter, has many tales of living in the Muggle world which have amazed and horrified me in equal measure, as they have revealed many things that from a wizarding perspective I would constitute a threat, as well as many things where I wonder why we haven't explored a wizarding alternative." The audience was attentive, their interest immediately caught by the mention of Harry. However, I would agree with Lord Greengrass's assessment of the Ministry budget. It is clear to me after my own perusal that the level of funding for the Ministry is at a critical and unsustainable level going forward. Do we wish to levy harsh taxes on the populace and our businesses? No, but there is a realistic cost of government that is being ignored. How do we expect to have advancements in magic when we cut the Dom's budget to the marrow? Sirius gestured towards Amelia. How do we expect to enforce our laws and keep our populace safe from the potential rise of another Dark Lord when we don't provide budget for recruitment and training to replace our retiring and injured auras? When we can only agree the bare minimum of funding for security for an international event that will bring thousands to our country? The chamber was hanging on his every word. The budget issues go beyond this proposal, but to deal with that first, as the head of the House of Black, I am authorizing a personal donation of 1.5 million galleons into the Ministry vault ring, fenced for the committee proposed by Minister Fudge. Once the committee reports on the need for a department, any funds remaining will go to set up and implementation. A rush of noise filled the chamber. Dumbledore held up his hand. "Lord Black, that is a generous offer. Are you certain?" "Absolutely." Sirius didn't look at Malfoy for fear he'd burst out laughing since it was his money. "Additionally, Chief Warlock, the House of Black, is donating 500,000 galleons for the DMLE and the Dom to be shared equally between them." Obden stood up. "I will match that donation for the Dom and the DMLE, Lord Black." Greengrass stood up. "As will I." Nott stood up. "I will donate the same again to round the numbers up to 1 million for each." Dumbledore blinked. "Well, this is a surprising day. It is remarkable to see such support from such disparate parts of our political spectrum. Thank you, gentlemen." He looked over to Cornelius. "I trust this is acceptable?" "More than," Cornelius said, smiling in delight. "I'm sure Director Bones and Director Croker will be able to put the additional funds to good use. I will bring a revised budget to the August session." He cleared his throat. "May we move to the vote for the proposed committee now? The funding for it has been sorted." The vote went swimmingly, passed with only a few votes to the negative, and it was the last order of business for the day. Sirius let himself be ushered out and into a waiting press melee by Cornelius. He knew it was needed, but he hated it. "Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter." Rita grinned at him. "How is Harry enjoying his new guardianship situation?" "I believe Harry's view can be determined from his agreement to the adoption we announced," Sirius said bluntly. "He couldn't come with you today?" Rita pressed. Sirius smiled tightly. "Harry's safety is paramount. As much as we would have both liked him to attend, we knew today would draw a great deal of attention, and thought it best he remain at home." "Lord Black." Another reporter grabbed his attention. "Any comment on the miscarriage of justice that saw you incarcerated in Azkaban?" "I am disappointed that the ministry I worked for failed to provide me with my basic legal and human rights," Sirius said, recalling the prepared statements Brian and Remus had made him learn. "But I am grateful to the current administration for correcting the injustice, particularly the efforts of the minister and Director Bones." Cornelius puffed up beside him. "Your political agenda seems to contradict the reputation of the House of Black. What do you say to that?" Another reporter yelled. "That I am my own man, as my family discovered when I was the first Black sorted to Gryffindor," Sirius answered. "Do you deny your actions led to the death of the Lestranges?" someone else shouted. Sirius pinned the seedy-looking journalist with a hard stare that silenced the crowd. "The Lestranges tortured 2 very wonderful people, who were also my friends, into insanity. They as good as murdered them, and certainly deprived a child of his parents as though they had. The Lestranges brought dishonor to the House of Black, and were stripped of their magic. I have no regrets." He held up a hand. "One more question. How do you feel about taking over Harry's guardianship?" Rita got in before her rivals could. Sirius smiled genuinely. "I'm honored to finally be allowed to do the job that his parents tasked me to do as Harry's godfather. Nothing is more important to me than Harry. I will do everything in my power to protect him and ensure he has a happy life." He held up a hand. "If you'll excuse me, I must leave you in the very capable hands of the minister." "Thank you." He headed for an open flow, and wasn't surprised when he saw Dumbledore waiting. It was past time for them to talk. The atmosphere was thick enough to cut with a knife. Albus glanced around the comfortable study with wonder. He had never been to London Black Manor before. Arcturus had preferred the Black Country estate. Not that Albus had been there often, either given their differing politics and alliances, but there had always been an invitation to the Black New Year ball before Arcturus had gone into seclusion. His gaze landed finally on the young wizard sat behind his desk. Sirius surprisingly radiated a sense of belonging, rightness, and authority for all that he had decried his family and heritage in the past. Albus sat on the other side, contemplating his options and what to do. There were two critical items Albus had to address with Sirius. One was to return Harry to the Dursleys as soon as possible because of the blood protection, and the other was to regain some favour with the man who now held Harry's guardianship. He wasn't foolish enough to think it was going to be easy. Evidently Sirius had been very busy since he had flown away on the Hippogriff. He had somehow broken the compulsion Albus had placed upon him for his safety, assumed the lordship, and manipulated events from there to gain custody of his godson. On one level, Albus admired what he'd done. Sirius had gotten Cornelius to do his job, the ministry, to award him guardianship, and he'd sent Albus on the proverbial wild Nargle chase to keep him away from England, while Sirius made his first alliances, and they completed the adoption. The love that had prompted Sirius into taking on the mantle of the Black family history he had literally run away from must be great and powerful. "Indeed," Albus mused silently. And it would make Albus's task that much more difficult, all the more so for where they were. There had been a brief heated discussion on where to meet, but Sirius had gotten his way. He had bluntly told Albus that he didn't trust him not to try something, but the protections in Black Manor had enough of a reputation that he knew Albus would understand the consequences of trying something within the confines of the Black home. Albus had conceded the location as unimportant, but sat within the study, he could admit to himself that he was almost intimidated by the magic he could feel around him. A house elf had popped in and out with refreshments, and Dumbledore picked up his tea, smiling a little at the lemon biscuits that accompanied it. He needed to take the first step towards reconciliation, Albus decided, and cleared his throat. "Firstly, Sirius, let me begin by apologizing to you for my part in the miscarriage of justice that you suffered." Albus began sincerely. He was truly horrified that his inaction had led to Sirius's suffering as an innocent man. The days following the defeat of Voldemort were chaotic, but I confess that when the dust settled, I realized I could not remember a trial for you. I believed you guilty as you had been the secret keeper, and determined if there had not been a trial, it was not worth the pain of dragging up memories that one would cause. I let my anger and grief for James and Lily blind me to doing the right thing. I am very sorry, my boy. And your reason for sending 2 kids to save me at Hogwarts, rather than providing me with the protection of the Chief Warlock, Sirius countered. He leaned back in his chair, regarding Albus almost impassively. "Ah, well, there, I have no excuse." Albus could see that he had taken Sirius by surprise in the slight flare of his nostrils, the widening of his eyes. "Mea culpa," as the Romans used to say. "Once again, in your regard, I did what was easy than what was right," Albus said. "Why?" asked Sirius boldly. "Several reasons," Albus prevaricated, taking a sip of his tea, "but I think you know the main one. The compulsion charm rather gave it away," Sirius pointed out dryly. Albus winced. He had known from their discussion on where to hold their talk that Sirius was likely aware of the compulsion Albus had placed on him at Hogwarts, and he was honestly embarrassed by it. "I believed it was for the best given Cornelius's determination to have you kissed." Rather you were abroad and safe, dear boy, than close and near to Harry." Sirius interrupted. He picked up his own tea and took a large gulp as though he required fortification. "I was going to say dead," Albus corrected gently, despite Sirius being right in that ensuring distance between the two had been one of Albus's other reasons. "Harry would have been devastated if something had happened to you. Forgive me if I think your motivation wasn't quite as pure as you make it out to be. If you'd added a destination to your compulsion, no doubt I'd still be a fugitive," Sirius retorted, "and I'm not certain you've ever made a decision for Harry that took into account his happiness." His eyebrows shot up that. "Every decision I have made in regards to Harry has been to keep him safe. Safe is not the same as happy." Sirius argued fiercely, and Albus conceded to himself that the other man had a point. "And I think we have very different definitions of safe." "Friend, safe." That rankled. He felt the first stirrings of annoyance. He frowned at the younger wizard. "I have to admit, Sirius," he said quietly, "that I'm surprised at the level of your animosity." He paused. "I had hoped you would extend to me the same forgiveness and chance for redemption that I showed you after your foolish dare to Severus." Sirius looked at him with disbelief. Albus was suddenly aware of the anger in Sirius's grey eyes. It was like a potion simmering in a cauldron. One wrong ingredient, and the whole thing would explode. "Seriously? You're going to equate an idiotic dare made by school kid, a dare provoked by Snivellus in the first place, and which was probably a set-up to get Remus killed and me expelled, something I'm sure you were aware of at the time, with failing your duty as chief warlock and incarcerating an innocent man for 12 years, and not only failing once but twice when you decided not to protect me at Hogwarts. And let's not forget the highly illegal compulsion charm you placed on me." Albus blushed, seeing the inequality of the comparison he'd made too late, and realizing he'd erred once again in believing Sirius hadn't known that Albus had known Severus had set up the incident in question. Sirius waved a hand to forestall Albus launching his defense. "But let's say, quid pro quo, that your forgiveness of my impetuous youth and decision not to expel me wipes out your part in my Azkaban torment and subsequent continuance as a fugitive, even when you knew I was innocent." His tone was scathing, and Albus winced again. "And it wouldn't make any difference to my level of animosity, because I am not mad on my behalf so much as I'm mad on Harry's." Sirius stabbed a finger in his direction. "Well, at least," Albus considered wryly, they'd gotten to the heart of the matter, "there is no greater love than a parent for a child." Albus commented, his usual calm and good humour returning with the reason for Sirius's anger. "I assure you once again that I have always acted in Harry's best interests." He ignored the voice in his head, pointing out that he had used the boy as bait for Voldemort in his first year, because, yes, that had happened. But Albus had learned from it, and he hadn't used the boy since. For a long moment he thought Sirius might hex him, but the new head of the House of Black gave an angry huff and sat back. "You know, I think you actually believe that." The reply disconcerted Albus. "You really don't see what you've done wrong, do you?" Sirius gesticulated at him. "You don't see your mistakes as mistakes, but as perfectly fine decisions." Sirius was quite correct, and with the exception of the business with the stone, Albus couldn't see that he had made any major mistakes with the boy. Harry had been kept safe. But he realized that he wasn't going to get very far on the subject of Harry without addressing the mistakes Sirius believed Albus had made with Harry. "I am willing to explain my actions if it will heal this rift between us, Sirius, for Harry's sake," Albus offered eagerly. Sirius nodded slowly. "Well, let's start with the first decision. Why did you decide to send Harry to his aunt's that night in 81? It was the perfect opening to explain the blood protection, Albus thought happily. Initially, the thought came from one of my last conversations with Lily. Albus admitted she joked that if they ran out of safe places to hide, as a last resort, there was always her sister's house, where she had placed blood wards. She confessed that she'd known they were considered borderline illegal, but she'd lost her parents, and despite the fact that she and her sister hadn't spoken in some time, she wanted to do everything in her power to protect her. He picked up his tea and sipped it. The night of the tragedy, my monitoring spells at Godric's Hollow told me Harry was still alive. So my idea when I sent Hagrid to recover Harry was simply to hide him with his Muggle relations, providing some breathing space in the wizarding world to make sense of what had happened before long-term decisions were made. Albus explained. I thought, you see, that there had to be not one but two spies in the Order because of the information that had leaked out. I believed you were the secret keeper, and had betrayed them fulfilling one role, but I could not be certain of the second. It was imperative that Harry was placed beyond the reach of anyone in the Order. The only people I knew for certain were absolutely trustworthy. At that point were Minerva, Poppy, and Hagrid. I don't disagree with your reasoning yet, Sirius commented. In fact, I agreed with it at the time, bar the stuff on the spy side, because I knew it was Pettigrew. You thought there were two spies. You didn't account for your spy being an animagus who could sneak into the meetings where he was excluded. If I hadn't been thrown straight to Azkaban, or if you had visited me or ensured that I'd had a trial, you would have found that out. Albus frowned, but he couldn't deny Sirius's charge. I have admitted that was a mistake. Yes, equivalent to my school-day misdemeanor daring Snape. Sirius waved a hand as Albus bristled at the intentional poke for his earlier faux pas. Let's continue. I know you changed your mind and decided to leave Harry there for the long term by the evening of November the 1st. Why? While Hagrid brought Harry to Hogwarts, I tracked down Petunia Dursley and examined the blood wards on her home. Lily was always an impressively bright witch, and they were outstanding boards. I added a few more to cover the general neighbourhood. Albus recounted. Then I returned to Hogwarts and made my way to the infirmary, where Harry was in the care of Poppy. Poppy had some unusual readings. He considered the best way to frame the information and decided the most straightforward would gain him points with Sirius. Harry is protected by a blood protection ward merged with his very skin. Sirius didn't react. Albus searched his expression and made an uncomfortable realization. You already knew. Harry has talked about his adventures, Sirius said quietly. That was not good. And when Remus and I theorized about how Harry had survived, Remus informed me that he had discussed such a spell with Lily. Sirius continued, shocking Albus from his rumination of how he was going to do damage control. Remus had, Albus repeated with a splutter. He set his teacup down with a shaking hand. Does he know the exact spell? Which reference book she used? Yes, as it happens. Sirius said, I'm sure he would have told you had you informed him about the blood protection back then. Another dig, and Albus couldn't help but wince at the knowledge that he had missed out on such vital information because he had suspected Remus of being the other spy and hadn't confided in him. Of course, in hindsight, it was easy to see that Lily might have discussed the spell with someone, and the obvious person in that circle would have been Remus, given his leaning toward academia. But back to you, Sirius said. You found the blood protection ward and— he gestured for Albus to continue, and came to the conclusion that Lily had obviously meant for Harry to reside with her sister. The blood ward around Harry and around the house provide him with an unparalleled level of protection. While he can call Privet Drive home, his blood maintains the ward around the house and imbues it with the same lethal nature of the ward around his skin. Voldemort cannot touch him there. But in addition to that, the presence of someone with his mother's blood within the house ward anchors the one around his skin. Albus said eagerly, surely now Sirius would see the need for Harry to return there. But there was no look of horror at having taken Harry away from such protection or dismay at possibly losing the protection that Harry carried. Albus frowned. If you have talked with Harry about his adventures, then you surely realize the blood protection has saved his life twice, once that night when Voldemort attacked, and once when Harry confronted his spirit when it possessed Quirrell. I do realize it, Headmaster, and you've confirmed the why of it, pretty much for the reasons I and Remus suspected. I'm not sure how you jumped from Lily saying her sister was a last resort and she hadn't spoken to her in years, to believing she meant for Harry to go there," Sirius said. "And we'll come back to the protection, no doubt, in good time, but right now I'd rather discuss why you left Harry with the Dursleys without any oversight, since Minerva warned you that they were the worst kind of muggles." It was an insightful question. Albus sighed. "I didn't leave him without any oversight. Arabella Figg was soon stationed in the neighbourhood to keep watch once I was certain that she was not the spy. But I believed, when Petunia took him in, that she had put aside her differences with Lily and committed herself to looking after him regardless of the issues between she and Lily. Firstly, I know stationing anybody was Remus's idea," Sirius commented, "and secondly, did Figg ever enter the Dursley residence? Did she check out his bedroom? Investigate his living conditions? Were the Dursleys aware that they were being watched? I had promised Petunia minimal contact, and I did not see the need to inform her," Albus said defensively. "Arabella, it is true, was never able to get inside the house, but she babysat for Harry, albeit on an occasional basis in her own home." "And she never reported any concerns about how the Dursleys treated him?" Sirius probed. It was clear the issue Sirius was highlighting, and Albus thought it best to tackle it head on. "She expressed a concern that the Dursleys might not love Harry as they did their own child following her first baby-sitting experience, but she assured me he was fed and clothed. She never raised the matter again, and I believed Harry was doing well from the odd photo she sent." Albus sighed. "I realize such an unloving environment isn't ideal, but he arrived at Hogwarts a normal child, eager to learn magic, and I believe the Dursleys, for all their faults, have raised an admirable boy." Sirius shook his head. Unbelievable. He held up a hand before Albus could continue to defend the Dursleys and his hands-off position. He opened a desk drawer and pulled out a sheaf of bound parchment. He tossed it on the desk in front of Albus. "That is a report about Harry's home environment, compiled by Amelia Bones and Alastair Moody from the visit they made to Harry to interview him about the incident involving me at Hogwarts." Albus frowned as he warily took in the parchment. "It's the reason why I was given immediate custody of Harry," Sirius continued in the same hard, unrelenting tone. "They didn't deem his home environment unloving, Headmaster. They deemed it abusive." He gestured at the report. "I haven't read it because I prefer to have Harry confide in me of his own accord, but from what little he has confided in me, I have to say I agree with the conclusions of the report." He glared at Albus. "He slept in a cupboard under the stairs until they received his first Hogwarts letter, which was addressed there." The information stunned Albus. Surely Petunia wouldn't have done that to a child. Surely there had been some mistake. He received nothing but second-hand clothes and practically no birthday or Christmas presents. If he received something, it was a mocking item to instill in him he wasn't worthy of actual presents. Sirius continued. "I know from what Remus found out that Harry was locked up in his bedroom the summer after his first year, and starved. I took Harry with me when I went off to get the healing the Ministry ordered, and you know what they found for Harry? Malnutrition and stunted growth. I wonder how that happened." "I don't know what to say," Albus said dejectedly. "Because what could he say? He had missed abuse, actual abuse. Certainly Poppy had told him about the malnutrition, but he had dismissed it as the usual childish fussy eating habits he saw with many students. It was the reason why the Hogwarts food was laced with mild nutrient potions. He wanted to say that Harry had exaggerated his claims, as Albus had assumed had happened with the story the Weasley twins had told their parents and Remus. But the official report, compiled by an aura that Albus himself trusted, and the head of the DMLE, made a mockery of that want. You could have told the Dursleys in your letter that minimal contact included a yearly visit by you or Minerva, if not Remus. You could have informed them that they were being watched by someone stationed in the neighbourhood. You could have paid more attention to Harry's health and his living situation when he entered Hogwarts. Sirius berated him, and Albus let him because he deserved every word. He ran over the reasons he had given for staying away and couldn't find an acceptable one. He wondered why Arabella hadn't informed him of the abuse. Had she, too, been blind to it? "Do you know that when we were coming out of the Shrieking Shack, before we got attacked by the Dementors, I asked Harry if he wanted to live with me then, and he said yes, straight away." Sirius gestured impatiently at Albus. "No hesitation. What child does that? What must happen in a child's home that he believes he would be better off living with a complete stranger?" "Oh!" "You may scold me all you wish," Albus said tiredly, feeling every year of his age. "I shall not stop you. It appears that you are correct. I have made a mistake. Mistakes in Harry's regard." "I thought I was doing the right thing." Sirius regarded him with a hard look, but he subsided, slumping back in his chair again. "Well, he won't go back there again?" Albus revived a little, as a jolt of alarm ran through him. "He must," he blurted out without thinking, and regretted the words as soon as they passed his lips, as Sirius straightened and regarded him with pure contempt. "He will never return to the Dursleys." Sirius blazed. "I realize that changes will need to be made," Albus said hurriedly, "but the value of the blood protection is vital now more than ever. I'll talk to the Dursleys, obviously, and warn them against any abusive behavior, and perhaps you can stay with Harry to chaperone them, and— Are you insane?" Sirius rose to his feet, and Albus could feel the house magic respond, crackling around him as it rose to meet its master's anger. He marched away from Albus to a window and took some deep breaths. Albus remained silent, understanding that Sirius was calming himself and his magic. It would be insane to disturb him. "You don't send a child back into an abusive home for any reason," Sirius said forcefully, once he had gotten his magic under control. "Forcing a child to be in the presence of people who hate him openly, even with a chaperone, do you really think that does no harm? Merlin, you're supposed to be an educator of children." He looked over his shoulder and glowered at Albus. "You intend to repeat your mistake, Headmaster. Put the supposed value of your all-important blood protection ahead of Harry having a warm and loving environment to nurture him." The words were sharply mocking, and Albus sighed. "The blood protection is important if Harry is to survive when Voldemort returns. I am deeply sorry that Harry has suffered to secure his protection, but he owes his life to it." "Yes," Sirius said, turning around and folding his arms over his chest. "Let's talk about why he had to be saved by the blood protection again at the end of his first year, shall we?" Albus blushed, knowing it was his fault. He raised a hand in weary acceptance. "I accept that I made mistakes that year with Harry and the situation with Quirrell and Voldemort. I believed the measures I had taken would guarantee Harry's safety, but I admit I underestimated both him and Voldemort." Sirius walked back to his desk and sat down. "I understand as an educator you prefer to allow children to express themselves and only step in when they go too far. To learn their lesson by getting their hands burned a little in the fire so they realize it's hot to have the opportunity and freedom to learn life lessons on their own." Prosema. He had no idea where Sirius was going with his sudden change in subject, but Albus assumed it was nowhere good for Albus. "So I get why you allowed Harry and his friends to investigate the mystery. I'm sure they weren't the only ones. Declaring something a no-go area to children is like waving a red flag to a bull." The dryness of his tone was somehow even more chiding than his anger. "I know James and I would have been up to the third-floor corridor in a flash." Sirius pointed at Albus. "But to encourage their curiosity when you knew the danger, when you were responsible for the danger, was beyond the pale. You set a trap for a Dark Lord in a school full of children, Headmaster," he said coldly. "You used my son, James's and Lily's son, as bait, and he ended up in no less than 4 life-threatening situations. You allowed a man possessed by Voldemort to teach. You placed dangerous creatures within the school. You failed to fulfill your duty of care 10 times over." Albus couldn't argue with him. He nodded despondently. "It was not one of my better moments, Sirius, and believe me when I say I learned from it. I would not do the same again. Well, the second-year disaster, when Harry was almost killed by a basilisk, wasn't your fault, I give you that," Sirius said. Dear Merlin, the boy really had talked of his adventures. Albus sighed heavily. But you didn't do much to ensure the safety of the school, either. What were you thinking, allowing the school to remain open when there was a basilisk roaming the corridors? I could not locate the chamber to deal with the basilisk, and there was no information on who was being possessed. Albus defended himself briskly. If I had merely closed the school, neither issue would have been resolved, and the problem would just have reoccurred once the students returned. I confess that I did overlook Myrtle quite badly as a source of information, but alas, I assumed her place of death was meaningless as a clue. Sirius nodded. Okay, I can accept that although there were other additional precautions you could have taken, hiring some more roosters once the first lot were killed, for instance. But then there's the whole matter of allowing Harry to be mostly ostracized for being a Parselmouth. He held up a hand. I know it goes with your theory of education. Children need to learn to handle rejection and not always being liked. But you fail to realize that not stepping in condones the poor behavior of prejudiced children being mean to another child, just as never stepping in to stop bullying behavior allows it to continue and punishes the child being bullied. We have recently realized this and have agreed a new bullying policy, Albus rejoined, ignoring that his agreement had been grudging and given only after Minerva's sharp words on the subject. Does that include stopping the staff bullying the students too? Sirius remarked crisply. You're referring to Severus, Albus said with a sigh. I have talked with him about his behavior with Harry. Sirius harumphed. Albus decided he had been on the defensive too long. Shall we discuss why Harry was in danger last year? Sirius gave a small laugh. Oh, I accept my part, and I'll even admit that I know you were forced to take the Dementors as guards under severe protest, since Cornelius already confessed all to me. But you still didn't ward the passageways into the school, didn't think to leave an alarm on the Shrieking Shack, didn't think to specifically alarm Gryffindor Tower. I got into the dorm. If I'd really been after killing Harry, I would have succeeded. The criticism hurt, and Albus could see in hindsight that he should have done those things. It just hadn't occurred to him, as he had been confident his security measures were sufficient. Perhaps there needs to be a security review, he murmured. I believe the usual wards would inform me if you entered the school, which they failed to do. I have come this close. Sirius held up his forefinger and thumb, showing a distance of less than an inch, to finding Harry a different school. Albus's eyes widened with horror. The financial impact if Harry withdrew would be tremendous, as others would follow in his wake. The damage to Hogwarts' reputation would be immense. And sentimentally, Albus wanted Harry himself to simply attend and enjoy Hogwarts, as Albus had done, as James and Lily had done. However, Sirius said, Harry loves Hogwarts, so he stays, and I will be taking the black seat on the Board of Governors. He looked over at Albus, and for the first time the fire that had been in his eyes had disappeared. A security review seems to be a good idea, especially since you're opening up the school to the Triwizard Tournament. I would appreciate your help, Albus said immediately, and perhaps I can convince Amelia to put some of the new funds at her disposal towards the tournament. He smiled at Sirius proudly. That was well done today, my boy, very well done indeed. He could admit that Sirius had played the Wizengamot like a harp, just like Arcturus. The House of Black had always wielded immense wealth and power in pursuit of its political goals. He could even admit that he agreed with most of the decisions Sirius seemed to have made. That he had taken a position that placed the House of Black staunchly against the Dark Lord was fantastic news, but his actions in regards to the Lestranges was worryingly ruthless. Everybody deserved a chance for redemption. Sirius waved away the praise. We've meandered from the point. Yes, we have, Albus admitted. I concede that Harry going back to the Dursleys would be difficult for him, but I don't see any other way to maintain the blood protection. Measures can be taken to ensure Harry had minimal contact with them, but I'm sorry, Sirius, I must insist he return there. Sirius's eyes fired up again. You just don't listen, do you? Firstly, you mustn't insist anything. You don't have the authority under any of your many positions to tell me to do anything in regards to M.Y.'s son. I am his blood, legal and magical guardian. Not you. You are nothing more than his headmaster, and, if you ever get your head out of your ass, a possible friend and ally." Albus blinked at the caustic tone and harsh language. "There's no need for that, my boy." "I think there's every reason, because you don't seem to understand that, Harry. Will never go back to the Dursleys." He punctuated each word by stabbing his finger onto his desk. "The blood protection." "The Dursleys are no longer at Privet Drive." Sirius cut him off harshly. Albus froze and examined the younger wizard's intent expression. "What did you do?" "I gave them a new house with new wards." Petunia was ecstatic about living in her dream town, and without Harry. Sirius sat back, looking unconcerned. "But the blood wards will fail very shortly," Sirius pointed out, "with nobody of Lily's blood residing there." Albus closed his eyes. "Then the blood protection is fine," Sirius said. Albus snapped his eyes open in shock. Remus tracked down the spell he and Lily had discussed. It mentioned that the blood protection would erode without an anchor of blood within a home. Luckily, Remus found an adoption blessing within the same text. Sirius explained. "We did the ritual yesterday as it has to be performed by the women of the house. Harry's blood protection is anchored by black blood now." "And you couldn't have told me this before?" Albus asked, genuinely irritated at how Sirius had allowed him to believe the blood protection was in danger and gone. "No." Sirius wagged a finger at him. "I was interested to know if you'd put Harry's best interests first, and whether you'd be willing to listen to someone else's view." "Ah." Albus felt a rush of chagrin and reached for a lemon biscuit in the absence of his comforting Muggle sweets. "I rather failed your test, I fear." "I wouldn't say you'd get a troll," Sirius said dryly. "Just a dreadful." Albus sighed and munched his biscuit. He wasn't sure how he could patch things up. He'd been so certain that he knew best. On one hand, he was despondent at losing control of the situation, and yet, on the other, he admired Sirius's and Remus's ingenuity. They had achieved both securing Harry a happy home where he was loved, and the maintenance of the blood protection, something Albus had failed to do. "If I was your professor, I would say that you need to stop believing that you're the only one with the answers. Share your problems with others, and listen to them, and most importantly, acknowledge that there are more important things in raising a child than simply keeping him alive," Sirius said crisply. Sirius got back to his feet and walked over to the mantelpiece, where he looked at the crest of the House of Black for a long moment, leaving Albus to consider his words of advice. Albus took a drink of tea to wash down the biscuit. "So, how is your search for the Horcruxes going?" Sirius asked suddenly. His tea went down the wrong way, and Albus coughed violently in danger of choking for a long moment. He took a breath to recover, and Sirius passed him a conjured glass of water. Albus drank deeply and sighed with relief as the soreness in his throat eased. Sirius returned to his seat. "Anything you would like to share?" Albus stared at him and wondered just how much Sirius knew. Did he know about the Horcrux within Harry? He had mentioned that they'd attended a healing clinic, or was his knowledge restricted to the diary that Harry would have described in telling all about his second-year adventure with the basilisk? He recalled that the discussion about the blood protection had been a test, and he had failed. This was his second chance, Albus realized. If he did not give full disclosure here, "I believe I have much to share, and not all of it good news," Albus offered gravely. "You know of the diary, I presume?" Sirius gave a slow nod. He propped his head up with one hand, his elbow resting on the table. His head-of-house ring glinted at Albus. "As soon as I saw it, I knew what it was. Such a vile act, a vile trick to flee from death indeed," Albus said, with renewed disgust at what Tom had done. "I'm not certain, but I think the diary was an accident created by the death of Myrtle, as Tom called the basilisk forth from the chamber when he was a student at Hogwarts. He poured much of his personality between its pages, and when he killed her, the damage to his soul caused it to fracture, and a piece sheared away and became one with the diary. He sighed heavily. Whether Tom's interest in Horcruxes predated that incident, or whether he had already started to learn of them, I rather believe when he realized that the diary had been turned into more than a journal when it wrote back to him. It prompted his curiosity and led him to a conversation with Horace. Old Slughorn? Sirius grimaced. Sluggy would have had access to a lot of dark knowledge through his network. If he didn't know about Horcruxes, I'm sure he would have known someone who did to point Tom at. And I fear he did, Albus said. I tracked Horace down last summer, but he refused outright to admit to any discussion. His entire demeanour was one of heavy guilt. He sipped his tea. I believe once Tom had confirmed what the diary was, he stopped writing into it, possibly around the middle of his 6th year. But no doubt Tom made others. He would not have stopped at 1. 3 may have been his initial goal, 7 is more likely. He had an obsession with the number. How many he made before his confrontation with Harry that night. Good Merlin, the prophecy. Another piece of vital information he had kept to himself for so long. Was he meant to give that up too? Maybe he could offer what was already known by Tom. His eyes sharpened on Sirius. Tom believed, you see, that Harry was the one prophesied to vanquish him. The Death Eater who overheard and reported it to him only heard the first part of the prophecy. But it was enough to identify Harry and young Neville as possible candidates. It was why I encouraged both families into hiding. Sirius nodded. You know the full prophecy? I do, but I would not want to burden Harry with the full weight of it at his age, Albus admitted frankly. For a long moment Albus thought Sirius was going to press him further, and there was a worrying shimmer of rage that flickered across Sirius's face before it faded into an expressionless mask that simply made Albus more anxious. So you don't have any idea of the number of Horcruxes Voldemort made before he was made a wraith? Sirius returned to the topic of Horcruxes much to Albus's relief. My intention this summer is to start reviewing Tom's life and backtracking to see when and where he could have made them, Albus admitted. Sirius nodded almost absently. He opened another desk drawer, and another piece of parchment drifted out to hover in front of Albus. He took it and thanked Merlin he'd put his tea down. Regulus Black had just made his job much easier. "Well, this is splendid," Albus said, delighted. "I can make some guesses as to the items and locations using this list, and the Dom is going to form a team to track them down and destroy them," Sirius said dryly. Albus looked up in alarm. You told Bertie about the Horcruxes? Bertie, Cornelius, and Amelia, in general terms, I called them objects that kept Voldemort from dying." Sirius confirmed to Albus's horror. Bertie understood what I meant. Obviously, the Dom has researched Horcruxes before, and they know how to dispose of them. As I said, he's going to put a small team together. Bill Weasley will join it to provide his curse-breaking skills in repayment of his sister's life debt to Harry and to give me an inside man. He also knows the full picture. He's come across them in Egypt. His plans unravelled before Albus's eyes. That Sirius could risk the information from leaking in such a way, all the team will be under vows, all capable of occlumency. Sirius said as though he'd read Albus's mind. We're calling it Operation Treasure Hunt. Albus placed the parchment down and regarded Sirius with disappointment. Nevertheless, the likelihood of this hunt getting back to Voldemort has increased substantially. We could have kept this between us and hunted them down ourselves. "And how long would that take us?" asked Sirius pointedly. "I want this done quickly before Voldemort regains a body and is operating at full strength. Yes, there's a risk, but this is the Dom's specialty. They're trained for this." He paused. "Just as the DMLE is now on alert that Voldemort didn't die and may be attempting a comeback. They're going to start tracking the known Death Eaters that walked for lack of evidence. The Wizengamot today," Albus realized, his mind racing, "you and Cornelius were laying the foundation to undermine Tom's political power." "And financial," Sirius said. "Duh!" Albus nodded slowly because he could already see how Sirius would use the power of the House of Black and the House of Potter to control the Ministry and the Wizengamot and reshape the wizarding world. All for the protection of the boy Sirius loved as a son. Remarkable. He had always believed love was the power Tom knew not. "There's a war council," Sirius said, "and you're invited to be part of it. Everyone has agreed your help and advice would be welcome. Penelope will send you the details of the meeting times."
"I would be delighted to assist,"
Albus said. He could still backtrack through Tom's life, but it seemed he would not do so alone. He remembered Sirius's chiding comments after the blood protection discussion, and mused that it might not be a bad thing, although he still worried about so much vital information being so widely known. Albus sighed heavily. "The next piece of information I have for you, I suggest you do not share with anyone." He held Sirius's curious gaze determinedly. "The night Tom attacked Harry, I believe he created another accidental Horcrux within Harry." He gestured across the desk. "I bound Harry's core to prevent the remnant becoming powerful and assuming control of the child. It does restrict the conscious amount of power Harry can access, although he is capable of overcoming that, as his mastering of the Patronus charm demonstrates." He searched for the right words and found none. To defeat Tom, "I'm afraid Harry must also die." "Harry had the Horcrux removed at the healing clinic, although he believes he simply had his scar cleansed of dark magic. They removed your binding afterwards, and we've been practicing bringing his magic under control," Sirius told him bluntly. "If you want confirmation, you can write to Noshi Blackhawk." The news that Harry was cleansed of Tom's darkness, that he would not need to die, rushed through Albus and stole his breath. Harry could live, grow old. He felt his emotions surge. An enormous wave of relief, followed immediately by an almost oppressive amount of guilt. Why had it never occurred to him to seek the counsel of someone like Noshi? "You must think me a monster," Albus thought out loud, blinking back tears of remorse. "Noshi told me you could have killed Harry that Halloween's night, and you didn't. So, no, I don't think you're a monster," Sirius said calmly. "I'm not happy with you. You could have sought help and advice, if not immediately at the time, certainly in the years since, and especially before Harry got to school." And there it was again, Sirius's painful lesson that Albus share information and listen to others. He could have approached Noshi. He knew the man was a good soul, and a consummate healer who took issues of confidentiality seriously. He shook his head. "You are right to be angry with me. I have made many mistakes. All I can offer as mitigation is that I believed I was protecting him, and that I do care for him tremendously." Sirius sighed and sat back, looking at Albus pensively. "I'm angry at you, Albus." The use of his given name didn't go unnoticed by Albus. It was the first time since they had talked that Sirius had consented to use it. He felt a stirring of hope. If Harry had been inclined to pursue a prosecution against the Dursleys, and if it wouldn't have completely destabilized our society, which considers you a moral icon, I would have encouraged him to bring charges against you, too, for child endangerment and neglect," Sirius informed him briskly. Albus flinched sharply. "You have 3 important positions in our society, but you have made serious errors of judgment, both as Chief Warlock and as Headmaster of Hogwarts," Sirius continued. "Any other person would have resigned following the disclosure that they had failed to give an innocent man a trial. Yet both you and Crouch, for that matter, have wriggled out of it, placing the blame on Bagnold, who is dead and can't defend herself." Another flinch. He couldn't deny it. Sirius motioned at Albus. "Your decisions as headmaster, certainly for Harry's first year, if not his second, should also have led to dismissal." He pinned Albus with a hard grey stare. Again, a noble man would have resigned. He sat back. "Yet I can't deny that if Voldemort is attempting to rise again, if he were not headmaster, he'd consider Hogwarts as vulnerable. And so I can't demand you to do the noble thing in repayment for all the crap you put Harry through." Albus breathed out a little. "And I'm mostly not the injured party," Sirius continued. "Die!" "Harry believes you care about him and I have attempted to maintain that impression while trying to explain your actions or inaction when he's questioned it. such as your decision not to look in on him after you placed him with the Dursleys. In truth, I rather think he's already forgiven you. Personally, I think he's too forgiving because of the self-esteem issues that living with the Dursleys have left him with. But he has too few people in his life who he believes genuinely care for him, and I won't deny him any one of those people. I will offer him an unreserved apology," Albus said quickly. Sirius nodded. "Understand this, Albus. Harry is mine to protect now. You're done making decisions about his home, his life, and his future. I don't believe that prophecies are written in stone. I will do everything I can to remove Voldemort from existence, so Harry doesn't have to face him again. You get in the way of that, and I don't care how powerful you are, you and I will come to blows." "Ma?" Albus bristled slightly at the tone, but he knew Sirius meant every word of it, and was quite capable of carrying out his threat. Albus was the more powerful wizard, but Sirius had shown a sneakiness that had completely overturned all of Albus's plans within the space of a mere month. "I promise to work with you, Sirius, and I promise to do better in sharing and listening to others." Sirius harumphed, and there was a definite air of, "I'll believe it when I see it," as he got to his feet. "I have to get back to Harry, and I think we're done for today." He gestured at the report still on the desk while placing the parchment on the Horcruxes back in his desk. "That's your copy." Albus stifled the urge to ask to see Harry, his want to know where Harry was, so that he could monitor him. He picked up the report and let Sirius walk him to the flue. They exchanged brief words of good-bye before Albus entered the flames. He walked out of the fireplace and into his office at Hogwarts. Fawkes trilled a comforting welcome. He placed the report on his desk, his fingers tracing over it thoughtfully. He wondered if he dared read it, and knew that he would. He had been a Gryffindor once, and it was only right that he learn of the consequences of his decision. He glanced over to the set of monitoring instruments and waved his wand to shut down all but the one that kept track of Harry's life force. He wandered over to the window to look over the grounds, letting the soothing familiarity of the school ease him. His plans were smashed to smithereens, Albus considered with wry amusement. Unsurprisingly, when dealing with the Marauders, for he had no doubt that Remus had played his part in the scheme and would continue to do so. The group had been the best of their generation, with the exception of Pettigrew, who had been inclined to laziness, and their generation had been exceptional. Severus, Lily, Alice. So many wonderful witches and wizards. It was easy to see the bare bones of Sirius's plan from the events at the Wizengamot. He intended to shut down Tom's second grab for power before it began. The Dom would deal with the Horcruxes, the DMLE with the Death Eaters, and the Ministry and Wizengamot would reshape the political and financial landscape and make it unfriendly to Tom, less of a breeding ground for followers which would make recruitment more difficult for him. It was a good plan, despite Albus's concerns that it involved too many people knowing critical information. But Albus felt almost adrift. He no longer held the rudder, but was reduced to a passenger in the boat. Oh, he had no doubt he would contribute. Especially to the Horcrux hunt and to the politics. He did have some sway on the light side, and no doubt his expertise would be valued. But he sighed heavily. He felt so old, useless. Fawkes trilled and swooped over from his perch to sit on Albus's shoulder. Albus stroked his friend's head gently, grateful for Fawkes' unwavering support. Sirius's plan also kept Harry well away from the fight, Albus mused idly, or at least tried to keep Harry away from the fight. But Albus thought Sirius was wrong about the prophecy. He hadn't been a fan of divination himself before witnessing Sybil's declaration and could understand Sirius's point of view. But ultimately it didn't matter, because Tom believed the prophecy. So no, Albus had no doubt that Harry would have faced Tom in battle again. But Harry no longer had to be the one to die. Albus didn't need to shape the boy, so he would sacrifice his own life. He didn't need to hope beyond hope that Tom would seek to use Harry's blood in creating a body, and thus provide an anchor, so Harry had an impossible chance to survive death. A long shot, if ever there was one. The relief of that made his knees tremble. It had been the part of the plan that Albus had hated, had always hated. To know that he didn't have to groom the boy in such a way that such a stain would not be added to those already on his soul. Ariana Gellert was a weight off his shoulders. He pursed his lips. The problem was that if Harry was not to die in battle, he would need to fight Tom and match him, if not beat him. Nothing Albus had previously planned involved that scenario. Harry was a gifted Dada student, natural, but beyond that, Albus hadn't seen the need to offer additional training or education. In fact, Albus would have denied Harry such a thing if he'd asked, because when Harry discovered he needed to die, that Albus hadn't given him any training to survive would underscore how much Albus believed that Harry needed to die. That Harry lacked confidence in his own worth because of the Dursleys would have just made convincing him easier, albeit Albus hadn't planned it that way, and he honestly hadn't realized that they'd been anything other than unloving. Albus sighed. Severus had informed him that the dark mark was growing stronger. Harry would no doubt meet Tom sooner rather than later. And Harry needed training, probably more than Sirius would allow if he knew the reason for it. But wasn't Harry's core unbound? Albus remembered how powerful Harry had been as a mere babe. Everybody in the Order had heard James boast of Harry turning into a puppy at 4 months. Harry was a powerful wizard, and he would need someone who understood that power, who was just as powerful, someone like Albus. He smiled. He would do all he could to train Harry to fight Tom, and he could do it all in the guise of helping Harry control his power, so Sirius didn't worry that he was forcing the issue of Harry fighting Tom. He felt a touch of satisfaction fill him. He nudged Fawkes, who flew back to his perch, and hurried back to his desk to start making plans for Harry's education, but he stopped short at the sight of the report. The front parchment with its seal of the ministry stared up at him. Within was the truth of what Harry had suffered because of the decisions Albus had made. But he needed read it. He needed to understand the damage to Harry's confidence and what would need to be done to correct that. Albus sat down at his desk, gathered his courage, and opened the report. "Oh, Harry, my poor boy." Severus Snape prided himself that his behaviour was the epitome of everything Slytherin. He might only be a half-blood, but he comported himself with the pure-blood manners instilled in him by his mother and the cunning that dealing with his bigoted and intolerant Muggle father had required. Even his obvious less-than-Slytherin behaviour, openly deriding the Gryffindors and specifically the boy who lived, maintaining a stern deportment, all were a choice designed for a Slytherin purpose. However, sitting in front of the wireless, listening to the early evening news report of the Wizengamot session, Severus's calm Slytherin mask was completely destroyed, his only boon that he was alone with no one to witness his lack of composure, wide eyes, gaping mouth, pale face broken only by the slashes of red rage upon his cheeks as he absorbed the shocking news. Sirius Black was Lord Black. Black. Potter was Lord Potter, had been adopted by Black, and was now the heir of the House of Black. The Longbottom and Potter alliance was restored. It was blow after blow as the inane commentator waffled on about how handsome Black had looked in leather pants. And wasn't it a shame that Potter hadn't accompanied him? He waved his wand with a gesture that rather looked like the Muggle equivalent of giving someone the finger his father had been a rather coarse man, and shut the infernal machine up. The news had left him more than a little horrified as he remembered Lucius's hints that morning. Severus snorted as he paced the small living area in his quarters at Hogwarts. If Black had called judgment and stripped the Lestranges of their magic for wearing the dark mark, he could understand why Lucius had bowed to Black. The head of the House of Malfoy was nothing if not a survivor, a true Slytherin, able to talk his way out of every sticky situation. It would be galling for Lucius to have to conform to the will of Sirius Black, but he would do it if it meant keeping his magic. And there had been the interesting slip of information that Lucius knew of the Dark Lord's origins. Clearly, Lucius found them lacking. Severus had been told the truth by Albus. Once he had been taken on as a spy, and found it more than a little amusing that the purebloods that so prostrated themselves at the feet of the Dark Lord had no idea that his origins were closer to Severus's than their own. Severus's brief smile faded. Lucius was now aligned with Black and Potter, and would work with him against the Dark Lord. That much was clear, even if the message had been couched in formal language that would give Lucius leeway with the Dark Lord should Severus ever mention it to him. Not that he would. Severus was proud of the fact that his own allegiances were well obscured. The former Death Eaters believed he was their spy among the light, and Albus believed he was his spy among the dark. Truthfully, Severus only had one allegiance: Lily Elizabeth Evans. He walked over to the small liquor cabinet and poured himself a small finger of oak, matured 20-year-old Scotch. Raised in the Muggle world, he had a preference for it rather than the dratted Ogdens that the wizarding world favoured. He downed the glass in one go, savouring the peaty taste. Lily had been his only friend as a child, the only one to see past a strange, lank-haired, hook-nosed, sallow youth and acknowledge the intelligent if serious boy inside. He had gloried in being able to introduce her to the wizarding world, and revelled in her innocent affection for him. All that had come tumbling down because of Hogwarts. In many ways he regretted ever setting foot in the school. Perhaps if they hadn't been separated by the house divides, if he had been home-schooled as his late mother had wanted, and avoided the influence of those who would willingly serve the Dark Lord. But he had long accepted that it was his own fault their friendship had come to an end. In the summer before their 5th year he had asked her to pretend not to be friends with him any more, because he was under pressure from the rest of Slytherin House to conform to their prejudices, and with the rising influence of the Dark Lord Severus was under no illusions that he would suffer if he didn't. Lily had been sympathetic and had agreed, but he could tell as the school year progressed, and he didn't shield her from the comments of his friends, but agreed with them. As he stood aside and watched as the Slytherin girls tripped her with hexes and did nothing, although Lily fought back quite splendidly, that her patience and understanding were eroding. They disappeared entirely when he called a mudblood. Shame heated his cheeks to burning once again as the memory flooded back. James Potter turning him upside down to humiliate him, and Lily defending Severus only for Severus to deny her so harshly, and he hadn't meant it. He had never thought of her that way, but the damage had been done, and when he tried to apologize to her, she had told him that she had had enough. He had made his choice perfectly clear, and she would thank him to stay away from her. He'd left her alone at Hogwarts, believing they had the summer to mend fences. But instead he'd had the summer to stew over his mistake further, when Lily had pointedly refused to come to the door of her Muggle home and had instructed her sister to turn him away. Something which Petunia had done with relish. In his anger he had blamed the Marauders for the loss of Lily. He had spent the rest of the summer plotting. When he'd returned to Hogwarts, he'd overheard Regulus Black talking with his friend Matthias Flint about his brother running away from home because their mother had finally flicked and beaten Black half to death. It was the perfect bait for his lure. He had easily provoked Black into telling him about the Whomping Willow, and on the night of the full moon he had made his move to kill the werewolf and have Black expelled, leaving Potter alone and vulnerable. Only he had miscalculated, assuming Lupin's meek, mild manner would carry over to his werewolf personality when it didn't, that Lupin in his werewolf form would be an easy target. The werewolf he had glimpsed had been angry and fierce, and scared him half to death. When Potter had turned up and saved him, Severus had actually been grateful, and so angry at being grateful that he could have obliterated half of Hogsmeade, and then to rub salt in the wound. Albus bloody Dumbledore had seen right through him, warned him against further action, against the werewolf, and had refused to punish the Gryffindors harshly. A few detentions, and a ban from Quidditch for Black, and nothing for Potter and Lupin. Worse was to come, though, at the end of his 6th year, when Lily had caved into Potter's pursuit of her and agreed to date him. Severus had gone to the Dark Lord willingly after that. taking the mark that summer and killing some poor muggle man that had already been tortured half to death by Mulciber Senior, and who hadn't even defended himself, as Severus had levelled his wand at him and pretended it was his father. The killing hadn't bothered him at the time. He had, after all, plotted to kill Lupin. As far as Severus was concerned, werewolves were creatures that should be put down as soon as they were discovered, no matter what anyone, Dumbledore said. But he had come to regret it as an older and wiser man, understanding the sin that stained his soul better. In retrospect he was thankful the Dark Lord had appreciated Severus's talent with potions, and so he had been excused the usual revelry and muggle baiting. In his stupidity he had decried not being able to attend, believing he was missing out on truly serving the Dark Lord. Then he had heard the beginning of a prophecy. He had run to the Dark Lord with it. Severus bowed and kissed the hem of the Dark Lord's robes. "My lord, I have something I must tell you, but I believe it would be best to do so in confidence." The Dark Lord stared at him with hard red eyes, and Severus felt a pain deep in his head. He flinched as it left abruptly. The Dark Lord dismissed everyone from the room. "Now rise and tell me, Severus, what did you overhear?" the Dark Lord asked smoothly. Severus got to his feet and bowed his head respectfully. Dumbledore was interviewing a woman for the position of divination, and she gave him a prophecy. The one to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born as the seventh month dies, born to those who have thrice defied him. He paused and caught his breath. "Unfortunately, I didn't hear anything more before I was ushered out by the barman." "I see." The Dark Lord rose and circled Severus silently. Severus swallowed hard. Hadn't he done his duty? Wasn't his lord pleased with him? "Do you believe in prophecies, my dear Severus Raff?" the Dark Lord asked suddenly. He had to swallow against a surge of fear before he could answer. "Honestly, no, my lord." "Then why such haste in bringing me this news?" The inference that Severus believed that someone would be born that could defeat his lord slid into Severus's mind like a sharp knife. He thought furiously. "I merely wished to warn you that the old fool Dumbledore had heard such a thing and may believe it." Severus hurried out, bowing his head again. The Dark Lord laughed harshly. "It would be the first time. He and I both have never put stock in the vagaries of tea leaves and dull predictions of cards." He whirled away back to his throne, his robes billowing out before he sat. "Still, there may be those who will believe, and it would be better to keep this drivel in mind." His red eyes met Severus's again. "You have done well, Severus. You will be rewarded in time." Some months later, Severus had read the St. Mungo's birth announcements and realized that one of the babies born at the end of July was Lily's child. Severus had tried to put it to the back of his mind, to tell himself the child was also the spawn of James Potter, and he didn't care what happened to it, to Lily. He had worried, though, knowing the depravities that the rest of the Death Eaters engaged in, the cruelty the Dark Lord was capable of employing against his enemies. Then Severus had been called alone to dine with the Dark Lord, a tremendous honor. "You have seen the birth announcements, I trust, Severus?" the Dark Lord asked once the meal was over. "I have, my lord," Severus admitted, and he knew 2 babies could fulfill the conditions in the prophecy. Both sets of parents had defied his lord, both children born at the end of July. "I have been told that Dumbledore visits the families regularly." The Dark Lord sneered. "Obviously he has succumbed finally to senility to place his hopes in such a flimsy thing as a prophecy." "He is desperate, my lord," Severus replied sincerely. "Your side wins more ground every day." "Yes," the Dark Lord muttered, "desperate. And desperate men do desperate things." He conjured 2 glasses of cognac and handed one to Severus. "I believe Dumbledore will try and use one of these infants against me. I need a spy to determine which he will use." He swirled the liquid around the glass and pinned Severus with unrelenting red eyes. "You were once friends with the wife of the blood traitor, Potter. To my shame, we grew up in the same neighborhood." Severus knew it was folly to lie to the man. "You are aware that Dumbledore knows that it was you who overheard the prophecy?" The Dark Lord smiled menacingly as Severus had nodded jerkily. "There will soon be a vacancy for the position of Potions Professor at Hogwarts. You will apply for the job, and at the interview request sanctuary within the walls of Hogwarts, having felt remorse for placing the son of your old childhood friend at risk after informing me of the prophecy. You will tell the old fool that you have changed your mind about serving me." "My lord," Severus stuttered, "he will know." "I cannot." "You will, Severus," the Dark Lord said bluntly. "You will train with Bellatrix in the art of octomancy between now and your meeting with Dumbledore. It will hide your thoughts and true allegiance from him. You will take your place in his band of blood traitors and inform me of everything, but especially anything to do with the prophecy." He had agreed. What else could he do? It had turned out to be his salvation. Octomancy had been difficult, but working through his memories with Bellatrix, laughing derisively at his upbringing and his friendship with Lily, had seeded doubts in his own mind about whether he had chosen the right path. And by the time he had attended his interview and wept crocodile tears on Dumbledore's robes about regretting his choices, he had, in truth, been wavering and thankful that his occlumency was good enough that he could keep both Dumbledore and the Dark Lord from knowing what was really going on in his head. Dumbledore's request for him to be a spy had been approved by the Dark Lord, who had laughed when Severus had reported to him. "Let him think you are his," the Dark Lord smiled, "but you and I know you will always be mine." The dark mark had ached for days after that, the Dark Lord's subtle reminder of who Severus had sworn his life to serving. And as the months had passed and Severus spent more time with Dumbledore, with the rest of the Hogwarts staff, and away from the Death Eaters, as he had seen the crushed faces of children who lost their parents and families to the Dark Lord's thirst for power and blood, he had become less enthralled with his own Death Eater identity. He had instead embraced his spy role. The spying had come naturally to him, and he had quickly realized he occupied a position of power within both camps. He decided which raids to share, who was saved and who was lost to an extent. He controlled vital information, not all of it, but some of it. He secretly gloried in his position. But the events of Halloween in '81 had shattered his delusion, and it was a delusion he could see it with hindsight. The Dark Lord had summoned him and informed him of his plan to attack the Potters, as he needed a child to fulfill a ritual, and why not one prophesied to defeat him? Severus had almost panicked, but he had kept his head and asked for Lily as a reward in the hopes of saving her. Her husband and child were of no consequence but Lily. He should have known she would die trying to save her son. He should have known the Dark Lord would not choose to stun her when he could kill her. The harsh reality was that he had led the Dark Lord to the Potters, to Lily. He had signed their death warrants by informing the Dark Lord of the prophecy. In the aftermath, Dumbledore had guilted him into promising to help her son. Severus hated that he had made the promise in his weakness. It served its purpose in solidifying for Dumbledore that Severus worked for the light. But Potter wasn't the reason. His promise wasn't the reason. The Dark Lord had killed Lily, and for that he would pay. Severus had always been Lily's, despite the fact that she had only briefly been his, and he would avenge her death by making certain the Dark Lord went to his. Protecting Potter was necessary for that to happen. That was the only reason he protected the boy. Severus poured another glass of whisky. The truth was that he would always want to trade the brat who lived for the mother who died, Harry Potter, for Lily Evans. That Lily would hate him if he did, would hex him to the end of the earth and back for thinking such a thing. He sighed heavily. He couldn't stop himself from hating the child who Lily had died to save, believing deep down that if Harry Potter had never existed, never been born, Lily would never have been targeted, would never have died. His hate was only exacerbated by the fact that Harry Potter was a miniature James, except for Lily's eyes staring out at him accusingly, entirely too Gryffindorish, entirely too arrogant without regard for the rules or authority, entirely too thin. And small. Severus rolled his eyes expressively and pinched the bridge of his nose. He would not consider that the headmaster was right in his statement that Potter was not spoiled. Of course, Black would soon rectify that, Severus thought darkly. A pop alerted him to the presence of a house elf. "What?" "The headmaster is requesting heads of houses come direct here to his office." "Very well." Severus put down his whisky glass with a thunk, cast a brief mouth-freshening charm, and strode out of his quarters. No doubt the old fool wanted to talk about Black's lordship. Black was going to be insufferable. Severus snorted. What did he mean was going to be? Black already was insufferable, always had been. He was the last to arrive, and he slid into the remaining chair by a grumpy-looking Poppy. A brief glance at his other colleagues confirmed they were all disgruntled at being called so peremptorily. Albus appeared oblivious to their irritation. He sat sedately behind his desk with a bulky sheaf of parchments in front of him. "Thank you for coming, and on short notice," Albus said. "I called you together for two reasons, but both are related and are to do with Harry Potter." "If this is an announcement that Sirius Black is also Lord Black," Phileas interrupted, "I think we're all aware the wireless has been filled with news of little else." "In a way it is, and in another not at all." Albus held up one wrinkled and aged spotted hand. "Let me explain. I met with Sirius this afternoon after the Wizengamot session. As you have no doubt heard, he has already taken custody of Harry Potter." His expression fell suddenly, and Severus felt a twinge of concern at how old Albus looked. The reason why he was given immediate custody was because of this document. He tapped the parchment. "It is a report compiled by Amelia Bones and Alastair Moody about Harry's home environment with his aunt and uncle. It concludes that the environment was abusive and recommended Harry's immediate removal from it." "My word!" Phileas muttered in shock. Minerva bristled angrily beside Phileas. "I told you!" She snapped at Albus, her Scottish brogue thick with anger. "I told you when you left him there that they were the worst kind of muggles. But did you listen to me?" "No." Severus was taken aback at her ferocity. "He didn't listen to me either," Poppy all but snarled. "Every year I've reported the boy is malnourished and suffering the signs of physical neglect and care, that he has stunted growth and health issues. And every year, Albus, you've waved me away with what were obviously empty assurances." Albus didn't defend himself. "You may berate me all you wish, Minerva Poppy. I regret that I did not listen to you, as I should have done in my belief that I knew best. I erred badly." If the topic had been anything other than Potter, Severus would be amused at Albus's self-pitying guilt. The headmaster only had himself to blame for the hurt done to his golden boy. Albus had been the one to place him, and the one to cavalierly dismiss the signs of abuse. Pomona cleared her throat. What specifically did his relatives do to Mr. Potter? In general terms, most of the abuse was verbal. He was never called by his name, but rather freak or boy or some other derogatory term. He was regularly told he was a burden. Physically, he was set to chores above his age range and inappropriately dangerous for a child to attempt. He received slaps and hits with various implements at an early age, but apparently learned how to duck and avoid them by the age of 6. "It explains his talent as a seeker," commented Severus snidely. Minerva glared at him. "Continue, please, Albus," Pomona said briskly. "If we are to know how to help the child, we must know of what damage has been done, just as always in these cases. He was denied food on a regular basis and underfed as a matter of course. Beyond that, his cousin bullied him badly, injuring him severely on 2 documented occasions, although his magic usually healed him. Materially, he was neglected. Second-hand clothes, no toys or books were given to him beyond the bare minimum required for his schoolwork, no meaningful presents. He slept in a cupboard under the stairs until the age of 11, when he was given the smallest room in the house." Albus sighed heavily. "Possibly that was because of the arrival of his first Hogwarts letter. The abuse also diminished somewhat after he was collected by Hagrid, although each summer there have been reoccurrences in some form." "My word!" Phileas said again. "How could they?" "They could because they had no reason to think that they couldn't," Minerva said heatedly.
"You never once checked up on him, Albus. Not once."
"You kept all of us with any tie to his parents away from him for his own safety, and look, he wasn't safe at all. Arabella Figg was stationed nearby and meant to keep an eye on him, and I have talked with her via Flu since reading the report, wondering how she could have missed this," Albus said defensively. "Unfortunately, we had a miscommunication, and she believed I was aware of the full extent of his treatment at the hands of his relatives, whereas I believed they were perhaps unloving toward him, but otherwise tolerant, and certainly not abusive."
"Does it matter?"
asked Severus impatiently. He flicked some lint off his robes. "So the boy was abused?" "I fail to see why that merits special treatment." "It merits the same treatment as all abused children in this school. We always discuss the best approach to take with an abused child." Pomona remonstrated with him sharply. "You forget the majority of those come into my house." She was right. Most of the abused sorted into Hufflepuff, where they received the affection and friendship they yearned for, the security and stability their magic required to settle down. However, those abused children who retained some spirit usually sorted into Slytherin, as cunning and sneakiness were both required in the retention of that spirit. Severus refused to think of Potter sympathetically or to pity him. Many were abused worse than Potter, and his own childhood hadn't been a picnic. No, Potter might have reasons for some of his more irritating traits, including his lack of respect for authority, but he was still a detestable brat. "And the rest usually come into mine," Severus retorted. "My point is, why are we having this discussion now in the middle of the holidays, when it should be scheduled for the start of year preparation, when we discuss all such cases?" "Perhaps if I was allowed to finish, you would all discover the reason, Severus," Albus said tersely. Everyone, not just Severus, squirmed under the rebuke. "Firstly, I agree with Severus that deciding what the educational approach to Harry should be discussed in our usual meeting ahead of the term's start," Albus said crisply. "However, there are medical concerns that need to be addressed immediately. Realizing there had been abuse, Sirius took Harry to the Valley Clinic in the States. They have corrected much of the physical consequences, and I believe have dealt with some of the emotional issues. They also released a binding that I had placed on Harry's magic related to his scar. Harry has had a substantial increase in power and will need to relearn control before the school starts. I'll owl and offer my services for charms," Sirius said immediately. "I'm already engaged for transfiguration," Minerva informed Albus frostily. Albus's eyebrows rose. "I see. I did wonder, with the Potter announcements, whether you were aware that Sirius was Lord Black, and of events generally. I had hoped you would have confided in me." Minerva harumphed. "I had hoped that you had used a modicum of sense in placing Harry. It seems we both lived to be disappointed." Severus exchanged an unsettled look with Pomona at the chilly glare between the head and his deputy. "Albus, Poppy was the one to break the tension. I assume you wish me to write to the clinic and get a full accounting of his medical records?" "Yes, Poppy." "Harry's healer was Noshi Blackhawk. Sirius has given us permission to approach him." Albus agreed. He shifted position and folded his hands on top of the parchment. "The second reason why I called you together is that Sirius raised concerns over the standards and safety here at the school, to the point where he informed me he had considered withdrawing Harry." Severus snorted. "If he wants to withdraw the brat, let him." "Severus, don't be absurd," Phileas replied before Albus could. "Apart from the severe damage to our reputation such an event would incur, where Potter goes, many would follow. We'd be lucky to have a school left." "And therein lies the heart of the issue," Albus said. "I would like your ideas and thoughts on how we can improve things. I have already decided to invite our new Dada professor, Alastor Moody, to move in for the rest of the summer and do a full security review of the school's wards and grounds." "Well, that's a start," Pomona said, adjusting her robes. "Personally, I'd like something to be done about Binns. His and a number of other subjects don't perform well at OWL level and should be audited." Minerva agreed. "Divination should be dropped and Muggle studies needs a complete overhaul." "I am in agreement," Phileas said. "I'd also add that potions is another area of concern. Many of my students employed tutors in the summer to make up for deficits in their understanding." Severus glowered at him. "It is not my fault most of them are dunderheads who can't understand the first thing to do with potions. Perhaps if you taught rather than simply bullied them, it would help." Minerva snapped back. "And perhaps—" "Enough!" shouted Albus. "We're not here to criticize each other's teaching styles." He took a deep breath. "If there are no more ideas—" They all shook their heads. "Then thank you for your time. Please come to me with other suggestions as they occur to you," Albus said briskly. "Severus, if you could remain behind, please." The others trooped out, although Minerva remained behind briefly and waited until it was the three of them. "Did you know, Albus, that I was considered as a potential guardian by Lily and James?" Minerva asked bluntly. Albus sighed and nodded gravely. "I did not think to bring it your attention, Minerva, because the will was missing and your claim was weak. And while you did caution me against the Dursleys, you did agree with me before we departed that it was for the best to leave him there." And for the first time Severus could remember, Minerva looked truly devastated. "To my everlasting shame, I did, Albus, and I will never forgive myself." She swept out before Albus could reply. For a long moment there was silence, and Albus looked as though his thoughts were far away. Severus cleared his throat. "Ah, Severus, my apologies for my wool-gathering," Albus said, seemingly shaking off whatever had distracted him. "I need to inform you that Sirius is well aware of the prophecy and of the reality of Voldemort's imminent resurrection." "You informed him?" Severus spluttered, losing his cool for the second time that day. He was aware of the latter, and I believe in hindsight knew or suspected the former, as he didn't press me about it. Albus said, "Sirius has a plan to defeat Voldemort, and I have agreed we will work with him." Severus felt his lip curling up in disgust. "Additionally, it is more important than ever for you to be civil to Harry," Albus continued. "Otherwise I have no doubt Sirius will call for an end to your tenure here, or withdraw Harry." Of course he was to be civil to the brat. It didn't matter how cheeky and disrespectful the brat was to him. "I implore you to put the enmity with Sirius in the past." Of course he was simply to forgive and forget being bullied and thrown to a werewolf by Black. It didn't matter that Black had tried to murder him. "For the sake of Lily's memory, do not use her name in this," Severus snapped, surging out of his chair and striding to the window. He looked unseeingly at the grounds beyond, unknowing that Albus had done much the same earlier that day. Albus remained silent, and Severus was glad of that as he brought his tumbling emotions back under control. Lucius reported that the House of Black was strong again. "He will stand with the House of Black," Severus reported calmly. Clearly, whatever else is uncertain, Black's abhorrence of the Dark Lord and his known ruthlessness will help decimate the Dark Lord's support among purebloods. He will work to end the Dark Lord once and for all. "Agreed," Albus said softly. "What is also certain is that Black will protect Potter." He paused for effect, "even from you." He could see from the reflection in the window that Albus flushed with embarrassment. "You need not worry, Headmaster," Severus sniped tersely. "I will continue to keep my promise and help protect Potter to defeat the Dark Lord, since Black and I share those goals. But do not expect anything further, and do not ask me again." "Thank you, Severus. If that is all?" he asked, with a hint of his usual sneer. Albus hesitated, but he nodded his head. Severus left the room quickly. There was still a good half a bottle of Scotch left in his room, and he intended to drink it all. "Oh." Harry surfaced from his dozing at the sound of Sirius's voice greeting Remus. He didn't open his eyes immediately, too warm and fuzzy and tired to think about leaving the cocoon of blankets even for his godfather, Padfoot, he reminded himself. And despite the fact that he wanted to know how things had gone, he could hear Sirius conjure up another chair and drag it close to the bed. The small knock as Sirius sat down and bumped the bed. Remus's low drawl as he confirmed Harry was sleeping just as he had been sleeping every other time Sirius had checked. Harry felt Sirius's hand in his hair and revelled at the comforting touch, the knowledge that someone loved him. He was about to open his eyes when— "Well, don't keep me in suspense. What happened?" Remus demanded in a quiet voice that was obviously meant not to wake Harry. Harry kept his eyes shut. He didn't think Sirius would say anything. He wouldn't tell Harry anyway. But there was always the possibility. He'd learned with the Dursleys that they'd often talk more freely when they'd forgotten he was in the room. Not that Sirius and Remus were anything like the Dursleys, and Harry felt a rush of gratitude that he'd gotten so lucky that Sirius had rescued him with Remus's help. He dragged his attention back to the present and tuned in. "Oh, you should have seen his face. It was a picture." Sirius sounded very amused. Dullard had to ask him if he was all right before he gave me the oath. "And when Albus realized you'd taken custody of Harry, things got a bit sticky," he insisted on seeing the will. "I think he was going to attempt to say that the proxy and guardianship couldn't pass to me because Frank and Alice couldn't decline in person." Augusta was furious. "I can imagine. Then he kept questioning me about the notices, the adoption which Amelia stood up for, and told him where to go. Harry, being the heir to the House of Black, went down like a lead balloon with him. But he got told off by Tiberius Ogden of all people, and he got really snippy over the Lestranges." "I'm surprised Augusta didn't tear him limb from limb," Remus murmured. "Oh, I think if she could have done, she would." Sirius said— "Anyway, she was up on her feet, yelling at him. Then Griselda Marchbanks, who I may have to kiss simply for saying that the tribunals did a piss-poor job of justice. Then Bartholomew Wilkes told him off for challenging the use of family magic. And then old Tiberius told Albus he was going to take insult on my behalf if he didn't stop questioning me." It was a beautiful moment. "Arthur got the ministry seat?" Remus asked. "He did." Sirius confirmed. That was another beautiful moment. The whole place was in an uproar. I think Cornelius almost peed his pants with glee. Harry heard the shift of material as Sirius moved position. "The best news ever, though, is that Umbridge is now somewhere in the jungles of Guyana," Sirius said cheerfully. "Couldn't happen to a nicer toad." Remus replied in the same tone. Harry was hard-pressed not to join in when they snickered like naughty school-children. "And the budgetary stuff?" Remus prompted as they sobered. Sirius shifted again, and Harry almost started as he picked up Harry's hand. "Better than we expected. Ogden, Knott, and Greengrass matched my donation to the Dom and DMLE." "Oh, that's astonishing, I know." "If it's a signal they'll all ally in some way, or at the very least stay neutral, it bodes well," Sirius said smugly. "And the DMLE and the Dom get much-needed funding. It also means that Lucius must have done some good in briefing his side, as much as I hate to admit it." Sirius acknowledged. Obviously Augusta was brilliant on the opposing side. "Harry and I will be having dinner with the entire old Potter alliance on Saturday at the Longbottoms. Richard Bones all but said, 'Tell me when we can do the oath during the break.'" "Harry will be pleased to see Neville. He sent him a plant as a get-well present," Remus said. "He signed it your godbrother, Neville." Harry wanted to roll his eyes at Remus's amused tone. He, personally, was secretly really happy that Neville wanted to be his godbrother, and embraced the idea that their mothers were their respective godmothers as much as Harry had. They hadn't had the closest friendship ever at Hogwarts, and Harry blamed himself for that. So he fully intended to send a thank-you note back to Neville, signing it, "Your godbrother, Harry." "You know Frank used to do the same with James because de Rere was his godmother," Sirius commented, and Harry could hear the smile in his voice. "Minerva was James's, wasn't she?" "Yep." Sirius yawned. There was a brief lull, and Harry was considering informing the pair of them that he was awake when Remus cleared his throat. "I assume you spoke with Albus after?" "Oh, yes," Sirius said dryly. "We talked." "And?" "And I was only tempted to use the house magic to incinerate him once," Sirius said in the same dry tone. "I take it he wanted Harry to go back to the Dursleys." Wouldn't take no for an answer until I pointed out the blood protection is now anchored by black blood," Sirius said. Harry was disappointed. He'd expected the headmaster to bring up the Dursleys, but he'd hoped deep down that Sirius and Remus would be proven wrong about him insisting on it. "He did say steps would be taken, that Harry would have minimal contact with them, and I could even go along too to make sure they treated him right." "Brr," Sirius sighed. "He cares for Harry, I can see that. It's just his focus isn't in the right place." "Well, that was slightly better. Maybe some of it is his age," Remus offered. "You think he's going senile?" Harry almost snorted a laugh. "I mean, his generation has a very different take on what is acceptable in raising a child," Remus said, taking on the tone that Harry knew meant Padfoot was going to get lectured. Historically, children, especially in the working classes, were expected to earn their keep, to contribute with difficult chores from a young age, to be grateful and respectful to their parents for food, clothing of any kind, and shelter. If they received praise and love beyond that, they were lucky. But it wasn't a big thing. Really, it's only this century that mind healers have emphasized that love and reward is an important component in raising a child to be a happy, contributing member of society. "I'm not sure I agree with you, Remus," Sirius said firmly. "I think Albus knows full well to raise a child in an unloving environment is not good for the child. He admitted he'd sacrificed Harry's happiness on the altar of the blood protection, although he didn't know quite how bad it was for Harry there." It was Remus's turn to sigh. "You know a part of me, missus, the days when I used to blindly accept Albus as the greatest wizard of our time, all-knowing and all-powerful." "Well, there's nothing worse than finding your idol has feet of clay," Sirius commented. "It's only natural, even when you realize the truth that they're human, to search for reasons and excuses for why they've done certain things that maintain the image of a hero. Pot, you never did recover from finding out Elton John wasn't a wizard. Funny. I'm right that Albus wasn't your hero, though, aren't I?" Remus asked idly. Harry listened with interest, wondering who Sirius had looked up to as an idol. "You are," Sirius said. "I was raised a black, remember? We weren't brought up to worship at the altar of the great Albus Dumbledore, defeater of Grindelwald. No, Uncle Alfred was my hero." He thumbed his nose at the whole pure-blood thing, looked in on all the unwanted relatives. He was the epitome of cool, and he didn't abandon me after I ran off. Then he went and got himself killed. "That wasn't exactly his fault," Remus pointed out. "Of course it was," Sirius said. "Idiot walked straight into an ambush with a pack of Death-Eaters. I take it they were trying to recruit him. Voldemort wanted every black for his collection," Sirius murmured. "I think my grandfather made some kind of deal that he'd join Voldy if he managed to convince everyone in the family to be marked." "But he had to know you would never." Remus stopped abruptly in realization. "Oh, well, if he did, that was kind of devious of him, wasn't it?" "It was very clever of Sirius's grandfather," Harry mused silently. "Because he'd known Sirius would never be marked, he'd be safe from having to submit to the deal. Yes, the rest of us had to deal with the bloody plonker while he got to stay safe behind the walls of the Black Country estate. Yes, the defences there are rather lethal." Sirius coughed. "I did apologize for not warning you." "You're bloody lucky I wasn't incinerated," Remus said. "I did give you the password to shut the wards down." Sirius said defensively. "After I called you on the communication mirror and demanded it," Remus pointed out, while dodging a barrage of silver javelin curses, I might add. "I apologized," Sirius retorted. Harry wanted badly to smile at their banter, but he shifted instead, drawing their attention to him, and they both muttered admonishments for the other to lower their voice so they wouldn't wake him. "So what was the outcome with Albus in the end?" Remus asked. "We agreed that he'd help. He's going to be part of the War Council, and he had some thoughts about the treasure hunt." "You should have seen him when I faced him with that," Sirius said. "He wants to apologize to Harry about everything, so that's something." That made Harry feel better about his headmaster and the whole thing with the Dursleys. He was right. Professor Dumbledore did care about him. "Are you going to let him?" asked Remus dryly. "Of course," Sirius replied, "if Harry decides that he wants to receive an apology." Emotions bombarded Harry. There was a strong wave of affection and love, maybe, for Padfoot, for being so willing to do something because he loved Harry. But that was followed by a curious mix of annoyance at his headmaster, that he'd been human and made mistakes at all, and a shameful need to move past the revelations of how Dumbledore had placed him with the Dursleys, and hadn't checked on him and confirm that the headmaster truly cared about him, that it hadn't been an act. And the latter was just stupid, a small voice inside Harry's head whispered. That sounded remarkably like Healer Fay. Why was it so important that the headmaster cared for him? He had other people in his life, other adults, who really cared about him, Padfoot and Mooney, Aunt Minerva. If he was going to forgive the headmaster, then shouldn't it be because it was the right thing to do, if it was a genuine apology, not just because Harry wanted the man to continue liking him? Confusing, mused Harry. It was all too confusing. He shifted again under the covers as his body responded to his mind's restless thoughts. Sirius's thumb rubbed over his knuckles as though to calm him, and it did, surprisingly enough. He let his eyes drift open and found Sirius looking back at him with a warm smile. "Hello, sleepyhead," Sirius greeted him. "How are you feeling?" "Groggy," Harry said. Remus cleared his throat on the other side of the bed. "I'll leave you to catch Harry up, Sirius. There's a book in the library at the Manor I want to get before dinner." He ruffled Harry's bedhead hair with a smile and walked out. "Want the bathroom?" Sirius asked bluntly. Harry nodded. "A shower, I think." He felt grimy. "Let's see how you do when you get on your feet," Sirius said. He let go of Harry's hand and pulled back the covers. Harry gingerly swung his legs around and set his feet on the floor. He took Sirius's offered hand and pulled himself up. A slight rush of dizziness pulled at him, but he kept his head up and everything steadied. It was much better than the other times he'd tried it that day. "Okay," Harry said. Sirius walked him over to the ensuite, and Harry exchanged Sirius's arm for a wall. "I'll be fine," Harry said. 5 minutes," Sirius said. "Don't linger, and if you need me, yell, even if you're naked, understand?" Harry felt his face redden, but he managed a brief nod. He used the facilities and had a quick shower, mindful of the time limit. He managed to wash his hair, soap, and rinse his body haphazardly. He stepped out and wrapped a towel around himself, grateful when he walked out and Sirius was immediately there to help him over to the bed. Sirius had gotten a clean pair of pyjamas ready for him, and it looked like the bed had been changed. Sirius ducked momentarily into the bathroom to set it to rights, and gave him some privacy to change. Harry pulled on the pyjamas and climbed back under the fresh duvet with a sigh. Sirius called Dobby, and a tray appeared for Harry, chicken broth with dumplings, a glass of milk, and a slice of chocolate cake. Another tray appeared for Sirius, who glared at the milk. Harry hid a smile and tucked into his dinner. He had demolished the broth and was just starting the chocolate cake when Sirius cleared his throat. "So how much did you hear?" Sirius asked. "All of it, pretty much," Harry said honestly. "Did you really almost incinerate Professor Dumbledore?" "I got mad, and the house magic reacted," Sirius admitted just as honestly. "But we worked it out, and, as you heard, he's keen to apologize to you." He held Harry's gaze. "I really do believe he didn't know how bad it was for you there. He was quite upset when I explained." Harry nodded slowly and took advantage of eating his cake to avoid responding. He wasn't certain what he felt about an apology and forgiving the headmaster any more. "You all right?" probed Sirius gently. "Just—" Harry poked his cake. "I guess I was thinking about whether I wanted to forgive Professor Dumbledore." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" Harry took a deep breath and met Sirius's eyes. "I was thinking I wanted to forgive him because I wanted him to still like me. But that's stupid, isn't it? I should hear his apology and then forgive him if I think he means it. Well, I wouldn't say it was stupid so much as human," Sirius said gently. "Everybody wants to be liked, and nobody really likes confrontations or rejection. But you're right in that if somebody has wronged you, you should forgive them only if they're genuinely sorry, not for any other reason. And if they're a true friend, Then they'll be genuinely sorry. Harry nodded. Will you arrange something with Professor Dumbledore, then? Sirius nodded. For next week? And you're okay with me giving him a second chance? Harry checked, remembering Sirius's words to Remus. I am, and I'm very proud that you've thought about your reasons for doing so. Sirius reassured him. And second chances are a good thing sometimes. Like with the Malfoys? Harry asked dryly. The Malfoys had been a topic of much discussion when they'd gone over their strategy for the family meeting. Harry had been all for treating them the same as the Lestranges. Well, that's not so much a second chance as delayed judgment. Sirius grinned. Old Lucy seems to have realized it. Some of his prominent supporters were actually quite helpful today. I still don't like it. I doubt he's genuinely sorry. Possibly not, but we need him, at least until old Voldepants is gone for good. Sirius smirked mischievously. Then we'll go with the plan of dropping him and your Uncle Vernon naked in Diagon Alley with guilties tattooed all over them. Maybe we'll even handcuff them together. Harry couldn't help laughing at the mental image. Can I just say, you? A yawn took him by surprise, and a moment later he was divested of his tray and encouraged to snuggle back down under his duvet. Are you staying with me? Harry asked sleepily as Sirius retook his seat. Where else would I go? Sirius remarked with a smile. Go to sleep, Pronglet. Harry smiled back, had a momentary thought that it was nice to have Sirius, someone who cared about him, because Aunt Petunia would never have stayed, and in the next instant was fast asleep.